The story opens with the sky stretching wide above and a massive beast soaring through it. A man narrates, recalling how on that day, a wyvern circled freely in the air, more unbound than anything he'd ever witnessed. Watching from the ground, he explains that this was the reason, his one and only reason, for walking away from his role as a troubleshooter of the powerful Deculan family. That, he says, is the true freedom of the skies. The scene shifts. A bird cries out sharply before disappearing into the clouds. The man's voice echoes again, saying he's the last one left. Beneath the heavy gray skies, another man is lifted off the ground, strangled by an unseen force. Choking, he mutters that number one must have been hiding his true ability, because this isn't the power of an ordinary troubleshooter. Number one ignores him, declaring that he'll be the one asking the questions. Producing a book, he asks if it's a magic tome. The captive admits it is, then mockingly asks if he could squeeze tighter. He taunts further, questioning if number one really thought all of them had gathered just to eliminate one hunting dog. But number one brushes it off, sneering that if it's trash from House Deculan, then of course a whole pack would show up. He demands to know how to use the tome. The captive insists he doesn't know. Number one scoffs, saying that if the greedy Deculan family understood its use, they wouldn't have buried it away in some forgotten basement. He admits he doesn't know how to wield it either, but if they've chased him this far for it, then its value must be immense. The prisoner presses once more, ordering him to hand over the book. He even promises to plead with the head of House Deculan, maybe even secure him a return as a troubleshooter. Number one grins, asking why he would ever go back to such a wretched job. He then asks if the man has any last words. When the prisoner spits out a curse, number one replies coldly, calling them worthy final words. Suddenly, footsteps approach. Number one's body stiffens, an icy sensation crawling down his back. He whirls around, realizing the danger. A voice cuts through the air, commending his sharp instincts. Number one's expression hardens. There's no mistaking it. Only one man in this world carries such a deadly aura. As the figure steps closer, he greets number one politely, introducing himself as Pahiran von Deculan, the head of House Deculan, one of the most powerful magical families on the Eastern continent. Number one mutters that this is bad news. Pahiran smiles, saying if he wouldn't mind, he'd like to take that tome off his hands, and then they can talk afterward. Number one reflects aloud. It's been over 10 years since he first became a troubleshooter, half his life spent in service. Yet this is the first time he's seen the head in person. The Deculan family is ranked among the strongest in the East, and its current head is rumored to be the greatest mage in their history. He wonders for a moment what kind of man this legend might be. But the instant he sees Pahiran's sinister face, he scoffs, calling it nothing but a headache. Pahiran looks puzzled, but number one goes on, accusing them of trying to steal what he risked everything to obtain, calling them shameless. Pahiran chuckles softly before breaking into roaring laughter. Number one doesn't flinch, matching his energy with a twisted grin. He admits he probably never should have crossed paths with that wyvern all those years ago, because fate has now thrown him before the strongest man he's ever faced. The aura radiating from Pahiran is crushing, far beyond anything he's encountered. Pahiran says bluntly it would be simpler to kill him and reclaim the tome, but he's willing to make a deal. He tells number one to return under the family's banner. If he hands over the book, all past betrayals will be forgiven. Number one stays silent. Pahiran continues, praising his talent. After seeing him fight, he can't believe House Deculan overlooked him for so long. Just a stray from the gray zone, armed only with the basic techniques of a troubleshooter. Yet he elevated them to such brilliance. With House Deculan as his wings, Pahiran says he could climb higher than ever before. But number one's mind drifts away. His eyes shift skyward, watching a lone bird soar above. It brings back the memory of that wyvern, untamed, free, unchained. Pahiran interrupts his thoughts, reminding him he still has to hand over the tome. Number one finally replies, agreeing, but with one condition. If Pahiran makes him head of the family, he'll consider it. Pahiran's calm demeanor cracks as he holds back his anger. Number one smirks, pointing out that surely he had been watching the earlier battle. Then, without hesitation, he tightens his grip on the man he'd been choking all this time, finishing him off instantly. Number one sneers, asking if Pahiran can count how many lives have already been taken because of this. Pahiran's composure snaps, his voice sharp as he warns that if things continue this way, there's a very real chance number one won't survive. Number one admits he's right, but he charges forward regardless, declaring that he's far too deep in this to care about consequences anymore. As their auras clash head-on, he mutters that you never know which is greater or lesser until you measure it for yourself. Pahiran narrows his eyes, saying it seems he'll have to knock him down a peg. With a flick of his hand, a magic circle forms and a spear of earth erupts from beneath number one. Almost instantly, a second spear shoots up in front of him, leaving no time to breathe. Number one realizes just how dangerous this is, but narrowly slips to the side. Clicking his tongue, he admits this is exactly what it means to be the head of a renowned family. An ironclad defense with no gaps. Pahiran cuts in, asking mockingly if he's already lost in thought. At that moment, number one slams into an invisible barrier, stunned. Pahiran chuckles, reminding him of his earlier words about needing to measure before knowing. Some things, he says, you can see clearly without measuring. As number one presses a hand against the barrier, he glances up, and there it is, an enormous magic circle hanging overhead. Pahiran's voice follows, cold and steady, telling him this is the true scale of the difference between them. Number one can do nothing but brace himself as the attack rains down. The blast rips through the ground, dust and debris swallowing everything. But as the haze begins to fade, number one's voice breaks through, asking if lowering his head and agreeing to serve as Pahiran's shadow would spare his life. Pahiran raises a brow, doubting the sincerity. And sure enough, number one shifts, energy gathering in his hand. He smirks, saying there's no way he'd ever mean that. A glow builds at his fingertips, like a spirit gun, energy condensed into a deadly shot. Charging it fully, he declares he's finished being their dog, then unleashes a massive blast straight at the family head. The beam roars forward, but Pahiran blocks it with ease. Number one growls, demanding why he'd ever go back to being their hound. Just because the leash shines and the house looks grand, he says, doesn't change the fact it's still a kennel. Pahiran dismisses him as pathetic, lifting his cane slightly before tapping it against the ground. A circle blooms beneath his feet, small at first, but then it expands, growing wider and wider until it blankets the entire battlefield. Pahiran tells him that this spell isn't meant to finish him off quickly. It's only to bury him under such overwhelming power that he'll regret his final moments. Number one tilts his head back, muttering that honestly, this is exactly how he thought things would end the moment he crossed paths with Pahiran. Lightning begins crawling across the sky, splitting through the clouds like veins of light. Number one thinks back, realizing that this is why, on that day long ago, when he happened to glance upward, the wyvern above seemed so free. The irony stings, because the only reason he even looked up that day was because of House Deculin in the first place. Dragged back into the present, his battered body trembles. Pahiran peers down, almost impressed, admitting he didn't expect him to last this long. He thought for sure he would have died already. He asks if number one can finally feel the weight of the difference between them. Through the haze, number one stares back, conceding that he is indeed strong. Pahiran presses further, asking if he's ready to talk now, or if he'd prefer to finish the words he left unsaid. Number one smirks weakly, asking if Pahiran wants him to return as a troubleshooter. But Pahiran shakes his head. No, he wants more. He wants number one to take the position of head of the vassal family. The offer catches him off guard. Shocked, he points out that House Deculin already has the power to rival the throne itself. Yet they still want him to swear loyalty under their banner as a vassal. That must have been their plan all along. Pahiran corrects him. He's undervaluing himself. He doesn't want just the tome. He wants both number one and the tome together. With a faint grin, number one pulls out the book and extends it toward him. Pahiran nods, saying it's the right choice, that this will wipe away every crime he's committed. But just as his hand reaches out, flames flare up. Number one's aura burns across the tome. Pahiran's composure cracks as he demands to know what he's doing. Number one glares back, asking if it isn't obvious. He never once promised to return intact. Pahiran growls that by doing this, he'll never get the mercy of an easy death. But number one cuts him off, telling him to shut up and listen. He was never in it for the money. Troubleshooting barely pays as it is. The only reason he held on to this tome at all was because of what it was tied to. Then he asked Pahiran directly, has he ever heard the story of the troubleshooter who was devoured by Deculin's young master? Pahiran's face hardens. He calls it what it is, forbidden magic. Number one snarls, saying exactly, Deculin's young master devoured his own teammates, and the family buried the truth. Pahiran narrows his eyes, asking if this is all about revenge. But number one shakes his head. It's not that simple. He knows the lives of troubleshooters are worth nothing, his included. Looking up at the sky, he mutters that he just wanted to make sure his fallen comrades got what they probably would have wanted, and that required a lot of money. Besides, he already made up his mind to retire. No way he's crawling back into their kennel. Pahiran's expression hardens. Then consider that your last words. He snaps his fingers, and a surge of blue aura bursts forth, swallowing number one in its blaze. Pahiran calls it their prized blue flame, a fire that never dies out, one that will consume him completely until regret fills his very soul. But number one doesn't waver. He declares he'll never regret this. As the flames engulf him, he says the only other path is to live as their dog, and he'd rather return to the gray zone than suffer that leash again. And if that's impossible, then death isn't such a bad deal. Even as the fire licks at his body, he laughs, loudly, defiantly. He says he's never felt this free in his entire life. It's a pity he won't walk away alive, but if there's ever a next life, he swears he'll find true freedom and take his revenge properly. The fire roars, reaching its peak, yet something shifts. Suddenly, he realizes he's unharmed. Blinking in disbelief, he looks around. Everything around him is frozen in place, unmoving. For a moment, he thinks he's gone mad, and his eyes drop to the tome still clutched in his hand. It rises on its own, floating upward, and a golden array etches itself into his chest. "What the hell is this?" he mutters, confusion written across his face. When he opens his eyes again, the world has changed. He hears the faint clink of a coin dropping into a bucket. His mind reels. Just moments ago, he was burning to death. Something's wrong. He glances around. The atmosphere is heavy, but oddly familiar. And then it hits him. This is the gray zone, the very place he once begged in every day before becoming a troubleshooter. The place he had just wished to return to. Shaking his head in disbelief, he whispers, "There's no way. Did I really go back in time?" Later that day, he wanders to a river, staring down at the water. His reflection stares back, younger than he remembers. He mutters that it's definitely him, but there's no denying it. His body has gone back in time. What he hates most is the mark etched on his chest. Somehow, even with this reset, it stayed. He doesn't know the details, but one thing is certain. The magic tome was behind this. Maybe this was its true power all along. The fact that the usually lazy Deculan family head appeared in person only proved how precious the relic was. And yet, despite its importance, almost nothing about it is known. With a heavy sigh, he brushes it off. Forget it. No point questioning something he can't change. From here on out, he'll just live life the way he wants. This is no dream. It's far too vivid. The stench from the lecture hall, the grime of the gray zone, everything is far too real. He clenches his fists. Not only is he alive, but this is a chance to do things over. An opportunity where anything might be possible. The only question left is what he truly wants in this life. He recalls that once, long ago, he did have a dream. A dream that wasn't just his, but his comrades too. The very reason he had once thought of retirement. A voice calls out to him, first addressing him as number one, then by his real name, Aster. His comrade steps up beside him, reminding him of their shared past. Both of them born as vagrants in the gray zone, living with nothing. No proper clothes, no food, no education. He asks Aster what he thought was the most painful part of it all. Aster answers simply, hunger, but his comrade shakes his head. If it were only hunger, they wouldn't have fallen this far. He presses again, asking what Aster thinks truly dragged their lives down into the gutter. Aster shrugs it off, saying he's fine, even picking his nose like it doesn't matter. Irritated, his comrade glares at him until Aster waves his hands, agreeing to talk. He can't believe his friend is giving him that look. Finally, his comrade speaks from the heart. The most bitter thing wasn't hunger, it was ignorance. Not being educated. If they'd had the chance to learn, they wouldn't be living as slaves under corrupt families. He says that when the day comes for him to retire, he has only one goal, to build a library. Aster raises a brow, saying that's a crazy dream. But his comrade explains, it would be a place where anyone, no matter their status, wealth, or gender, could read freely. And he wants to go further, not just a library, but a tower. Why? No reason. He just likes tall things. The location doesn't matter. What matters is writing it all down in a book. But there's one thing that must absolutely be placed in it, Deculan's secret manual. And he'll put it right at the entrance on the very first floor. His comrade's dream lingers in his mind. Anyone, even vagrants from the gray zone, illegitimate noble brats, or butcher's sons, all holding their own copy. The book would bear the Deculan crest on its cover, and inside it, the very techniques the family guards more fiercely than their lives. Just picturing it makes Aster grin. The only issue is figuring out how to actually get his hands on that secret manual. But that's a problem for his future self. If he scatters Deculan's techniques far and wide, the whole world will eat it up. That's the plan. Just as the thought settles, a boot smashes into the side of his head, dropping him to the ground. As he reels, a voice barks at him. Finally found him. Instead of holding his seat, Aster had been hiding out here. Did he want to die that badly? The guy doesn't wait for an answer, stomping him again and again. Dazed, Aster tries to piece it together. Who is this? Why the ambush? He survived battlefields soaked in blood. He's a veteran troubleshooter. There's no way some street punk takes him down this easily. He grabs a man's foot mid-stomp. The attacker freezes, shocked. Aster growls that he counted 7 hits already, which means it's his turn. He'll pay him back 70 times over. He winds up his fist, ready to deliver. The man's eyes widen in fear. Aster swings upward with everything he's got, but his punch whiffs completely. Instead, his wrist snaps with a sharp crack. Pain floods him. What the hell just happened? Why does it hurt this much? His opponent doesn't hesitate, slamming a fist straight into Aster's face. Blood sprays as the guy sneers, asking what kind of lunatic like him thinks he can throw hands. Aster staggers, groaning. It hurts like hell. But worse than the pain is the humiliation. And then, out of nowhere, the attacker stumbles over a rock, flailing before crashing backward into the reeking river. Aster doesn't hesitate. This is my chance. He bolts as the guy surfaces, coughing and spitting sewage from his mouth. The voice roars after him, demanding to know where he thinks he's going. Aster yells back that this isn't running away. It's a tactical retreat. He won't forget this guy's face. That one hit he landed, he'll wear it like a medal. After all, he's a troubleshooter veteran, a man who doesn't know the word quit. Panting, he ducks into the alleys, grimacing. This is serious. His body's not the same. He's no office clerk, yet one punch sprained his wrist. That weakness could get him killed. He mutters that the tower dream has to wait. First, he needs to rebuild himself from the ground up. Just then, a voice cuts in, asking if he's hungry. Aster turns his head and spots another child watching him. Do you even know who I am? Aster asks. The kid shakes his head. No. Aster smirks. Figured as much. The boy is filthy, but his clothes are far too fine for a street rat. Expensive fabric, ruined by grime. Aster narrows his eyes. This kid's no ordinary vagrant. Most likely a noble who lost everything in some power struggle. In other words, a pretty little walking bomb. Aster calls out to the boy, simply addressing him as kid. The boy quickly corrects him. His name is Damien. Aster shrugs, fine, Damien then. Out of nowhere, the boy blurts that his mom's name is Bianca. Aster blinks, thinking this feels like information he really didn't need to know. He squints at him, asking if he's all there in the head. Damien tilts his head and says he doesn't even have a mom. That's when Aster realizes this kid really is slow. He waves it off, saying my bad. Then he adds that he doesn't have a dad either. So technically, he wins. Best for both of them to just part ways. But Damien doesn't move. He just stands there. Aster sighs, asking why he's still here. Damien calmly says he's going with him. Aster clenches his fist, seriously debating whether to knock him out. Instead, he snaps, telling the kid to buzz off. Damien only looks at his injured wrist and asks if it hurts. Before Aster can brush it off, the boy stretches out his hand, offering to heal it. Magic begins to glow, and Aster's wrist starts mending. Aster stares wide-eyed. This isn't just a simple healing trick. The light he sees is unmistakable. The secret healing art of the Blando family. A power passed down their line alone, and Deculin had crushed them. Troubleshooter instincts flare in Aster's gut. This is dangerous, filthy, complicated, and way above his pay grade. But then, why is a child of Blando wandering the gray zone at all? At this time, the Blando family should still be thriving. He calls Damien's name once. Then again, the boy's voice shifts slightly, his tone deepening. His mismatched eyes, one color different from the other, fix on Aster. Did you call for me? Aster's heart lurches. Oh shit, the memory floods back. Aster had heard of this bloodline, one born with odd-colored eyes. As he stares directly into them, the truth strikes him. This isn't just Damien. This is that Damien. Damien von Blando, the monster of the Blando family. The Mad Butcher. The one said to never die, no matter how many times he's killed. The boy's gaze drops, gleefully excited over something simple, almost childish. Aster can hardly believe it. Is this slow kid really the same monster he'd heard about? His thoughts drift back. Before his regression, he and his comrades had been dispatched to the Blando estate, sent there under Deculin's orders. They'd wondered why they were chosen, but who were they to question the higher-ups? Rumors had already spread. One comrade whispered that the estate housed a monster, and that dozens had already died. Aster asks if by monster, he means something like an ogre. But then he sees it. Not a creature, not some beast, but a man. A man tearing through others with ease, casting healing spells without pause. laughing as he fought like it was nothing but chaos. That was no ordinary human. It was madness in human form. That was a monster of Blando. The one people whispered about, saying even if you killed him, he wouldn't die. Still, Aster couldn't understand. Why would the only heir of the Blando family, the son of the head, be in such a shabby place? He asked. Damien answered with one word: food. Aster was confused until Damien explained. His mother always told him that if he wanted to stay healthy, he had to eat well. That's why he thought Aster was sick, because he didn't eat enough. Aster admitted the logic was sound. Then he asked if Damien had any money. Without hesitation, Damien pulled out an entire bucket of coins. Aster immediately threw his arm around him. From now on, we're friends, he declared. Damien blinked. Why all of a sudden? Aster simply said that if he called them friends, then that's what they were. And friends shared everything. So let's go eat, he added. Just like that, Damien was caught in the trap. On the way, Damien asked what Aster had to share. Aster grinned and said, I've got my friend. Damien muttered that such a deal was rough. That night, after a huge meal, Aster let out a loud burp. Now that hit the spot, he said, feeling refreshed after washing up. But when he noticed Damien wandering around, looking lost, he asked what he was doing. Damien admitted he never knew there was a house above the place they just ate. He always slept outside, so this was the first time he realized it. I see, Aster replied. Then Damien brought something else up. I don't have a dad either, he said. I do, Aster countered. Well, I don't, Damien shot back. Aster was baffled. Was this kid actually trying to make it into some sort of competition? Still, something didn't add up. Earlier, Damien mentioned his mother, yet now he was saying he didn't have one. Looking around, Damien said, I don't see her anywhere here. Aster rubbed his head. This kid was giving him a headache. He decided to dig deeper. How long have you been here alone? Since I ran away from my family, Damien answered. I've slept about 10 times. Aster paused. Wait, you mean 10 days? Damien explains that he naps a lot, sometimes even twice a day. Altogether, he's only slept 10 times since leaving. Aster squints at him. So, it's only been 3 or 4 days? Damien shakes his head. I don't know, but since I came here, I haven't napped at all. The ground's too rough. That's the last straw for Aster. He glares at his pillow, then buries his face into it, screaming in frustration. This kid's too much, he mutters. After calming down, he thinks it through. While he's stuck in this gray zone, looking after Damien might not be the worst idea. Becoming close with the Blando family could prove useful when he eventually clashes with the Deculants. Plus, noble families usually hoard plenty of books. Still, before any of that, he needs to deal with the 70 grudges carved into his chest. He turns to Damien. I'm going to lie down. Don't bother me. If you do, it'll be a problem. Damien tilts his head. Are you going to practice your breathing? Yes, Aster replies. When I'm finished, you can try it too. Just wait. Got it, Damien says quickly. Aster closes his eyes and inhales deeply. In his past life, his magical foundation came from the standard spells given to troubleshooters. But that path had its limits. To grow stronger, he had stolen spells from countless noble houses, almost losing his life each time. He had walked a dangerous path in the dark, nearly dying more times than he could count. Along the way, he had learned knightly techniques, spirit arts, summoning, alchemy, bits and pieces of everything. But before his death, he encountered something different, a power beyond all else, a catastrophe worthy of the strongest mage in history. And now he's determined. This time, he will master it, the Deculan's root art, the heavenly origin technique, the foundation of all Deculan magic, capable of harmonizing with every attribute of mana. He had once memorized it for research. Now he finally had the chance to put it into practice. As he begins the breathing pattern, the golden circle etched onto his chest blazes with unbearable heat. It feels like molten fire is rushing through his veins. He clenches his jaw. What's happening? He forces himself to focus. He can make it through this. Then he notices something. Dark impurities are seeping out of his skin, escaping his body. His eyes widen. Why are these here? This kind of purification shouldn't be possible. It's a process reserved only for elite spellcasters, ancient noble houses, or those of a direct bloodline. When a mana shower occurs, the impurities blocking the circuits are forcefully burned away as the mana surges through the body. Aster can feel every trace of corruption inside him being scorched clean. He gasps as his eyes snap open back in reality. The first thing he sees is Damien, fast asleep. But what matters more, his mana circuits are spotless. Not a single impurity remains. His energy has been refined, sharper than it ever was in his past life. Still, he can't help but think of Farn. Even with his power, could he really defeat him? Probably not. Even if he were reborn 100 times, Farn might remain untouchable. But one truth remains, his odds have risen, and Aster has never once been the type to give up, not even when the chance was zero. By the next day, Damien is thrilled to see his hair has turned brown. Aster explains that it was necessary. His platinum hair had to be covered up. Along with new clothes, it should keep the Blando family from noticing him, at least for now. The only thing left is to move forward. So, what are we going to do now, friend? Damien asks eagerly. Aster glances at him, then smirks. We're going to stir up some chaos. In an alley, a man stretches after waking from a nap. Nice weather, he mutters, then notices Aster. Well, if it isn't the youngest. Where the hell were you running off to? And what's with this clean look? You bathe in the sewer or something? His gaze shifts to Damien. And what's with the brat? He looks loaded. Before he can laugh further, Aster drives a punch straight into his gut. Looks like I found the right place. Since I still remember everything, I'm here to pay back every hit I owe. The man, Spotty, doubles over just as others come rushing out of the building. What's going on? They shout. Within seconds, Aster and Damien are surrounded. Ah, all familiar faces, Aster says, unfazed. Quite the welcome, but it'll be scarier for you than it is for me. Without hesitation, he charges forward, smashing one guy in the face, another in the stomach. Blow after blow. He moves without slowing, his fists fueled with mana, every strike landing heavy and precise. Damien watches in awe, eyes wide. He's actually using mana and hitting like that. His fist clench as he mutters, amazing. Aster nudges Damien and tells him he should at least say it's awesome. But instead, Damien just thinks Aster is way cooler than he actually is. In the middle of the brawl, one of the beaten guys crashes down right in front of Damien. Seeing he's hurt, Damien kneels down. Don't worry, I'll heal you. With a quick spell, the man's wounds close up. He thanks Damien, only for Aster to grab him right after. Perfect, Aster grins. Now I can go all out without worrying about killing anyone. What follows is nothing but hours of screams. One by one, the gang drops to the floor, clutching their backsides. We then see Aster swinging something, and it's Spotty, the same guy who once beat him down by the river, now being paddled mercilessly. How many times did you hit me back then? Aster demands. Spotty groans. I don't remember. Aster calls over to Damien. Your turn. Damien brightens. Really, it turns into a cycle of pure madness. Heal, beat, all while Spotty begs for mercy. Please stop. I really can't count. Aster just tells him to listen carefully. You brought this on yourself. Meanwhile, Damien goes wild, happily spamming healing magic without a care. By nightfall, Aster claps his hands. Thank for today, everyone. Surprisingly, the battered group thanks him back. He nods, proud of the results. Damien, on the other hand, just says he wants to play again next time. Aster takes a moment to pat himself on the back. Over 100 clean hits per person. Over 1,000 in total. Even for him, that was a new record. But of course, this was nothing for a veteran troubleshooter who had fought in every type of battle, except mountains and aerial combat. A line he repeats so often it's become a gag. Spotty, lying on the ground, groans. Hey, can we go now? We've had enough. Aster smirks. Yeah, you can. But then Spotty adds, this is actually my house. Aster raises a brow. So what? You're telling us to get lost? That's a bit difficult. Spotty quickly waves his hands. No, we'll be the ones to leave. Aster sighs. This isn't resentment. It really is just difficult. As they wave goodbye to their new friends, Aster suddenly stiffens. His senses sharpen. Someone is rushing straight toward them. Fast. Too fast. Their presence is masked, their movements sharp, just like a troubleshooter. His eyes narrow. A pursuer? Already, it has to be someone after Damien. That much mana pressure. Even one spell from them will be dangerous. And hand-to-hand might not be an option either. The thought hits him like ice. No way. Did the Blandos find us first? Aster frowns, muttering that this isn't good. Still, he tells himself the same thing he always does. Take the shot every time. After all, he was a veteran troubleshooter. Situations like this weren't new. They were his life. He gathers mana at his fingertips, condensing it again and again until it forms into a sharp, concentrated spirit gun. The pressure builds, his jacket whipping in the wind as he takes aim. This is my only chance, he whispers, locking onto the figure rushing straight toward them. But before he can fire, the pursuer suddenly drops to his knees, sliding forward like a rock star on stage. Young master, the man cries, voice trembling with relief. Aster stares, caught completely off guard. Damien shouts, Alfred, what are you doing here? Turns out, his name is Alfred. Not even a joke. Alfred grabs onto Damien, sobbing that he's been searching for him endlessly. He hasn't slept, hasn't stopped worrying, and now that he's found him, he refuses to let go. If you won't return to the family, then kill me instead. Aster can't help but cringe at the melodrama unfolding before him. Realizing his mistake, Alfred composes himself and bows politely. Forgive my behavior in front of guests. I am Alfred, butler of the Blando family. Aster nods and introduces himself as well. Alfred smiles, saying that the young master seems to like Aster. If possible, he'd like him to come with him back to the family. Aster weighs the offer. The Blandos are a prestigious clan. People who reject filth and despise nobility alike. Hard to read, but that didn't matter. He already intended to form a connection with them anyway. And, conveniently, their territory lay on the path to the city where Zenion Academy stood. The best academy in the East, with the greatest library in the region. For someone aiming to build the best library in the world, ignoring it would be foolish. He accepts, thanking Alfred. Good, I'll fetch the carriage. Please wait here, Alfred replies. Aster smirks to himself. He may have strayed a little from his plan, but this could work out even better. Time to find out if the Blando family's food is worth the name, he mutters. That night, they set out together, eventually arriving at the vast Blando estate. Alfred steps down from the carriage and gestures toward the massive mansion. Welcome to the Blando family, Master Aster. Aster hops out, eyeing the towering estate. So this is it, my first official time stepping foot in the Blando family's mansion. Since it's already late, Alfred suggests they rest for the night. He turns to one of the maids. Lancy, I'm counting on you. The maid nods, then immediately scolds Damien, telling him to follow her. Damien laughs nervously, backing away. Wait, I made a mistake, he yells before sprinting down the hall with her chasing after him. Meanwhile, Alfred walks deeper into the estate, eventually stopping at a large door. He knocks, and a calm voice inside tells him to enter. He steps in, bowing before the woman seated at the desk. She immediately asks about Damien. I found him in the 7th black and white zone, Alfred reports. He's safe, and I've brought him home. The words barely leave his mouth before the room shakes. Papers scatter, and a sharp magic circle flares across her desk. What was he doing there? She snaps. Is he unharmed? Nothing happened to him, did it? If there's even a scratch on my son. Alfred raises his hands, urging her to calm down. Please listen to me. After a tense moment, she exhales and deactivates the spell, sinking into her chair. I see. That's a relief. Alfred nods. Fortunate for you, and fortunate for anyone who might have harmed him. The wrath of the woman once called the blood, which would have been unstoppable. When it comes to your son, you lose control. I'm only grateful things ended without disaster. She closes her eyes briefly, then thanks him. He only bows again. No need. It was my duty. Still, he hesitates before adding, there is one unusual thing I should mention. Her eyes flick open. What is it? It's about the friend the young master brought along, Alfred explains. That boy Aster. He detected my presence before I revealed myself. He was already prepared to counterattack, and in his hand was a mana bullet. Bianca leans back, her expression shifting. A child capable of something like that. Astonishing. Someone with such ability doesn't belong in the gray zone. That's exactly why I have a request for you, Alfred says. The following day, Alfred approaches Aster directly, his tone full of confidence. Aster, I'd like you to become my successor. Aster nearly chokes. What the hell are you talking about? Alfred doesn't flinch. You won't refuse. As the butler of a prestigious family, I'm offering you an opportunity. For someone from the slums, it's a chance to live with wealth and security beyond anything you've known. Aster shuts him down on the spot. No. Alfred freezes, blinking like he misheard. Excuse me? Did you just decline? You're seriously telling me you have no interest in being my successor? Damien tilts his head, curious. Wait, what does that even mean? Aster turns to Alfred politely. I do appreciate it, really. Thank you for even considering me. But I like things the way they are now. And he means every word of it. Alfred stares at him, trying to figure it out. Why would he reject me? Slowly, he thinks it through. Aster was born in the gray zone with nothing. Picked up magic through raw talent alone, of course. That's why he's so arrogant. I understand, Alfred finally says. I was also born into an ordinary family once. I ran wild, ignorant of my limits. But eventually I learned, this world is vast. I know that, Aster replies calmly. The world's not small. Alfred narrows his eyes. And right now, you probably feel like you can do anything. Conquer everything. Not really, Aster says flatly. That nearly makes Alfred lose it. He forces himself to endure, muttering under his breath, then steadies his tone. Have you ever heard the saying about the goblin in the canyon? That's you right now, born in one place, never seeing beyond it, completely blind to the dangers outside. Aster smirks. If anything, I'd say I'm more like a wyvern, a creature of freedom. That does it. Alfred snaps. You don't know a damn thing. Then I'll show you myself, what kind of world you're walking into. As a butler, I'll teach you just how vast and terrifying it really is. Slamming open the doors to the butler's chambers, Alfred strides inside with Aster following. The moment they enter, every head turns. Rows of young butlers, all around Aster's age, pause in their training to greet Alfred with respect. They're not just servants. They're sharp, disciplined, moving like academy elites. Alfred spreads his hand toward them. Well, what do you think? These are your peers. Talents handpicked and recognized by the house. You should be able to sense it. Aster scans them, nodding. They're no joke. Hard to believe they're still teenagers with that level of training. Their aura fills the room. It's subtle, but constant. His gaze sharpens. Still, when I look in their eyes, they're goblins. That much hasn't changed. Yet you feel something, don't you? Alfred presses. I do, Aster admits. Then accept my proposal, Alfred urges. If you succeed here, you won't just shine like them. You'll shine brighter than anyone. Aster shakes his head. I don't like the light. Alfred's brows knit together. What? Before Aster can answer, one of the boys raises his hand. Sir Alfred. Alfred glances over. What is it, Winster? Winster steps forward with a sharp look. If that boy really felt anything, he wouldn't have turned you down. The fact that he did means he hasn't felt it all. If you'll allow it, I'd like to give him a little experience. Alfred raises a brow. What? You're challenging him to a duel? Not exactly, Winster replies. Just a small taste of what real magic is. Alfred smirks. A bit cocky, but not a bad idea. He turns to Aster. So what do you think? Care for a match with one of these young men? Aster glances around at the group, already reading the disdain in their eyes. I know exactly what I am to them. A vagrant who got lucky. A bastard who just wandered in. Then he raises his hand. Can I choose my opponent? Go ahead, Alfred says. Aster points straight at Winster. Then, without hesitation, he points at 4 more behind him. I'll take all 5 of them at once. Winster blinks, stunned. What? Aster tilts his head. What's the problem? Don't tell me you're scared. Hurry up and bring on already. For a moment the room is silent. Then Alfred suddenly chuckles, which builds into full-blown laughter. Excellent. This is the kind of spirit a successor should have. He wipes his eyes, still grinning. But can you take responsibility for those words? They could be seen as an insult to the Blando house. I'll take responsibility, Aster answers without flinching. Good, Alfred says firmly. If you last 1 minute, I'll give you a gift. But if you don't, his grin sharpens. You'll have to answer for it. Aster smirks, which probably means you'll try to rope me in as your successor. Alfred only laughs again. So you understand. Soon after, the group moves to the training grounds. One of the butlers leans toward Alfred nervously. Sir, isn't this dangerous? That's why it's valuable, Alfred replies. His stubbornness has to be broken before he can grow. The man shakes his head. This is bad. If the guest of a young master gets hurt, my career as an instructor is finished. He glances at Damien. Young master, what do you think? Shouldn't we stop him? Damien folds his arms. I'm shocked too, but my friend's in real danger here. The instructor groans. Right, I forgot how stupid this kid is. Lancey quickly warns Damien. If you interfere, you'll be scolded later. Damien pouts, but doesn't argue. Alfred gestures at the instructor. What are you doing? Start the match already. The instructor sighs heavily. Understood. He mutters under his breath. Orders are orders. I try my best. Lancey steps closer to Damien. Stay here. I'll be back. Damien nods with a little smirk. Got it. Finally, the instructor addresses everyone. Normally, duels are turn-based. But make it a free-for-all. Alfred cuts in. The instructor shrugs. Fine. New rules. Free engagement. The match continues until one side surrenders. The instructor makes it clear before the match begins. Remember, I can stop this duel at any time. The tension spikes as Aster and Winster lock eyes. Winster snarls, his pride stung. Alfred might pity you, but don't think for a second that you own the world. I'll crush you and show everyone your true worth. With clear regret, the instructor swings his hand to start the match. The instant it begins, Winster feels his stomach explode with pain. He doubles over, unable to breathe. Gasping for air, he turns, only to see his fellow butlers all collapsed, clutching their guts. Aster calmly steps forward. Looks like I'll be the one giving you the experience. Don't underestimate the little guy. Winster's eyes widen. Magic bullets. That's just basic control. The cost is so high, they're useless in combat. The second thing you need to learn, Aster says, raising his hand, is not to judge others so easily. With that, he unleashes a volley of shimmering bullets. Each one lands perfectly, headshots one after another. And third, Aster continues coldly, the world is vast and bitter. He closes the gap in a blink, slamming his fist into Winster's face. The blow launches him across the training ground. From now on, I'll inject these lessons straight into you, Aster says. Learn well. Winster groans, spitting blood. You lunatic, this isn't even magic. It is, Aster corrects him. I'm imbuing it into my body. That makes it physical magic. The instructor stares in shock. The other butlers are equally stunned, unable to process what they're seeing. Alfred mutters to himself, eyes sharp. That's insane, to think it really is a magic bullet. Judging by that power, it must have been compressed 4, maybe 5 times. If that had landed properly before, I wouldn't even be alive right now. His mana control is unreal. And on top of that, how the hell is he this skilled at brawling? Meanwhile, Damien happily heals the trainees between beatings like it's just another game. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through the chaos. Alfred! Everyone freezes. Alfred spins around in a panic. Emma, Lady Bianca, what are you doing here? The instructor stiffens, recognizing her too. His eyes dart toward Lancey, who give a subtle nod. It was her doing, calling Bianca to put an end to this. What happened here? Bianca demands, her tone firm. Alfred tries to explain. It was just a simple test. A test? She snaps. Don't insult me. Nothing about this could be considered a test. Her gaze sweeps over the trainees, then lands on Damien. And you? Why were you involved in this? Damien shrinks back under her glare. Gather the trainees and withdraw, Bianca orders. Alfred bows. Yes, ma'am. And Damien, return to your room. You as well, Alfred. As they move to obey, Bianca turns her attention to the instructor. Run fit. The man stands stiffly. Yes, Lady Bianca. I did my best. Her eyes narrow. You're dismissed. You're fired. Poor Runfit really did get the worst of it for just following orders. Later that night, Bianca calls Alfred into her chambers. Her voice is calm, but sharp. I understand your intentions, but you went too far. Alfred bows deeply. I lost my temper. I'll accept whatever punishment you see fit. Bianca sets her teacup down. I heard they sparred. Tell me what happened. Did Damien interfere? No, milady, Alfred replies. It wasn't that simple. Explain. Alfred hesitates, then admits he's incredibly good at hitting people. He's proud of it too. But more importantly, it's about the magic bullet I mentioned earlier. He used it in the spar. Not just once, he compressed it 4, maybe 5 times. Bianca's eyes narrow. Then his mana control is exceptional. I didn't see it myself, but it must have been quite a sight. To defeat 5 trainees alone with just mana bullets. That's unheard of. Even high-level mages struggle to handle pure mana. And the successor proposal, she asks. Alfred sighs. He rejected it instantly. Bianca calmly raises her teacup again. I see. Then I need to reassess him. A better evaluation is required. Bring him here. A little later, Aster enters the room with Damien at his side, happily munching on snacks. I heard you called for me, Aster says, taking a seat. I did, Bianca replies smoothly. But before speaking further, she slides something across the table toward him. Aster glances down. What's this? The gift Alfred promised you, she says. Oh, I remember that, Aster says. But I didn't expect it to be something prepared by you. Open it. He does, and a radiant golden glow spills out. His eyes widen in surprise. It's a high-grade item, Bianca explains. Something only recruits in the top 5 mage divisions of Blando are qualified to receive. Aster frowns. I don't know about this. Generally, goodwill ends at sharing a meal. When gifts start appearing, there's usually a hidden agenda. Even if it's a wager reward, a mid-grade item would have made sense. But a high-grade one, that's too much. She notices his hesitation. Take it without worry. You helped Damien in the gray zone. And this also serves as an apology for what happened today. Aster raises a brow. If I accept this, I don't suddenly have to join the Blandos, do I? No, Bianca answers simply. Any poison in it? He asks flatly. No. Aster narrows his eyes. So you're really saying there are no conditions at all? Bianca shakes her head. None. It's simply a gift. Then I'll accept it, Aster says at last. Think nothing of it, Bianca replies smoothly. Then her gaze shifts to Damien, who's still happily chomping on sweets. And you, stop eating so much sugar. You'll ruin your health. Aster chuckles under his breath. Guess even this turned out to be a decent game after all. But Bianca sets her cup down again. Aside from that, I do have something I'd like to propose. Aster sighs. I knew it. She gently pats Damien's head. I'd like to arrange academy admission for you. I want you to attend together with Damien. He was supposed to enroll last year, but he resisted strongly, so it was postponed until now. Of course, I didn't expect him to run away. She glances at Damien. That's why I'm asking you. Damien likes you. Damien nods immediately. If my friend goes, then I'm fine with it. Aster leans back, considering. This actually made sense. For Bianca, it was no small matter. If she forced Damien, he'd just bolt again, and there was no clear way to stop him. On his side, it wasn't a bad deal either. The academy was top tier, and in a world driven by bloodlines and connections, having an academic tie could go a long way. But still, it felt like they were trying to put a leash on him. I'll think about it, Aster says evenly. Good, Bianca replies. Let me know once you decided. Then, almost casually, she adds, this is unrelated, but I am curious. Why did you reject Alfred's proposal? Aster glances over at Alfred, who is obviously straining to hear the answer. Aster smiles slyly. When we first met, remember how he slid on his knees? I couldn't take it seriously. Knees that precious shouldn't be wasted like that. Bianca stares at him. What does that even mean? Alfred, still eavesdropping, nearly chokes. Wait, that's the reason. Back in his room, the protagonist decided it was time to test the gift he had received from the noble lady of the estate. Drawing in a deep breath, he let the power surge through him, flooding every part of his body. The artifact's quality was undeniable. Even with just a fraction of its energy absorbed, his mana had risen sharply. At the same time, his body was shifting, adapting to the force coursing within. Strangely, the energy carried no impurities, making its effects even greater than he had anticipated. Once his meditation ended, his thoughts drifted to Damien's suggestion about enrolling in the academy. The idea had merit. Opportunities, sponsors, connections, all of it lay waiting behind those walls. With his decision firm, he rose to his feet, taking a light jog through the estate to ease his body. Eventually, he arrived at a large door. Pushing it open, he stepped out into the corridor. Almost instantly, a voice he didn't recognize called his name, sharp enough to set him on edge. He spun around to find a white-haired man leaning casually against the wall, arms folded. His eyes lingered on the stranger only long enough to conclude he was related to Damien. A sigh pressed at his chest. Why did this family always have to be troublesome? Without another glance, he walked past as if the man didn't exist. The noble froze, stunned at being dismissed so easily. Recovering quickly, the man sneered, mocking the boy's hair and calling it unkempt. He went further, saying the protagonist's very face looked irritating. For a moment, the young man touched his own hair, quietly recalling how its shade shifted under the light. His lips curved into a strange smile as he wondered how anyone could find his eyes distasteful. The unsettling look sent a chill through the noble, who fumbled to cover his unease by stammering that the boy's eyes seemed gentle after all. He tried to retreat, embarrassed. But before he could leave, Alfredo suddenly appeared, clutching the protagonist's arm. His voice cracked with desperation as he begged to clear the air about the incident from the previous night. Dropping to his knees, he swore it had all been a terrible misunderstanding. Damien's relative stood frozen in disbelief, unable to process the sight of the butler lowering himself so pathetically. The noble's fingers shot forward, his voice ringing through the corridor as he barked accusations. He raged that he had been right all along about those lifeless, goblin-like eyes. Spitting fury, he called the protagonist a liar and a fraud, advancing step by step with venom in his tone. But Alfredo's cold, steady gaze stopped him in his tracks. The noble bristled, irritated at being treated with such disregard, yet the butler's unwavering stare soon made him falter. Grinding his teeth, he snapped that he would let things go for now, but he demanded the boy show up later at the Mage's Hall, where they would finally settle matters. Alfredo turned immediately, asking if something was wrong. The young man brushed it off with a faint smile, claiming it was nothing worth worrying about. Inwardly, though, he smirked to himself. His mood had already been sour, and this confrontation was shaping up to be exactly the distraction he needed. Watching the noble storm off, he called out lightly, his smile thin but sharp, promising to meet him at the hall. Once the tension faded, he faced the butler and requested an audience with the noble lady of the house. Alfredo, clearly relieved, nodded with satisfaction and led him to her quarters. Inside, the woman sat at her desk, pen moving briskly across a stack of papers. Looking up, she greeted him warmly by name, asking what brought him there so early and whether he had reached a decision about the academy. Her eyes lingered on him, searching carefully for his answer. Without hesitation, he confirmed it. He would enroll. His voice carried firm conviction, leaving no doubt. She blinked in mild surprise at his decisiveness, then softened, both thoughtful and quietly pleased. He thanked her sincerely for the opportunity before excusing himself. What neither of them noticed was Alfredo lurking just beyond the door, listening intently. When he finally entered, his body nearly shook with excitement. He announced to the lady, almost shouting, that the boy had accepted. Overjoyed, he declared that he had always known there was a fire burning deep in the young man's eyes. The noblewoman, however, looked at him with an expression that bordered on boredom, unimpressed by his theatrics. Unfazed, Alfredo launched into speculation about the semesters ahead. The first was already secured. He said, but what about the next? He painted a vivid picture in his mind. The boy, trapped in despair, unable to pay tuition, his spirit weighed down by hopelessness. And just when all seemed lost, a savior would descend, himself, offering sponsorship like a radiant angel, a golden hand stretched out from the heavens. The noblewoman's patience snapped, and she scolded her butler for being so loud. Startled, Alfredo quickly bowed his head and excused himself, saying he was off to the kitchen. She let out a tired breath as she watched him go, silently understanding the source of his joy. At last, he had found a way to support the boy in his own fashion. But she also knew the truth, that the academy was no blessing, but a slow, creeping poison. Her eyes lowered with quiet pity, realizing his unshakable confidence likely came from having once been deceived the same way. With a soft sigh, she shook her head at her poor, naive servant. At that same time, the protagonist descended the mansion's grand staircase, unaware of the schemes and worries being spun behind him. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, warming the halls and lifting his spirits. He stepped outside, letting the fresh air sweep through his thoughts, calm and clear. Before long, his feet carried him to a towering building, the Mage's Hall, the very place where the arrogant noble had demanded they meet. Without hesitation, he entered. The inside was dim, weighed down by silence that clung to the air. Then, from the shadows, a hooded man appeared, a candle flickering in his hand. His voice cut through the stillness, asking why the boy had come. For a brief moment, the young man stiffened, realizing he had never even asked the name of the one who summoned him. The stranger, however, needed no introduction. He spoke with certainty, saying he had already been waiting. With a faint smile, he lifted the candle and guided the boy through a maze of narrow, darkened corridors. At last, they stopped before a massive door. The hooded man gestured toward it, urging him inside, though not without a crooked grin and a cryptic warning, "Watch your head." Puzzled, the boy pushed the door open carefully. In an instant, enchanted papers shot toward him, rustling past his face. Only then did the odd warning make sense. Coughing lightly, he straightened up as a voice called his name from within. Out of the shadows stepped a commanding figure, confidence radiating from every movement. His smile carried both mockery and intent as he introduced himself, Wunji von Blander. He asked if the boy had come seeking his younger brother. The protagonist froze, stunned, the thought running through his mind like a shock. Could that arrogant, white-haired brat truly be this man's sibling? As he stood there, the protagonist couldn't help but recall his past dealings among circles of magicians. No matter where he went, one thing remained constant. Mages were so consumed by their research that it left them looking utterly worn down. And the first detail he always noticed was their hair, tangled, pulled, and frayed after endless nights of frustration. With a faint trace of amusement, he mentally broke their suffering into stages. The first was denial, when thinning hair was hidden under hoods. The second was surrender, when they stopped bothering to conceal it and let their baldness show. The third was resignation, when they took a blade to their heads and shaved it all away. The last stage was desperation, when they turned to magic itself, attempting to craft spells to bring back what was lost. But Wunji von Blander was unlike any of them. He began by apologizing for his younger brother's rudeness, assuring that a guest of the young master would never be treated with such disrespect under his watch. Studying the boy with interest, Wunji remarked how unusually calm he was for someone so young. The protagonist asked if Wunji was tied to the academy. With a steady nod, the man revealed his role, vice-rector. That single answer caught the boy off guard. To hold such a title at his age could only mean Wunji was remarkably gifted. Wunji himself smirked faintly, thinking this youth stood apart from others of his generation. Most noble children grew wild, rebellious, and reckless, but not this one. This one carried himself with restraint. Privately, the boy thought that if Wunji had worn a false, empty smile, he would have dismissed him without a second thought. But the man's natural kindness carried weight, almost as if there was harmony between them. Wenji soon congratulated him on his choice to attend Zen-Ion Academy, revealing that he himself had once walked those halls, graduating from class 145. Noticing the boy's expression, Wenji softened and suggested they abandon small talk. There was something far more important he needed to ask first. His eyes grew serious. "Would you risk your life for a friend?" he asked. The protagonist blinked, startled by the question, unable to see where it was leading. Wenji calmly lifted a glowing book, its light flickering across the room. He explained that this matter concerned the honor of the Blander family. Extending the tome toward him, Wenji declared that it would be his, but only if he could prove that he would risk his life for the sake of a friend. The book, he revealed, was the Blander family's secret manual, The Light of Healing. In another part of the estate, Damien's mother tended to her garden in silence. Her hands moved carefully as she trimmed the delicate yellow blossoms, her expression calm yet serious. When she finished, she lifted her face toward the clear sky, releasing a quiet sigh. Damien's acceptance into the academy had eased a heavy weight from her heart. Her thoughts then shifted to his companion. The boy's remarkable talent and good nature had already earned her respect, but what struck her most was his unchanged attitude toward Damien, even after learning the truth about their family. That loyalty, she decided, made him worth keeping close. Still, a problem lingered. He was untethered, like a wild bird belonging nowhere. And so, she began to consider ways to ensure he would remain within their reach forever. Back in the present, the protagonist eyed Wenji Vaughn with suspicion. The book being offered, was it truly the family's secret treatise, or a trap cleverly laid out? Wenji, however, was focused on the boy's eyes. They were too clear, too sharp, impossible to read. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he thought. These were the eyes of a perfect assassin, masking all emotions so well that perhaps even the boy himself no longer knew which face was real. The vice-rector pressed the seriousness of the matter, but the boy cut him off, his tone decisive. He leaned back, crossing his legs with a faint smile. If their situations were the same, he said, then there was no point dragging it out. As long as it was within his ability, he would act without hesitation. Wenji's demeanor shifted, his words suddenly edged with steel. If the boy refused, he said flatly, he would have no choice but to eliminate him. The protagonist only smirked with a tired, almost unhinged look, answering that Wenji should just kill him, since it would only be the second time anyway. At that moment, a wave of power erupted from Wenji's body. Darkness surged, filling the chamber as violet magic crackled through the air. Even the tea in the boy's cup boiled and spilled over, unable to withstand the pressure. Wenji's gaze bore into him, cold and commanding, waiting to see how he would react. Yet the protagonist sat calmly, arms crossed, unmoved by the display. Finally, Wenji's stern expression eased into satisfaction. He admitted he could no longer keep up the act. The boy had passed his test. What he sought was not someone bound by family obligations, but someone he could truly trust. The protagonist scoffed inwardly, unimpressed. To him, that so-called test had been nothing more than a cheap ambush, nothing worth taking seriously. Wenji Vaughn, meanwhile, admitted that his expectations hadn't been high to begin with. Rebellious youths were all cut from the same cloth, he said, which left him genuinely curious. Why would a family with such a notorious reputation entrust someone like this boy to Damien's side? He brushed past the question, offering instead a choice. They could speak formally or informally. The boy agreed without hesitation. Wenji's lips curved into a subtle smile. The earlier conflict, he explained, had served its purpose perfectly. It gave him a convenient excuse to draw closer and engage more directly. The protagonist turned the word over in his mind, probability. What was the true reason the vice-rector had gone out of his way to create such a flimsy pretext? Wenji admitted that making the first move had been difficult. Without any real power struggle to exploit, he had nothing to leverage. His tone darkened, and silence lingered before he spoke again. In a hushed voice, Wenji revealed that he was being watched by the Devlin family. The boy's brows drew together at the name, his voice sharp as he demanded to know why. Wenji answered without hesitation. He was investigating the Devlin's celestial origin magic. The word sent a jolt through the boy, leaving him stunned. Before Wenji could continue, the protagonist cut in abruptly, raising his hand. His suspicion was heavy as he asked how someone who was supposed to be gone could still exist, and whether Wenji's true aim was to destroy that power. Wenji only smiled faintly, confirming his suspicion. At first, yes, his goal had been to uncover a way to shatter the Devlin's celestial magic, the foundation of all their secret arts. But then his expression twisted, his smile stretching into something far more disturbing. He confessed that he had found something even greater, not just a way to destroy it, but a way to refine it, to turn it into perfection. His eyes gleamed as he admitted that now he could no longer stop himself. In that moment, the protagonist understood. This man was not merely eccentric. He was dangerously, hopelessly insane. Wenji Vaughn leaned closer, lowering his voice. What he was doing, he said, had to remain a secret, and even if he wanted to stop, he couldn't. He told Aster that someone like him should be able to understand that urge. The protagonist studied him carefully, eyes fixed on his. Wenji wasn't just some ordinary lunatic, that much was clear. But why carry out such dangerous research within his own family? Still, for Aster, this moment was an opportunity perfectly timed. Memories from his past life surfaced. When Declan wiped out the Blander family, the heart of the destruction had been Hensey's forbidden research on the Thousand Circle. And now, Wenji was pushing forward with a new Thousand Circle experiment. Aster also recalled Farin's scheme, the one that led him to wager Declan's survival in exchange for crushing the Blander. His thoughts tangled in confusion. From the very beginning, Wenji had seen potential in this new Thousand Circle. His strength, absurd as it seemed, came from that very obsession. But Wenji suddenly broke into his thoughts, calling his name. "Are you even listening?" he asked sharply. Then, with a probing look, he questioned whether Aster was truly available, because what he needed had to be handled on a much larger scale. Rubbing his head, the protagonist asked bluntly why Wenji had sought him out in the first place. Wenji explained that he had deliberately kept his Thousand Circle research hidden from his own family. He suspected a spy had been planted among the Blanders, someone he could never identify. Aster suggested the obvious, that if the secret had leaked, perhaps the most suspicious person was the secretary. But Wenji shook his head. That wasn't it. The problem, he said, was tied to the acquisition route itself. Calmly, Aster replied that if the trail could be followed back through the acquisition route, then it meant the formula had been deliberately leaked. Wenji let out a laugh. Exactly, he said. By the time he realized it, the damage had already been done. His tail had been stepped on. He had revealed part of the security formula, and now he was left with the constant weight of knowing his own life could be cut short at any moment. Aster coolly remarked that it would have been far safer if Wenji had just sided with Declan. They would have welcomed him easily. But Wenji dismissed the idea outright. Joining them was impossible, he said, for personal reasons. At last, Wenji came to the real point. Because Aster had no ties to the Blander family, he was the only one who could handle what came next. Wenji explained that he was engaged in joint research, but the part he was responsible for had reached a dead end. He couldn't advance any further on his own. Wenji Vaughn gathered the scattered papers into his hands, stacking them neatly before holding them out. He promised the boy that proper rewards would follow. All he asked was that the theses be delivered to Professor Perrin of Zenion Academy. Once done, he would grant him the light of healing. The protagonist, however, had other ideas. Inside, he laughed. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. With a calm voice, he suggested they make things more interesting. He told Wenji that the healing spell alone wasn't enough. As risk compensation, he wanted that in the new Thousand Circle as well, once it was complete. Only then, he said, could they call themselves true companions in the same boat. It was a double-or-nothing deal. Wenji narrowed his eyes and called him shameless. But Aster only pressed further. Yes or no, he said flatly. If it's no, I won't accept your request. After a pause, Wenji relented. Giving him the new Thousand Circle wouldn't matter much, he reasoned, since the boy couldn't make use of it until it was fully mastered. Once complete, he promised it would be his, but there was a condition. Until the research reached its conclusion, Aster would be bound to lend his aid. Whenever Wenji called, he would come and act as if they truly were companions. That much was non-negotiable. The boy agreed easily, saying it wasn't a problem. If it was related to the thesis, he would step in whenever summoned. Reaching for the stack of papers, Aster mocked him casually, claiming he didn't even know how to read. Wenji froze for a moment, uncertain, before the boy smirked and brushed it off as a joke, leaving the matter in Wenji's hands. Still, Aster asked one final question. If he was to deliver these to Professor Perrin, was that man truly trustworthy? Wenji burst into laughter. From their academy days onward, he said, he and Perrin had battled endlessly for the top spot. From student to assistant professor, all the way through their careers, they had fought tooth and nail for first and second place. But when he returned to the Blander family, their rivalry ended. And of course, Wenji added smugly, I was always the one at the top. Aster listened, unimpressed, thinking Wunji was spewing nonsense. In his mind, he was already picturing Perrin as just another lunatic waiting for him at Zenion Academy. Later, the protagonist sat alone in his room, sorting through the stack of things Wunji Vaughn had handed over. He couldn't help but frown. Wunji had told him not to get caught, yet he had stuffed the pouch with so much extra baggage alongside the real theses. What was the point? As he organized everything, a sealed letter caught his eye. The front read Dear Aster. He smirked arrogantly at it, but tore it open anyway. Inside, the word surprised him. The letter explained that the selected texts had been carefully packed for his benefit, each one essential for his growth. A detailed study order was listed, urging him to devote himself and cultivate an intellect worthy of his position. The sender's name struck him, Hentzi von Blander. For a moment, he was stunned. To receive something like this felt unexpected. He realized Hentzi's system of guiding study from basic to advanced magic, step by step, was nothing short of ingenious. Looking further, he found Hentzi's name again, written on the list of book sponsors. He considered openly placing the Light of Healing Grimoire in the tower for everyone to see, but that was a matter he decided to discuss with Damien first. After all, calling Damien a friend gave him the right to treat it as a privilege between them. Altogether, there were 132 volumes, each belonging to a class of its own. With such a collection, anyone who truly wished to study magic could build their foundation from the ground up. The boy's mind began to race. Initially, he had thought of storing the books in the tower immediately, but he changed his plan. These volumes would not just be resources. They would become the very identity of the tower. A place of learning, open to those who sought knowledge. An unexpected treasure, and now a clear direction for his ambitions. Elsewhere, Wunji Vaughn sat alone in his quarters, mulling over his impressions of the boy. His instincts had been correct. Entrusting the theses to Aster had been the right move. If he had proved unworthy, Wunji would have discarded him without hesitation, like a stone in the road. But instead, Aster had become interesting. His mind replayed the moment when Aster told him to just kill him, as though life itself could be tossed aside. The memory drew a low laugh from Wunji. That kind of recklessness, he wanted to see it again. In truth, the test had been meaningless, nothing but theater. Yet the boy had treated him as a genuine threat. And although Wunji claimed no real reason to kill him, the thought lingered that perhaps one day, he might. Wunji Vaughn lingered on the image of Aster's eyes when he had told him to kill him. Those eyes had treated life itself as worthless, and that alone set him apart from the fools Wunji had dealt with before. Clearly, the boy carried secrets, many of them, and Wunji found that refreshing. For once, he had discovered someone who could stand on equal ground, someone who could face the same direction as him. More than that, the boy demanded the results of his research, a strange but exhilarating feeling for Wunji. And yet, his mind returned to that mocking remark Aster had made, claiming he couldn't read. Was it truly a joke? Wunji had no way of knowing, and the uncertainty gnawed at him. The next morning, Aster prepared himself to depart. He packed his bag carefully, and the maid reminded him that once he reached the academy, he would be formally registered. She also informed him that both he and the young master were exempt from the entrance exam. Looking him over, she remarked warmly that he now looked like a full-fledged academy student, the uniform suiting him perfectly. Aster offered a polite thanks before stepping out. As he walked, he reflected on that privilege, special admissions without trials or examinations. This was the kind of treatment only those from powerful families enjoyed. Outside, Damien was already waiting. The two of them boarded the carriage together. Their mother gave parting words, urging them to stay safe. She told Aster directly that this was a great opportunity for him, and he should use it to achieve the results he desired. He thanked her calmly, though his resolve had already been made. The carriage rolled forward, carrying them towards Zenion, the greatest academy of the Eastern continent, where countless patrons and hidden powers awaited. Aster's mind sharpened with intent. He would meet them all, learn them all, and seize every chance for himself. Looking up at the sky, a faint smile touched his lips. He was coming. As the carriage rattled along the road, Aster kept his focus buried in the book Wunji Vaughn had given him. The more he read, the more he realized just how extraordinary Wunji was as a scholar of magic. To Aster, the structure of magic seemed simple at its core, yet the ways people interpreted it spread endlessly in every direction. He considered water as an example. Some viewed it as the source of life, while others saw it as a force of destruction. Everything changed depending on how it was understood. It became clearer to him that each great family in the magical world had forged its own path, shaping unique traditions based on their own interpretations of the same truths. By the time he finished every book tucked away in his bag, Aster reached a striking realization. Henji's teaching plan wasn't random at all. It was built directly upon the celestial doctrines of the Decolon family. Just as he pieced this together, Damien's lively voice cut through his thoughts, calling out that they had finally arrived. Aster looked up and out the window, where the towering structure of Zenin Academy came into view. Their escort spoke up, informing them that the ride ended there. She explained that, according to the traditions set by the Academy's first headmaster, every new student had to walk through the gates on their own on the day of enrollment, no matter their background or rank. With a kind farewell, she wished them success in the ceremony and hoped their time at the Academy would be filled with wisdom before letting them go. Damien tugged on Aster's arm, urging him to move faster. He reminded Aster that Lancey had warned them there might not be any seats left at the entrance ceremony if they showed up late. Aster found the idea ridiculous, his thoughts brushing it off as if it were no more than superstition. A formal academy ceremony couldn't possibly be run like a village play where seating was decided by who got there first. Then it hit him. Lancey had probably said it just to keep Damien motivated. With that, Aster dropped the argument entirely. Damien, impatient as ever, grabbed his hand tightly and rushed forward, dragging him along toward the gates. When they stepped into the grand hall, the place was already overflowing with students. Damien stared in amazement at the crowd, insisting that Lancey had been right. If they'd come any later, there really wouldn't have been a single seat left. Aster disagreed silently, pulling out the slip of paper with their assigned seats, clearly marked. Class M3, numbers 11 and 12. Still, Damien pointed frantically at some nearby chairs, urging that they take them before they were gone. Aster, quietly entertained by his friend's panic, told him to wait. He couldn't help but think back to how this same Damien, not long ago, had shown no interest in joining the academy, and now here he was, acting as though nothing mattered more. As Damien hurried forward, he tripped and fell headfirst. Aster shot him a sharp look before noticing the cause: a collision with another student. The man was tall, broad, and carried long silver-gray hair that shimmered under the light. His irritation was clear. Damien staggered from the impact, and Aster immediately helped him up, asking if he was hurt. Damien brushed it off with a cheerful grin, insisting he was perfectly fine, then quickly turned to the stranger and offered an apology, admitting he hadn't been paying attention. They had just started to move away when the silver-haired student's voice sliced through the hall, sharp and accusing. He demanded to know what had stained his clothes. Aster turned back calmly, identifying the mark without hesitation: saliva. Judging from the man's bearing and the weight of his aura, Aster could tell he was most likely of noble blood. Expecting Damien to try to fix things, Aster wasn't surprised when his friend immediately began fussing over the man's outfit, apologizing in a rush and promising to clean it so well it would shine brighter than before. But instead of cooling tempers, Damien's frantic effort only fueled the noble's anger further. Aster could already sense trouble rising. The man snapped, his fury boiling over. With a roar, he swung a fist straight at Damien, ordering him to disappear from his sight. But before the punch could land, Aster stepped forward, catching the man's strike firmly in his grasp. He told him flatly that he was mistaken and should stop at once. The noble glared at him with fire in his eyes, demanding to know who dared interfere. Standing at Damien's side, Aster answered without hesitation. He was Damien's friend. The silver-haired youth sneered at his words, mocking his loyalty. He admitted that few would risk themselves for another, but left a cold warning that Aster would regret making such a choice before long. Aster let out a quiet breath, resigning himself to the fact that his hopes of making friends on the first day had already gone up in smoke. Cracking his knuckles, he pushed aside any thought of camaraderie. Clearly, this was someone who only understood fists, not words. The commotion quickly drew a crowd. Students pressed in close, murmuring with curiosity as they watched the tension rise. One whispered that the silver-haired youth resembled someone from the Defies family. They didn't recognize Aster or Damien, but speculation spread quickly. Most sided with Defies, recalling rumors that their newest student this year was said to possess incredible strength. Just then, Another student broke through the gathering, his presence sharp with authority. He scolded the onlookers for standing idle while a fight was about to erupt. Someone nervously asked if they should stop it, but the figure shook his head. Instead, he commanded them to clear space and, realizing Delamphy's son was a mage, he ordered a barrier raised. Without hesitation, the students pooled their skills, sealing off the area with magic. What had begun as a scuffle now turned into an arena match. Excitement surged, shouts, cheers, even wagers filled the air. Almost everyone was chanting the same name. Hickster, second son of the Delamphy family. Hickster stepped forward with confidence, proudly declaring his name and demanding to know who Aster was. Aster answered evenly. Unlike him, he came from no grand lineage and should be thought of as nothing more than a passerby. Hickster sneered, dismissing his lack of noble blood, but claiming the cramped barrier would put a mage at a disadvantage. With mock generosity, he even offered Aster the first strike. The remark amused Aster. Inwardly, he scoffed. Hickster claimed to hate needless talk, yet here he was, spilling words endlessly. Perhaps it was fear hiding behind the arrogance. That single thought pushed Hickster over the edge. With fury blazing, he lunged, throwing a heavy punch meant to end the fight instantly. Aster slipped past it with ease, unfazed. Hickster's frustration only deepened, his teeth grinding as the duel truly began. But before pressing forward, Aster added one last remark. Hickster was wrong. He wasn't facing just one opponent, but two. In a flash, Aster countered with a crushing blow of his own. The strike landed clean, sending Hickster reeling, blood spraying from his lips as he was hurled backward across the arena. Hickster had always believed that no strike from a mage could ever truly shake him. Yet the instant Aster's punch landed, his certainty crumbled. The force rattled through his body, leaving him stunned. He stared in disbelief, demanding to know how a supposed magician could hit with such power, cursing Aster as a scoundrel. For the first time, he wondered if the boy before him was even a mage at all. Aster's eyes burned with intensity, his aura swirling violently around him. Hickster was still reeling, trying to process the impossible strength behind that strike, when a warm glow enveloped him. His wounds began to mend. To his shock, the healer was Damien. He couldn't comprehend why Damien would aid his enemy instead of him. Aster muttered under his breath, scoffing that this was the kind of absurdity only noble families could conjure. Seizing the moment while Hickster was distracted, Aster smirked and slammed him with another strike, scolding him for losing focus mid-fight. Hickster's world turned nightmarish. One boy hammered him relentlessly, while the other restored his health with cheerful laughter. Damien cackled wildly as he continued casting his healing spells, and Hickster's heart pounded with dread. The thought clawed at him. Were these two lunatics toying with him? A desperate wish flickered in his mind. If only he could fall unconscious and escape this torment. For the first time, he questioned if what he felt was fear. Around him, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. Their voices crashed against him like waves, demanding to know why he was faltering, shouting his name, calling him the pride of the Delamphy bloodline, the radiant star of the Eastern continent, the beacon of martial artists. They pushed him to end the fight quickly, to stop dragging out their disappointment. Each cry dug into him, fueling his fury. Grinding his teeth, Hickster roared back, spitting rage at the insult of a mere mage daring to look down on him. He lunged, throwing a punch that tore through the air, only for Aster to slip aside effortlessly. Desperation twisted into resolve as Hickster gathered every ounce of energy within his body. He unleashed his strongest strike, an explosion shaking the barrier with a deafening blast. The onlookers roared in awe, proclaiming that this was the Hickster they admired, the warrior worthy of the Delamphy name. Hickster felt his blow connect, his confidence swelling, but then confusion struck. Why did it feel so light? His triumph froze into shock as he realized the truth. Aster had been hurled into the air, yet he landed with flawless grace, steadying himself as though nothing had happened. Calmly, he brushed the dust from his clothes, unbothered, his gaze fixed on Hickster. Rage consumed him. With a guttural scream, Hickster charged once more. Aster remained still, watching intently, ready to meet him head-on. Assessing the fight, Aster quickly understood the flaw in their situation. With Damien constantly healing Hickster, the battle could drag on endlessly. The only solution was clear. He needed to end it with a single, decisive blow. Closing his eyes for a moment, he steadied his will. In his past life, alongside his comrades, he had forged a technique unlike any other. Blue lightning began to gather in his palm, crackling with violent force. This was no martial art, nor was it a spell. It was something beyond both, an art born from the raw collision of mana itself, honed into pure form. He had named it the collision style. Channeling the power, Aster unleashed the strike. The world seemed to shatter as a brilliant flash of radiant blue erupted, consuming the arena in blinding light. The sheer intensity made the barrier tremble, students straining to hold it together. Gasps echoed as many shielded their eyes, stunned by the overwhelming surge. When the explosion finally died down, a heavy dust cloud hung thick in the air, cloaking the battlefield in silence. Every breath in the hall caught at once. The spectators leaned forward, desperate to glimpse the outcome. Slowly, the haze began to clear. Then, Aster's figure emerged, his hands lifted high in open declaration. With calm, yet commanding confidence, he proclaimed his victory and demanded the crowd raise their voices. And they did. Cheers thundered from every corner. The arena is shaking with excitement and disbelief. Those who had bet on Aster shouted themselves hoarse, celebrating their unlikely win. Damien raced to his side, overjoyed, shouting that they had done it. Aster, however, remained composed, acknowledging him only with a steady, unshaken reply. Not all were impressed. From the edge of the gathering, a nobleman sneered with his companion, muttering that such crude brawling was disgraceful for a magic student. But before their mockery could spread, an enraged official stormed onto the scene. His voice cut like thunder as he demanded the students step aside. He bellowed with fury, demanding to know who had dared stir up such chaos on the very first day of the entrance ceremony, threatening to drag them all away if no one confessed. Aster admitted to himself that the uproar was his doing, though he felt no real concern. As a fixer, he had countless ways to vanish if things turned troublesome, and besides, the crowd had enjoyed every moment of the spectacle. But before he could slip away, Damien suddenly stepped forward, dragging him along. With bold, almost playful defiance, Damien shouted to the official that the others were blameless, and that the true culprits were none other than the two of them. He even jabbed a finger toward himself and Aster, drawing every eye, and the official's full glare, onto them. Aster clicked his tongue, annoyed by Damien's recklessness. The enraged official turned sharply in their direction, demanding confirmation. Behind him, Hickster lay sprawled on the ground, unmoving. Damien, standing tall with unwavering conviction, repeated without hesitation, "It was them." After the chaos they had caused, Aster and Damien were quickly summoned before a stern academy official. Inside the plain, no-nonsense office, the man's voice carried a heavy edge as he demanded they confess honestly. They admitted their part without hesitation, neither dodging nor denying the truth. Since Hickster had suffered no lasting damage that justified harsher punishment, the official chose, albeit reluctantly, to let the matter go. Still, before dismissing them, he fixed them both with a piercing stare and warned that he would be keeping his eyes on them for as long as they remained in the academy. Stepping out of the tent, Aster exhaled in relief. They made their way back to the hall, and to his quiet satisfaction, the entrance ceremony had yet to begin. Inside the vast chamber, filled with rows of new students, their arrival immediately drew whispers. Curious eyes turned toward them, voices murmuring about how someone as frail-looking as Aster could have beaten a trained martial artist, and how a supposed mage could fight with such raw, brutal strength. Damien, basking in the attention, grinned and waved enthusiastically, already reveling in their sudden fame. Aster, however, sought only peace, urging him to stop and motioning toward their seats. Damien's excitement only grew when he noticed their friends had saved them spots. To him, friendship was the greatest treasure of all, a sentiment that brought a faint, reluctant smile to Aster's lips. Soon, the ceremony began in earnest. led by a lengthy speech from the headmaster. His words dragged on endlessly, and Aster found himself thinking dryly about the man's incredible stamina, how he could go on without pause, neither tiring nor boring himself. Damien, on the other hand, didn't last nearly as long. His head bobbed, his eyes drooped, and soon he was fast asleep, drooling. Irritated, Aster leaned over, straightened Damien's clothes, nudged him awake, and quickly wiped away the drool before anyone noticed. Just then, an assistant burst into the hall, hurrying toward the stage. He whispered urgently to the headmaster, who frowned in confusion. What could possibly be more important than the academy's entrance ceremony? After a brief exchange, the headmaster cleared his throat, apologized to the gathered students, and explained that he was required elsewhere. With uneasy steps, he left the stage in haste, ending the speech abruptly. In the headmaster's absence, a woman with blazing orange hair strode onto the stage, her confident steps alone enough to silence the hall. Every eye turned to her, the atmosphere shifting with awe and unease. Introducing herself firmly as Jera, she explained that she would preside over the rest of the ceremony due to the urgent matter that had pulled the headmaster away. Without delay, she announced the start of the new student oath and called upon the representative of the magic department, a young woman with long silver gray hair named Dahlia de Denai. At the sound of her name, the hall stirred with whispers. Some were stunned that a member of such a renowned family had taken the entrance exam like everyone else. Doubters muttered that her abilities must be lacking, only for others to scoff at the idea. She was, after all, the third daughter of the Denai family head, and the Denai clan would never permit someone untalented to tarnish their name. Aster recognized her immediately. His thoughts turned to her family's standing. If the Declan family stood unrivaled in magical supremacy across the eastern continent, then the Denai family was second only to them, both in power and reputation. Dahlia had long been hailed as the family's brightest hope. Aster remembered well the strength she had once shown, and how she had aided him greatly after he stepped down from his life as a fixer. Their bond had never been that of savior and saved. It was more like partners in crime, bound by shared secrets and dangerous paths. For the first time in a while, a genuine warmth touched his face at the sight of her, now standing proudly as a new student. Jera then summoned the representative of the martial arts department, a young man named Paul. The absence of a family name made it clear. Paul was neither noble nor tied to any powerful house. Considering Aster's earlier victory over Hickster, the son of Delanthe, Paul's appointment was sure to draw scorn from the Academy's nobility. With the oath complete, Jera formally declared it concluded and began introducing the professors of Class 172, inviting each to step on the stage one by one. While the introductions proceeded, Aster felt a gaze on him. Glancing up, he noticed Dahlia watching him with unreadable eyes. For a brief moment, he wondered if it was his imagination playing tricks on him, fueled by their past connection. But he brushed the thought aside just as quickly. It wasn't something that mattered right now. As the introductions carried on, an unexpected moment drew attention. Dahlia stumbled and fell, prompting muffled laughter to ripple through the hall. The students quickly hushed as the professors stepped forward, their presence commanding silence. Each introduced themselves in turn, radiating prestige and authority. Among them, Aster spotted a familiar name, Professor Perrin. Henji had spoken of him before, though Aster hadn't expected him to appear so late in the ceremony. When Perrin introduced himself in a deep, steady voice as the instructor for fundamentals of magic, Aster couldn't help but compare him to Henji. He had expected someone of a similar character, yet Perrin was nothing like the image he had imagined. Then he reminded himself, Henji's carefully maintained social mask had fooled even him. Judging by appearances alone was a mistake he would not repeat. When all introductions were complete, Jera announced the official conclusion of the ceremony and instructed students to follow their assigned supervisors to their dormitories. Aster gave Damien a nudge, rousing him from his nap. Still groggy, Damien blinked and asked in surprise if the ceremony was already over. Aster seized the moment, teasing him that he had been caught sleeping, expelled on the spot, and needed to pack his bags immediately. Damien's reaction was explosive, He panicked, screaming and wailing at the thought, convinced it was true. On his way to the dormitory, Aster shook his head, amused by Damien's theatrics. His assigned room was on the top floor, with a clear view and a surprising level of comfort. Stepping inside, he found it clean and well-kept, far better than he had expected. On the desk lay a set of simple daily essentials, identical to those given to all students. Aster realized this was intentional. The academy ensured no one's social rank could be revealed by trivial possessions. Over time, however, students would naturally acquire belongings of their own, and even the smallest item could reveal much about status. It was then he noticed his roommate and immediately recognized him. Paul, the representative of the martial arts department. Aster could sense the displeasure radiating from him. Paul's expression was dark, his demeanor rigid. In a cold, unyielding tone, he laid down a single rule. He didn't care what Aster did in the room, but under no circumstances were they to meddle in each other's affairs, not even with words. His eyes hardened as he fixed Aster with a glare, demanding if he understood. Aster regarded Paul calmly, noting the arrogance radiating from him. His silence only fueled Paul's irritation until, unable to hold back, Paul snapped in anger, demanding why he refused to answer. In that instant, Aster reflected quietly. This was the martial arts department's top student, someone worth testing. He wondered about Paul's true strength and the unease he seemed to carry. Without warning, Aster lunged, delivering a sudden strike. Paul's eyes widened, caught off guard, before he reacted with fury. His blade flashed from its sheath, slashing through the air in tight quarters as he lashed out, demanding to know the meaning of such a reckless attack. Aster observed closely, impressed despite himself. Paul's control was sharp, his movements refined, and even in such a cramped room he had drawn his sword without striking a single object. Aster admitted inwardly, his skill was formidable. The tense standoff was broken by Damien's voice outside the door, calling firmly for Aster to come out. With a faint smile, Aster stepped back, muttering that he wouldn't be staying in the room anyway. As he passed, he gave Paul a casual pat on the shoulder and added with dry humor that he was free to do whatever he liked. But if Aster chose to sing loudly until midnight, he had better not complain. He ended with a pointed look, asking if they understood one another. Outside, Damien greeted him with boundless energy, hailing him warmly as his friend. Curiosity sparked, Damien asked who Aster's roommate was. Aster replied flatly that he had no idea. Shocked, Damien exclaimed at how little his friend seemed to care about the one sharing his quarters, but Aster offered no reply. Inwardly, he thought only he was busy. With excitement, Damien proposed they explore the academy grounds together. He explained how Lancey had told him that there were countless sites and attractions within Zenion Academy, and that the very first day was the perfect time to explore them with a friend. Aster considered it. The academy was vast, sprawling like a city of its own. He realized Lancey's true intention wasn't just for leisure. It was to make sure both he and Damien learned the grounds well enough not to get lost later. Seeing the practicality of it, Aster agreed, deciding it was worth the effort. But then, a subtle shift pricked at Aster's senses, a sharp awareness born of instinct and training. He recognized it instantly. It was something he had felt countless times in his past life, the presence of Declan troubleshooters. These elusive assassins, often called running demons, had revealed themselves to his perception. Deciding to take advantage of the so-called tour, Aster resolved to use the opportunity to gauge just how many were lurking nearby. Masking his wariness with a touch of feigned enthusiasm, he urged Damien to pick up the pace so they could continue their walk. Damien, oblivious to the danger, was spellbound by the beauty around them. His awe spilled over at every sight, his excitement uncontainable. When his eyes fell on a vast, glittering lake, he gasped with admiration, marveling aloud that nothing like it existed back in his desert homeland. To Aster, however, it felt less like a tour and more like babysitting a restless child. He realized with a sigh that this must have been Lancey's plan all along, saddling him with the exhausting task of keeping Damien entertained. Quietly, he promised himself he would repay her for this nuisance sooner or later. Half amused, Aster teased Damien, suggesting he should ask for a private lake of his own. Startled, Damien blinked, unsure if he was serious. Aster explained casually that it was simple: dig a large enough pit and fill it with water. Fired up, Damien declared he would build one even grander than the one before them. When he asked what name should be given to such a creation, Aster smirked and answered with pride: blood, sweat, and tears. Damien couldn't help but laugh at the odd name. Their stroll carried on. When Damien admired an intricate, towering statue, Aster repeated his earlier jest, remarking that he could always commission one for himself. Damien's excitement grew even more when they came upon a magnificent dragon sculpture, his eyes shining with wonder. Far away, at that very moment, Lancey suddenly shivered for no apparent reason, unaware of the mischief unfolding in her absence. At last, Aster decided he had indulged Damien's enthusiasm long enough. He suggested they call the tour finished and return to the dormitories, his patience finally at its end. On the walk back, Aster quietly counted the assassins shadowing the grounds. 7 confirmed so far, and by his estimate, the total number hovered around 10. Their movements traced a pattern, and it didn't take him long to pinpoint their hub: the second magic hall, where Professor Perrin's laboratory was located. The realization struck him with certainty. Their true target was Perrin. The Declan family must have uncovered that Henji hadn't been working alone, and now they had turned their watchful eyes on one of his closest associates. Not far away, Aster spotted one of the troubleshooters concealed in the brush, his attention fixed elsewhere. Aster's lips curved faintly. They weren't hunting him. Their sights were locked firmly on Perrin. Lifting his gaze toward the clear night sky, Aster resolved that tonight he would uncover just how much they already knew of Henji's schemes. That night, under the cover of darkness, one of the troubleshooters slipped toward an academy building, his movements silent as a shadow. Within its depths, 2 masked figures crossed paths. The first asked about their comrades, and the other reported that they had already advanced to the designated location. He added that new orders had arrived, commanding them to gather at the secondary target's nest. The first pressed for clarity: primary or secondary? The answer came without hesitation: secondary. According to fresh intelligence, a valuable item would be delivered to that site at midnight. And on top of that, their network had succeeded in locating Henji himself. The revelation made the first troubleshooter tense. So Henji had finally surfaced. That confirmed it. Among the secondary targets, their true mark was Professor Perrin. Panic flickered in the second man's eyes. He demanded to know how they could possibly breach the defenses of the Academy's professors without support from the elite single digits. Such a mission, he argued, was suicide without the might of their top 3. But his partner only shook his head. None of the elites would come. The news sent the second into fury, until the first revealed name. One reinforcement had been promised: Callahan, the fire demon himself, a living legend among their ranks. The troubleshooter stiffened at the name. Callahan, the vice captain of the Crimson Jewel Mage Corps, an infamous figure of the Declan family whose merciless flames devoured all in their path. To hear that he was part of the mission was as chilling as it was clear. Their superiors had already marked them for sacrifice. If Callahan was involved, their survival meant nothing. His partner quickly tried to steady him, reminding him that deploying such a notorious mage carried immense risk for the Declan family itself. Perhaps, he reasoned, the mission would not escalate into an all-out confrontation. But either way, the urgency pressed upon them. The 2 assassins agreed they needed to regroup with their comrades immediately. Whatever slim chance of survival, they would only grow if they moved as one. Elsewhere, from the stillness of his balcony, Aster mulled over the fragments he had caught. Midnight, and one name burned sharply in his mind: Callahan. Aster's mind drifted back to memories of Callahan, a man who had once stood at the absolute summit of power, even in his own previous life. After the Declan family's near ruin in their savage war with the Blandos, when their strength had splintered and their influence crumbled, Callahan had remained unwavering in loyalty. Dangerous now, yes, but his true legend had been forged after that war, when history itself branded him as the unyielding fire demon of Declan. To Aster, this was more than a threat. It was an opportunity. The flames Callahan wielded were born from the ancient Declan arts. and Aster resolved that seizing even a fragment of that knowledge would be worth any risk. It suddenly made sense to him. The troubleshooter who had been tailing him earlier had vanished the moment Callahan's name entered the picture. The mission had shifted. This was too valuable to ignore. Yet one detail gnawed at Aster. The item they sought, the thesis. He already had it. The copy in his possession was genuine, not some counterfeit. So why would the assassins believe it was being delivered to Perrin? The answer was unsettlingly clear. Another thesis must exist, but it could only be a decoy, bait laid to draw the Declan pursuers into a carefully laid trap. That night, Aster lay motionless in bed, feigning deep sleep. Across the room, Paul silently prepared himself. Clad in black garments, armed with blades and tools for battle, he moved with practiced caution. His eyes flicked toward Aster's bed, ensuring his roommate hadn't stirred before slipping into the night. Meanwhile, in the dim office of Professor Perrin, the man sat hunched over his desk, pen scratching across paper. A ripple of disturbance brushed through the room. His head lifted, eyes narrowing. The troubleshooters had come. He had tolerated their lurking from the shadows, but stepping brazenly into his domain. This was insolence he would not forgive. Fury welled within him as he rose, ready to answer their intrusion. The office door creaked open. Perrin didn't need to look. He felt the intruder's energy the instant he stepped inside. A masked figure moved through the doorway, only to freeze when Perrin spoke his name aloud with calm certainty. Pola. Perrin's tone was cold, measured. If Pola truly wished to master the art of stealth, he should first learn to control his energy. That, Perrin said flatly, was the foundation of infiltration. Though whether Pola ever got another chance to practice, it was another matter. Startled, Pola removed the letter he carried and handed it forward. As Perrin read, the pieces fell into place. Hency's hand was all over this, trying to slip the thesis past the Declan family, only to stumble into a trap. Yet Perrin hesitated. Hency was far too clever to be caught in something so crude. There had to be another layer, some hidden aim lying beneath the surface. Before he could dig deeper, heavy steps sounded. A deafening blast ripped through the office wall in a storm of fire and stone. From the wreckage stepped a man with long crimson hair and a theatrical grin. His presence was suffocating. He greeted the professor with a mock flourish, announcing himself as Callahan. Of course, he doubted a book-bound scholar had ever heard the name. Pola stood stunned, breath caught in his throat. Callahan spared Perrin only a glance before sneering at Pola, mocking the sword on his hip as nothing more than the mark of a lowly mercenary. But Perrin's eyes were like ice. He cut him off without hesitation, saying he had never heard the name Callahan and had no interest in his empty chatter. His words grew colder still as he added that the man's very stench was enough to rot the nose. The insult landed with startling force. Callahan, who was unaccustomed to such contempt, blinked in surprise. Then, instead of rage, laughter burst from him. He roared with amusement, declaring this was the first time anyone had ever dared speak to him in such a way. But the laughter quickly curdled into menace. His gaze darkened as he declared that Pola would die here tonight. As for the professor, perhaps he would leave him alive, though stripped of an arm and an eye. Without further words, battle erupted. Perrin stepped forward, his presence swelling as a massive surge of ice roared forth. The explosion of cold ripped through the air, shaking the building to its foundations. Pola staggered back, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the power unleashed before him. Perrin's voice cut through the storm. From this moment forward, he said, he would no longer view Pola as a student. He was a mercenary now, and his life, his survival, rested on his own strength. Pola's grip tightened around his sword. His fear hardened into resolve. Tonight, he would fight to the death. Even amidst the chaos, Professor Perrin's sharp mind caught the flaw in the scene. Why had no alarms sounded, despite the devastation tearing through his office? The answer came swiftly. Declan's assassins had sealed the entire area within a suppression barrier, muting all alerts. His eyes flicked briefly toward Pola, doubt flickering. Could such a trembling novice truly be relied upon in a battle of this scale? Across from him, Callahan's gaze dropped to an envelope lying on the floor. He sneered, claiming it stank of Blando's corruption. With a curl of his lips, he declared that Perrin would never willingly hand over what he sought. If that was the case, then why not make it interesting? His grin twisted as he raised his hand, and a colossal tide of fire erupted, consuming the chamber in a roaring inferno. Perrin felt the presence of more enemies converging. Outside, shadows surged as waves of troubleshooters swarmed toward the building. The battle exploded into full fury, Callahan's flames crashing violently against the defenses and counterstrikes of Perrin and Pola, each collision shaking the Academy's walls. Not far away, hidden in the dark, Aster observed the storm unfold. At last, he thought, the situation had reached a point worth his attention. Drawing his hood low and slipping on his mask, his eyes sharpened. It had been a long time since he had acted not as Aster, but as the one he had once been, troubleshooter number 1. He rose to his feet, brushing off the dust as if the moment finally arrived. All right, then, shall we begin? And without wasting a breath, he clasped his hands and murmured into the empty air, "Oh, Lady Moon, let me be a righteous troubleshooter again today." A few seconds of silence passed. His eyes open, calm, almost amused. Though honestly, I've never been all that righteous. And then, he shot forward like a bullet. Meanwhile, inside the second magic hall, chaos was already exploding. The entire building shook from within as blasts ruptured walls and pillars. At the center of it all stood Callahan, laughing like a lunatic, flames bursting endlessly from his hands. Not bad. You're holding out better than expected, mercenary. At the front, Paul staggered, his breathing ragged. Damn it. Who would have thought the charm the captain gave me was actually a protective artifact? I'm alive thanks to that thing. From aside, Professor Farron stepped forward sharply. Move. Ice magic erupted from him. In a single breath, the hall froze over, thick walls of frost rising to block Callahan's firestorm. Professor Farron placed a firm hand on Paul's shoulder. Not bad. I guess you're more reliable than I thought. Suddenly, Paul felt cold ether coil around his blade. His eyes widened. Ether on my sword? Is this an enchantment? Professor Farron glanced at him. Can you block what comes next? Paul didn't hesitate. As many as you throw. But inside, he knew the truth. If I fail even once, I die. Callahan watched them with a wide grin. A magician and a garter? Huh? A classic pairing. Then, he unleashed a fire spell far stronger than before. The ice wall shattered like glass. Paul stepped in, sword glowing with cold ether, slashing straight into the incoming flames. Behind him, Professor Farron repelled other troubleshooters, his thoughts deepening. The garter handled his part, but at this rate, I'll just be dragged along. No. If nature's mana is limited and multiple casters issue commands, then it becomes a battle for dominance. He exhaled slowly. In that case, I'll gamble. Let's see, Paul, how much power can you withstand from me? A violent surge of magic exploded outward, engulfing both Professor Farron and Paul. Callahan's eyes sparkled as he burst out laughing. Well, now look at this. Callahan's lips curled into a wild grin. A power struggle, is it? Fine, let's find out who breaks first. Purple flames burst from his body, lightning snapping around him like living serpents. A heartbeat later, boom, another explosion ripped through the battlefield. Callahan's mana skyrocketed, drowning the hall in violent pressure. Paul was the first to feel it. His body lifted off the ground as if the shockwave had swatted him like an insect. As he spun through the air, he cursed through clenched teeth. Damn it, every single one of them is a monster. How am I supposed to jump into this? He crashed into the ground, rolling painfully until the momentum died. If this was how it was going to be, you all should have just fought each other from the beginning. Up ahead, Callahan's fire and Professor Farron's ice collided with such force that a massive tornado of flames and frost erupted, shredding everything around it. Dust and debris were sucked in and hurled across the hall. From afar, the remaining troubleshooters stood frozen, their faces pale. One finally broke the silence, voice trembling. Damn, this is brutal. Stand by. Anyone rushing in now is signing their death warrant. Catch your breath while you can. Another asked, how many troubleshooters are still? He never finished. A sudden shockwave blasted through their formation, slamming several to the floor. Someone screamed, "Wah!" A surprise attack. Incoming. A blur tore across the battlefield. Aster. He crashed down like a meteor, the ground splitting beneath him. Both Callahan and Professor Farron immediately snapped their gazes toward the newcomer. Aster straightened, his voice icy and theatrical. And now, for my grand entrance. Silence. Even the storm of magic seemed to hesitate. Then Callahan exploded with rage. Are you kidding me? Aster didn't bother responding. He vanished, then reappeared directly in front of Callahan, hand clamped around his throat. His voice dropped to a lethal snarl. Callahan, this spot will be your grave. Die. Callahan barely reacted in time, thrusting a spell into Aster's chest at point-blank range. Kaboom! The explosion detonated between them, flinging both backward. Callahan skidded across the stone, finally collapsing to one knee. Blood gushed from his mouth as he hacked violently. Damn it, the mana backlash. Aster lunged again, relentless, but Callahan couldn't even lift a hand to defend himself. That's when the other troubleshooters finally crashed in, swarming to intercept Aster's assault. Callahan seized a moment, clutching his chest as he staggered back. I need to suppress the mana backlash first, or I'm dead. Callahan gulped down the potion, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Where the hell does a monster like that even come from? He muttered under his breath. But whatever thought he had after that vanished instantly. Because when he looked up, Aster was already tearing through the troubleshooters surrounding him. Not struggling, not defending, dominating. Callahan's eyes widened, the shock hitting him harder than any spell. These movements, not a single step wasted. Every action perfect. That's the pinnacle of efficiency. His gaze sharpened even further, and his magic completely optimized for speed. Damn it, am I actually impressed? But admiration didn't matter here. Survival did. Callahan snapped his hand forward, magic circles blooming like flowers of death in front of him. 1, 2, 3, more. His voice erupted in fury. I don't know who the hell you are, but I'll kill you. A storm of destructive spells blasted outward, straight toward Aster, and unfortunately straight through the troubleshooters caught in the line of fire. Kaboom! The sky lit up in a blinding explosion, the shockwave ripping across the battlefield and shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Callahan hacked up another mouthful of blood, his chest rising and falling like it was fighting to keep him alive. Did I hit him? He muttered weakly, a twisted smile crawling across his blood-smeared face. He didn't care who else got caught in the blast. Some of his own troubleshooters were probably burning in the air right now. But to Callahan, only one thing mattered, the mission. Nothing else. When he forced his gaze upward, he saw charred bodies drifting down from the sky, limbs burnt, flesh blackened. He sneered. Good. That masked bastard was a threat. Eliminating him was worth any cost. Reaching into his magic inventory, Callahan pulled out 2 more potions, his smile widening despite the blood dripping down his chin. He chuckled bitterly to himself. TCH, I got too excited. That's not like me at all. Still, if he regrouped with the survivors, they could overwhelm Professor Farron. He raised a potion toward his lips, and then a voice cut through the battlefield like a blade of ice. Is that all you've got? Callahan froze. His hand trembled. That voice calm, sharp, surgical. Aster. Aster's tone dripped with quiet contempt. Outwardly, you look like a madman, but inside, you're cold, calculating, a snake. He continued, his words carving into Callahan's pride. I knew from the beginning you planned to blow me up, along with your own people. High above, Aster extended his hand downward, fingers shaped like a gun, eyes glowing with cold light. Your ruthlessness will be the reason you lose. A flash, a streak of light tore through the air. Callahan barely saw it. So fast, he whispered, and then his body locked up. His ponytail snapped free as blood streamed from the center of his forehead. He collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut, dead before he hit the ground. Aster descended in silence, landing beside the corpse. He stared at Callahan for a moment. A war mage, he really lived up to the name. Any ordinary mage would have died instantly from that surprise attack. Callahan had managed to react, to counter, before the end. His instincts and judgment had been razor sharp. Aster exhaled slowly. His final spell was useful to me. If Callahan had backed the others and forced a long battle, if he'd chosen a war of attrition, Aster admitted the truth to himself. With the mana he had left, he would have lost. Aster knelt beside Callahan's corpse, humming lightly as if he were sorting through groceries rather than the belongings of a dead war mage. He dug through robes, belts, and pouches until something finally caught his fingers. A small, enchanted pouch. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Knew it. Combat mages never trust anyone. They always carry their secret arts on them. The pouch shimmered faintly with a subspace pocket and a simple owner recognition spell. nothing he couldn't break later. He slipped it away for safekeeping. That's when he sensed movement. Aster turned, eyes narrowing at the figure emerging from the shadows. "You're late, Professor Farron." Furuin stepped into view, calm but guarded. "I was busy freezing some rats," he said coolly, lifting a hand as a ball of ice magic condensed in his palm. His voice sharpened. "Are you one of them as well?" Aster let out a long, exhausted sigh. First a madman, and now a fighting lunatic. He glanced at Professor Farron's raised hand. "What do you think about the fact that I just killed one of Declan's men?" Professor Farron didn't answer immediately. He studied Aster in silence, weighing every breath, every twitch. Finally, he lowered his hand. "If you called him a madman, then you must be the messenger Wenji sent." Aster blinked. "Seriously? That's all it took for him to trust me?" He wondered if the professor was brilliant or simply reckless. Professor Farron continued. "A mercenary approached me earlier. Did Wenji split his thesis into 2 parts?" Aster shook his head. "Never heard of it. Probably a decoy. Wenji likely sent a fake to lure out Declan's agents, while reinforcing Hazen and the Academy. It was a smart move, cut Declan's influence while tightening defenses. But something still bothered Aster. The blackout spell the troubleshooters cast shouldn't have delayed the Imperial Knights for this long. With a battle this loud, this destructive, they should be here already. Unless the Declan family interfered with their movements. The thought dug deeper into his mind like a thorn. Professor Farron's voice pulled him back. "So you truly are the messenger?" Aster wordlessly handed him the thesis papers. Professor Farron scanned them, his expression unreadable, his gaze flicking from page to page. Then he looked up. "Do you even know what's written inside?" Aster smirked, eyes glinting. "Know it? I understand it." Furuin gave a slight nod. He could hear the certainty in Aster's voice. Aster crossed his arms casually. "I don't mind a fight, but I'd rather not lose a useful ally." A quiet moment passed. Professor Farron slipped the thesis into his coat pocket and finally spoke. "Fine. I don't want to lose an ally either. I'll accept it for now." His eyes narrowed. "But Wenji only trusts people with clear goals. If I don't trust you, I need to give you something as well. So what do you want?" Aster thought for only a heartbeat. "A book." Professor Farron blinked. "A book?" Aster nodded. "I'm going to build a massive tower filled with books anyone can read. So I want one written by you, your perspective on magic." Furuin pressed a palm to his forehead and exhaled. Then, unexpectedly, a faint smile appeared. Writing something like that might actually be Professor Farron, though I doubt most people could understand it. Satisfied, Aster turned to walk away. "Then I'm off." But Professor Farron called out, "Hold on. How do we contact each other? You'll need to deliver the next thesis." Aster stopped mid-step, grimacing. "I'd rather not exchange contact information with another man." The silence that followed was painfully awkward. Finally, with clear reluctance, Aster reached into his subspace pocket and pulled out 2 small crystals. He tossed one to Professor Farron. "Communication crystals. Break one, the other shatters. If yours breaks, I'll come. If 2 or more break, things are bad. In that case, don't expect me to show up." Professor Farron caught the crystal and nodded dryly. "Relax. I don't like men either." Aster left without another word. Professor Farron stood alone, the battlefield eerily quiet now, and muttered to himself, "Why do I suddenly feel uneasy?" Before long, the Imperial Knights finally arrived, late, confused, and scrambling to secure the area. They began evacuating Academy students, shouting orders, and forming defensive lines. Aster, blending seamlessly into the mass of students, stepped outside as if nothing had happened. Damien, still half asleep and rubbing his eyes, spotted him. "Hey, where were you? Feels like I haven't seen you in forever." Aster didn't hesitate. "Had to drop a big one." Damien blinked in slow confusion. Aster's mind, however, was already elsewhere. With Callahan and the troubleshooters gone, the Declan family will probably crawl underground for a while. "Good." Damien interrupted Aster's thoughts with the most ridiculous question imaginable. "Were you constipated? I can heal that, you know." Aster didn't even bother responding. His mind was already diving back into the battlefield. The sigil. Why had it reacted? It normally lay dormant, silent. But when he blocked Callahan's final spell, the sigil's energy surged into his force field and reinforced it. That's the only reason he'd survived without a scratch. It wasn't the barrier growing stronger. It was something else, something more primal. It felt like an exclusion phenomenon, the kind elemental mages use to avoid hurting themselves with their own magic. Just like Callahan, who could hurl fire everywhere without turning himself into charcoal. But why had the sigil activated then? What triggered it? What were its actual conditions? You would have to dig deeper. Damien's voice snapped back again. Just take off your pants already. Aster groaned. No. He mentally added another task to his list. Visit Lapper, the Eastern Continent's largest library housed right here at the Academy. If any place had answers, it would be there. Just as he was planning his next move, someone called out behind him. Aster turned. A man approached with a bright, friendly grin. Hey, I'm Chinbi. Aster eyed him suspiciously. What do you want? Chinbi laughed casually. I was impressed by your fighting. You're pretty good. Aster's eyes narrowed. Did he see me during the battle? If so, my identity might be exposed. A cold thought surfaced. If he saw too much, I might have to erase him. But Chinbi, still smiling like a harmless puppy, continued. I met your fight with the martial arts group on the first day. That was amazing. How'd you pull that off? Aster blinked. So that was it? He smirked awkwardly. Instead of staying low profile, he'd ended up earning a reputation. And this Chinbi kid wasn't even showing him the slightest hint of respect in his tone. Aster shrugged. That martial artist didn't have enough ether yet. Once he gets stronger, it'll be different. Chinbi's laughter turned bashful. Yeah, I get it. Then, scratching his cheek, he added softly, I just wanted to be around someone. I don't really have close friends yet. Hard to fit in here. Aster studied Chinbi for a moment. And to his surprise, he understood exactly how the guy felt. He'd been there once, isolated, out of place, unsure where he fit. An awkward silence lingered before Chinbi spoke again, his voice quieter this time. The Academy says everyone's equal, but that's only on paper. Students aren't the same. Someone like me, from a poor family, it's normal to feel like an outsider. As if afraid of sounding pitiful, he quickly added, but it doesn't really matter. Aster shrugged. Do what you want. It's fine. Chinbi exhaled, relieved. A small but genuine smile formed on his face. Good. I was a little worried. It's rough being alone in places like this. Aster hesitated, then nodded. True enough. Chinbi kept talking, bouncing from one topic to another. As the minutes passed, Aster found himself thinking, this is a normal conversation, isn't it? It felt strange. Most people he had met in his life were either insane, dangerous, or outright unpredictable. He had almost forgotten what it was like to speak with someone ordinary. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Maybe my academy life is finally starting. The next day, lecture hall. Damien yawned loudly beside him. Ugh, I'm so sleepy. Aster ignored him, quietly reading a book when Chinbi suddenly appeared again. Morning, he greeted cheerfully. Aster and Damien returned the greeting as Chinbi sat down beside them. After everything that happened yesterday, they still expect us to attend class? He laughed. Feels a bit excessive, don't you think? Aster nodded. Agreed. As he looked at Chinbi, memories of yesterday's conversation resurfaced. Chinbi wasn't a noble. He wasn't wealthy, but he carried himself with confidence, humor, and a natural ease that didn't waver, even around strangers. In Aster's eyes, Chinbi was a pretty decent friend. Chinbi suddenly leaned forward. All right, I heard something this morning. Our homeroom teacher for class M3 is going to be Professor Zyra. Aster blinked. Zyra. Chinbi's eyes lit up with excitement. You know her? She's famous. Took down an entire group of trolls in a single strike. Before Aster could react, Chinbi's jaw dropped. His eyes sparkled like a kid meeting a celebrity. Look, she's here. Aster turned toward the entrance and immediately recognized the woman stepping inside. Professor Zyra. He'd seen her on the podium during the entrance ceremony, towering over the crowd with that same icy presence. She strode to the front with absolute confidence, her coat swaying behind her, and faced the class. I am Professor Zyra. The commotion yesterday was trivial. Pay it no mind. Focus on your studies. Her voice cut through the room like steel. Then she continued, before we begin our first lecture, we'll be measuring your mana, both the quantity and quality. She glanced over the students, eyes narrowing. Which do you believe is more important? A hand shot up almost instantly. Zyra arched a brow. Name. Arzan. The girl replied nervously. Zyra nodded. Answer. Arzan took a breath. There may not be a single correct answer, but if someone has enough mana, then its quality matters more. When two mages of the same level fight, the one with higher mana quality has the advantage. From the back, Aster listened quietly. She's not wrong. Mana quality dictated accuracy, stability, control. A mountain of mana meant nothing if you couldn't hit your target. But before he could finish processing the point, click! Zyra clicked her tongue sharply. The sound echoed like a whip. Arzan flinched. The class stiffened. Zyra glanced at her with open disgust. Which house are you from? Arzan swallowed. The Marquis of Parame. Zyra let out a dramatic sigh, shaking her head. Of course, no wonder. Her tone dripped with contempt. Arzen's shoulders trembled as she bit her lip, eyes already welling with tears. Zyra swept her gaze across the room. Anyone else? Silence. No one dared to breathe. She sighed again, this time in irritation. Spineless, all of you. Suddenly, she jabbed a finger toward the middle row. You, Stan. The chosen student jolted upright, nearly knocking over his desk. Why, yes. Zyra's voice cut in like frost. Is that your name? He paled. And no, I'm April, Professor. Then answer, April. April swallowed hard. I think quantity matters more, especially in large-scale battles. The total amount of mana would have a greater impact. Aster nodded silently. He's right, too. In wide-area combat, quantity can overshadow quality. Different situations demanded different strengths. Both answers made sense, depending on the battlefield. But Zyra's face twisted into pure frustration. She leaned forward, eyes burning holes through the boy. Which house do you belong to? When he calmly admitted he didn't belong to any house, Aster froze for a moment, genuinely confused. Was he missing something here? Why did she keep asking that same question? Before he could figure out, Professor Zyra simply moved on, calling out the next name. And then it began. One student after another stepped forward, and every answer only darkened her expression. Her voice stayed calm, but her displeasure grew sharper each time she repeated the exact same question, like she was desperately searching for something none of them were giving her. Aster watched quietly from the back, piecing together the pattern. She's not listening because she wants a specific truth, something only one kind of answer can reveal. But what kind of response could ruin the entire room's mood like this? Finally, after a long, heavy silence, Zyra faced the class. She told them she had heard every answer, and many of them were close to what people might call correct. But then she shattered the tension with a single statement. There was never a correct answer. She explained that what she wanted wasn't the right response, but an honest one. She asked them to think about what they had just said. Were those their own words? Or were they simply parroting what they thought she wanted to hear? Her gaze swept across the room as she continued. A mage must never lose their self. A mage must never bend their will just to please another. To walk the path of magic, one must stand firm, unmoved, unshaken, guided only by their own conviction. Do any of you have that mindset? She asked. Not a single student answered. Zyra nodded as if she expected that. From this day forward, she told them, they must strive to become true mages. That was the entire point of her strange questioning, and she wanted them to carve that lesson deep into their hearts. The room was stunned into silence. Aster let out a quiet breath. So I was right, he thought. A twisted method, but an effective one. Then Zyra clapped her hands together and shifted the entire mood. It was time to measure mana. She called Arzen first. Still sniffling, Arzen shot up from her seat like lightning. Zyra informed her that she would serve as the M3 class representative and praised her for the insight in her earlier answer. She also put her in charge of recording everyone's mana levels. Arzen ran to the podium, bowing repeatedly and thanking her as if she'd been handed a royal decree. From the back, Aster watched with a faint smile. So this is how Professor Zyra trains them, break them down, then rebuild them stronger. Beside him, Chimbi muttered under his breath, sounding surprisingly jealous. Aster blinked at him. Jealous? Of what? He had no idea. Zyra clapped her hands once, signaling the next phase. Assistant, she called. Her assistant professor stepped forward, carrying something covered in a dark cloth. He placed it gently at the center of the room. The moment he pulled the cover away, the entire class sucked in their breath. A mana measuring device, one of the rarest tools in the academy. Whispers spread instantly. Those are impossible to get. I've never seen one up close. Zyra let their awe simmer for a moment, then placed her left hand on the device, smiling lightly. I'm sure this is the first time any of you have seen one, she said. Now, let's find out what your mana really looks like. Her lips curled into a sly grin. Who knows? There might even be a monster sitting among you. With the tension rising, she called Arzen to the front. Zyra explained how the test worked, tapping the crystal orb with a fingertip. Arzen straightened her back, nodded like a perfect model student, and replied, Yes, ma'am. The instant her palm touched the crystal, a soft glow bloomed from within. Mana seeped into it, swirling like mist inside glass. A moment later, the connected stone beside it released a thin beam of light, projecting Arzen's data into the air for everyone to see. The entire class leaned forward. Zyra pointed at the floating symbols. This number in the center, your refinement level. This tells us the quality of your mana. The scale goes from 1 to 10. Arzen's number settled at 4. Zyra nodded in approval. Last year's average was 3. You're above that. Well done. Arzen's cheeks turned pink. She bowed her head, muttering a flustered thanks. But Zyra held up a hand. We're not done yet. Now we check mana capacity. Arzen touched the orb again. The glow intensified, pulsing with each push of mana. More symbols floated upward. Capacity is measured on a scale of 100, Zyra continued. Last year's average was 15. Arzen's result popped up. 17. Another clean pass. Zyra's expression softened, her tone turning warm. Your quality and quantity both reflect hard work. Keep it up. Arzen almost looked like she would burst from pride. Behind her, Chinbi whispered under his breath, envy leaking into his voice. Man, I hope I get a score like that. Aster just smirked. Yeah, she's definitely going to grow into one of those overly diligent graduate students. He could see it already. With the first test done, Zyra stepped back from the device. I have other matters to attend to, she announced. Continue the measurements with the assistant professor. Without waiting for questions, she turned and swept out of the room, leaving the class buzzing with nerves, excitement, and a little dread. The class answered in perfect unison, their voices echoing through the room. With the command given, students began lining up one by one, each stepping forward to place their hand on the glowing crystal orb. Chinbi jumped from his seat, practically vibrating with excitement. Aster, come on, let's go together. Aster let out a small sigh, but stood up anyway. He had barely taken 2 steps when a sudden wave of gasps exploded around the room. What? A refinement level of 6. That's double the average. And his mana capacity hit level 20. The room buzzed with shock and envy. Even the assistant professor stepped closer, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. And your name? He asked. The young man puffed his chest out, answering with practiced confidence. Furion. Furion to deny. Aster's eyes narrowed immediately. Deny. Delia Denai's family? The hair color didn't match, so he was probably from a branch house, but still, the full name introduction felt a bit dramatic. The assistant professor scanned the projected numbers again and nodded. Refinement level 6. Very impressive. Your mana capacity is slightly weaker by comparison, but still an exceptional result for the Denai lineage. Furion didn't even pretend to be humble. I see, he replied in a clipped tone. Beside Aster, Damien finally woke up, stretching with a loud yawn. Ugh, why is everyone screaming? He complained. Aster nudged him with a grin. Relax, nothing exciting. Go back to sleep. Though in his head, he added, not that you ever managed to sleep quietly. Damien squinted at the glowing orb. Why is everyone poking the crystal? Aster shrugged. No idea, but it looks Professor Farron. And before he could stop him, I want to try too, Damien shouted across the room. Aster slapped his hand over his face. Every time. Does he have to shout every time? The entire class instantly turned their heads. As Aster, Damien, and Chinbi walked toward the front, whispers started spreading like wildfire. Isn't that the young master of the Blando family? He looks way younger than I expected. And that guy next to him, Aster, right? The one who knocked out Hickster Dam. Then who's the third kid? Aster cringed internally. Great. I beat one guy, and this is what I'm known for now. They finally reached the front, and the assistant professor straightened his posture respectfully. Young master, he said politely, would you like to have your mana measured first? Damien turned to Aster like a clueless kid asking for homework help. So, I just pour mana into it, right? Aster gave a quiet nod, and with that, Damien placed his hand on the crystal. The reaction was instant. The orb exploded with light, bright enough to wash the room in white. Students recoiled, shielding their eyes as shocked voices burst through the classroom. W what? No way that's real. Is that even possible? Even Furion, who had been boasting a few minutes ago, stared with his jaw hanging open. Monster, he whispered, unable to believe what he was seeing. The assistant professor stumbled back, eyes glued to the floating projection. Refinement level 9, and capacity 67. His voice cracked. This has to be a mistake, but the numbers didn't budge. Aster watched quietly from behind, his expression unreadable. This is how people react when they meet a true genius. Something so far beyond their reach, it didn't even feel human. His eyes shifted to Damien. I always knew he was gifted, but this is miles beyond expectation. Damien blinked at the glowing numbers and tilted his head innocently. Is that high? Aster almost laughed. This is how the Blando family's monster is born. A boy who was simply made different. In his previous life, Damien never took training seriously. If he had, He might have rewritten the entire continent's history. Aster clenched his fist slightly. Not this time. I'll push him. I'll guide him. I'll make sure the Blando name becomes a thorn in Declan's throat forever. The assistant professor wiped the sweat from his temple and tried to compose himself. Amazing, truly worthy of the Blando lineage, he said breathlessly. But remember, raw mana isn't everything. A mage's strength is much more than numbers. Damien nodded cheerfully. Got it. Then he sprinted straight to Aster like an excited puppy. Aster, did you go yet? Did you take the test? Aster shook his head. Not yet. Then go. I want to see. Aster glanced around. Dozens of students stared at him with burning curiosity. A commoner among nobles. The boy who defeated Hickster. Of course they're watching. He sighed lightly. Fine. I'll give it a try. He stepped toward the crystal orb, feeling all those eyes on him. He didn't want any more attention than he already had. I'll aim for an average score. That's enough. The assistant professor asked. Your name? Aster, he answered simply. Please remove your hands from your pockets. Aster complied, pressing his palm onto the orb. He took a slow breath. Just adjust the mana. Control the flow. Give them exactly what they expect, nothing more. Aster placed his hand on the orb and immediately felt it. Something's off. His eyes widened. The baseline, far too low. He tried to stop it, tried to rein the flow back, but it was too late. The crystal flared violently. A blinding flash swallowed the room as the projection shot upward. Refinement level, 10. Then the orb began shaking, flickering, glitching. The soft blue glow twisted into a deep, ominous red. Symbols scrambled and distorted until a sharp message cut through the projection. Error. Limit exceeded. Please reset baseline. The room exploded into chaos. Students leaned forward in disbelief. Is that even possible? Did it break? No one hits 10. That's impossible. Damien's face lit up like a festival lantern. Aster, that was amazing. Aster calmly turned to the assistant professor, voice steady despite the storm around him. There must have been a mistake. Let's measure again. The assistant professor gulped, so hard it was audible. Why, yes, of course. Damien's smile twisted into a pout. That wasn't an error, he muttered under his breath, annoyed. Aster clenched his jaw. Ignore him. Ignore him. Ignore him. But Damien leaned in with that annoyingly knowing grin. I can tell it was real. Aster screamed silently inside. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Once the device was reset, Aster tried again, this time controlling every drop of mana with surgical precision. The orb glowed softly, then stabilized. Refinement level, 3 mana capacity, 15. The room relaxed instantly. Aha, so the first one was an error. Yeah, that makes sense. Who breaks the machine on their first try? Aster exhaled quietly. Good, it worked. Barely, but worked. And then, bullshit. The word cut through the room like a blade. Aster froze. Every muscle in his body turned to stone. What? He slowly turned toward Damien, horrified. Where did he even learn that word? Damien crossed his arms, scowling. You told me that's how you use it, so I'm using it properly. See? Bullsh. Stop talking. Aster begged internally, wanting to sink into the floor. He looked away with a long, exhausted sigh. I need to watch my words around him. Very, very carefully. Later that day, in the first magic hall, Professor Zyra stood quietly by the window, her face thoughtful as sunlight washed over her. Repairs on the second hall were progressing well, but her mind drifted to something else. Why would a Declan mage attack Professor Farron? And why Callahan, of all people? She tapped her fingers against the windowsill, unable to shake the thought. Then she exhaled softly. Farron had been a legend in his field once. If anyone could survive trouble, it was him. It's none of my concern, she murmured, turning away at last. Zyra was preparing to leave when her assistant stepped into the room. Professor, I brought the data from today's mana level tests. Yorby announced, bowing slightly. Zyra nodded, took the stack of documents, and began flipping through them with her usual sharp, measured gaze. The first pages earned a faint hum of approval. This semester's batch is better than expected. She paused at Furion's results, tapping the paper with her finger. Refinement 6, yet still disappointing for a deny, she murmured. Then she turned the page and found Damien's record. Her brows lifted slightly. As expected of the Blando family's greatest talent in generations, she whispered. This one will require careful supervision. But when she reached the next sheet, Aster's report, everything stopped. Her eyes widened. She read the line again. Initial test flagged as error. Error code, baseline exceeded. The implications hit her instantly. This boy, Aster, he's dangerous. Her expression hardened. She closed the folder slowly, her decision already made. I'll have to watch him very closely. Elsewhere, Aster had his own problems. He faced Damien with the disappointment of a worried parent. You can't just say that word. Only I'm allowed to use it. Damien's face went red with outrage. Why? That's not fair. I want to say it too. Before Aster could snap back, Chunbi raised both hands in panic. And maybe none of you should say it. Aster and Damien paused. Chunbi looked like he wanted to evaporate. The tension finally broke, and the three eventually settled on the ground, sitting shoulder to shoulder. Their bodies relaxed, but their expressions were focused. Damien lifted his hands and shaped raw mana with surgical precision. A tiny dragon emerged from the glowing light, its scales glimmering, its wings folded, its limbs crafted with eerie realism. He placed it on the table as carefully as a priceless relic. What do you think, Aster? Good enough. Aster leaned in, studying it like an art critic. His eyes traced each detail, the arc of the spine, the angle of the limbs, the tension in the tail. It should work, he murmured. But Damien immediately perked up. But what? Aster tapped the table lightly. Make the posture more alive, like it's mid-leap. Wings flared, neck pulled forward, jaws open, like the lion statue at your estate. The one that looks ready to tear something apart. Closed mouth poses lack that ferocity. Chunbi stared in disbelief. Is this really how geniuses talk? Damien, without even blinking, adjusted the mana. The dragon's shape shifted, limbs repositioning, wings stretching into an explosive pose. Its neck re-arched, jaws splitting open in a silent roar. He reshaped the entire construct with zero visible effort. Chunbi felt his jaw drop. They're monsters, both of them. Inside, Chunbi felt his world collapse a little. He remembered the stories, how even Furion, the prodigy whose name echoed through advanced mana theory lectures, had barely managed to stabilize a standard dodecahedron during his legendary control trials. And yet here was Damien, casually bending elite-tier mana manipulation like he was shaping clay, twisting it, sharpening it, improvising without hesitation. Chunbi's heart sank. The world is so much bigger than I ever thought. A quiet, bitter laugh escaped him. Compared to monsters like this, I'm nothing but trash. Aster glanced his way. He could feel the shift in Chunbi's mood instantly. He didn't offer hollow comfort. No gentle lies. No forced encouragement. He simply looked at him with an understanding that was almost heavy. Aster knew that feeling. The crushing realization that talent this overwhelming makes your own achievements feel microscopic. He knew exactly how it felt to stand next to a wall you could never climb. But understanding didn't change reality. There was only one choice. Accept it, and keep moving forward. Before the silence could settle too deeply, Damien's voice broke through. Hey, Aster. Aster turned. Damien smiled. Warm, uncomplicated, genuine. I had a really great time today. I'm really glad I came to this academy. The words hit Aster like a punch. His eyes widened. His breath halted. He stared at Damien. This genius who shone so effortlessly, but spoke with sincerity so simple it was disarming. Slowly, he let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. A faint, almost fragile smile curved his lips. Is that so? He murmured softly. I'm glad to hear that. Later, as the sun dipped lower and shadows stretched long across the training grounds, Aster returned to his chamber, his hidden sanctuary, wrapped in layers of anti-detection wards. He sat cross-legged on the floor, the subspace pouch that had belonged to Callahan resting in his lap. The lock on it pulsed faintly, a mana pattern seal. A common security measure among high-ranked mages, but still a challenge. In theory, a lock like this was simple if you understood spell architecture. Decode the mana signature. Rewrite the binding sequence. Use a resonance tuner, a stabilizer, a crystal lens. Any decent mage could crack it in under a week. Aster could have too, but he didn't. Too many eyes, too many ears, too much danger. So instead, he worked in complete secrecy. Night after night in this warded room, he refined his mana, adjusting frequency after frequency, mimicking Callahan's signature, waiting for the lock's harmonic resonance to slip, waiting for the precise moment he could break it open. A full month slipped by, and Aster had not spent a single day idle. He had painstakingly dismantled the Blando family's elixir, thread by alchemical thread, absorbing its entire structural logic into his own mana lattice. He had cross-referenced forbidden grimoire fragments smuggled out of the Academy's restricted archives. He had practiced silent incantation until even his breathing no longer betrayed spellcasting. Night after night, effort after effort, and now at last, The seal finally gave way. Aster reached into the subspace pouch. The first thing his fingers closed around was a small glass vial. A potion, its contents murky, its purpose unreadable without deeper analysis. He set it aside. Next, something heavy and embroidered slid into his hands. A ceremonial garment, shimmering with arcane thread work. Aster frowned. "No, I can't use this," he muttered, tossing it aside. Then his fingers brushed cold metal. He drew out a bracelet etched with concentric runes, faint pulses of energy rippling across its surface. A protection artifact, modest shielding, layered enchantments, no sign of degradation. He tested its resonance. Not bad, he judged. Useful. He dug deeper. Scrolls, vials, seal parcels, trinkets. None of them mattered. He knew exactly what he was looking for. And then, his fingers struck leather. Aster's heartbeat quickened. He pulled out a worn leather-bound volume, spine reinforced with silver inlay. His breath caught. Found it. Declan's secret grimoire. He cracked it open, just enough to confirm the title page. Red Fire. A lesser secret art than Farron's infamous Blue Fire, but legendary in its own right. A flame that could burn through force fields if its caster possessed absolute, flawless control. Not a spell learned in a night. Not a spell learned in a month. It demanded years of refinement, of discipline, of burning away every imperfection in technique and intent. Aster closed the grimoire, letting out a long, steady exhale. He would not rush this. He would dissect it piece by piece, during breaks, after training, in the dead stillness before dawn. He would master it. Eventually, his thoughts drifted, pulled as if by a quiet tide. Speaking of which, isn't it today? Outside, under a pale autumn sky, the Academy's open training field buzzed with activity. Students crowded the space, nervous, excited, restless. The midterm performance evaluation season had begun. Aster arrived with Damien and Shinbi. Damien practically vibrated with excitement, bouncing on his heels. Performance evaluation. Performance evaluation, he chanted with childish enthusiasm. Aster, standing beside him, scanned the sea of students and muttered flatly, "There are so many people." Shinbi nodded, scanning the field. "Yeah, everyone from M1 up to our class got summoned." Then he leaned closer, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "Aster, have you heard the rumor?" Aster raised an eyebrow. "What rumor?" Shinbi grinned, like someone about to reveal forbidden knowledge. Some M1 kids overheard admin staff talking about canyon maintenance during evaluation week. That's a dead giveaway, right? It has to be. Aster finished the thought silently. Canyon breakthrough. He went silent, cycling through the evaluation formats in his mind. Trial of the ordeal. A humid, winding sewer maze. Tight spaces. Endurance. Mana efficiency. Spatial instincts. Canyon breakthrough. Narrow ravine. First come, first served. Chaos incarnate. Spells exploding, students sprinting, alliances forming and collapsing within seconds. Simulator duel. One-on-one. Pure technique. No excuses. No room to hide. Canyon breakthrough was unpredictable. But ironically, its unpredictability also made it predictable for those who understood chaos. Aster realized Shinbi had already planned his strategy. Hold defensive barriers early. Let the first surge exhaust themselves. Move during the lull. Smart. Safe. But before he could say anything, a sharp voice sliced through the noise. Silence. A tall man strode forward. Long black hair, rigid posture, aura sharp as a blade. Professor Farron, instructor of the M1 magic class. And more importantly, today's supervising authority. Aster's eyes narrowed. It's been a while, Professor Farron. The man looked worse than before. Shadows under his eyes, fatigue etched into his face. Professor Farron spoke, voice rough but firm, confirming the purpose of the gathering. The midterm performance evaluation. Then, the format, trial of the ordeal. Shinbi's soul visibly left his body. His shoulders drooped. His hands dangled helplessly. No way my entire plan. His mental blueprint crumbled before his eyes. Behind him, Damien leaned forward and whispered a single word into his ear. Liar. Soft. Calm. Merciless. Shinbi groaned, half wounded, half outraged at the betrayal of reality itself. Professor Farron, entirely unmoved, ordered everyone to line up by class. He snapped his fingers. A large holographic projection flared to life behind him. A massive, winding maze of pipes glistening with condensation. Huge, labyrinthine, claustrophobic. Professor Farron explained. Navigate the maze. All paths eventually reach the central gate. No need to panic. Chimbi released a trembling exhale. Phew, that actually sounds easy. Another hand shot up. Fur eye on. Another snap. A second image materialized. And this time, the field erupted in disbelief. A towering humanoid figure of stone and iron loomed above them. Joints reinforced with glowing mana conduits. Eyes dimly lit like dormant embers. Chimbi's voice cracked. That's a golem? A golem. His eyes bulged. What? There are golems in a performance evaluation. What is this? Damien's head turned slowly, mechanically, like a beast reacting to provocation. His eyes narrowed. His voice dropped to a quiet, lethal warning. Watch your mouth, friend. Chimbi stiffened instantly. Meanwhile, Professor Farron continued explaining, unfazed. The golems stationed in the maze are gatekeepers, he said. Their movement speed has been reduced. Their cores remain exposed. Their durability is lowered. A pause. Still dangerous, but survivable. A wave of uneasy murmurs swept through the students. In a space that narrow, we'll be cornered instantly. If it were an open field, maybe, but in a pipe maze. Professor Farron's jaw tightened. His eyes darkened. These are mages, but not very composed, he thought bitterly. His mind flickered to a memory. Paul, the boy who collapsed from overexertion, mana bleeding from his fingertips just to stabilize one more rune. The determination of someone desperate to grow. Where did that spirit go? Are these children weaker? Or simply too comfortable? His gaze swept the crowd again. There, a trembling student, barely holding himself together, yet refusing to back down. There, another, breathing steadily, analyzing the maze projection for weaknesses. And there, Damien, completely relaxed, calm, smiling faintly. Correction, this one looks like he doesn't have a single concern in the world. Professor Farron's voice sliced through the noise like a blade. Enough. Silence fell, heavier, colder than before. He held up a bracelet for all to see. These test bracelets generate a mana-reinforced force field. If your field breaks, you are immediately eliminated. The golems will stop targeting you once your shield collapses. His eyes narrowed. A faint, dangerous smile curled across his lips. Show me something impressive. Gasps followed. He continued. It doesn't matter who finishes first. It doesn't matter who defeats the most constructs. I reward only one thing, standout performance. And then in a tone that carried absolute certainty. My personal reward will be worth your effort. Aster's grin cracked, wide open, sharp, unguarded, genuine. A reward I won't be disappointed with, huh? Yes, this was it. His mind drifted, just for a moment, to the towering structure of Lapeter, the largest knowledge repository on the entire eastern continent. 3 floors. Lower floor, accessible to any student. Middle floor, restricted, imperial family, high nobility, and ancient houses. Upper floor, mythic, untouchable. Only the highest echelon even stepped inside. Aster had combed through every inch of the lower floor, searching for information on the stigma. He found nothing. Not a hint, not a footnote, not even a rumor. The truth lay above, in the middle or upper levels, places he had no right to enter. Unless he secured 3 professor recommendations. A near impossible feat for someone of his background, which was precisely why Professor Farron's reward mattered so much. It wasn't just a prize. It was a key, a chance. Aster's grin widened. I'll take it. Without that reward, advancement would stay out of reach. Aster let out a slow breath, the kind that was half resignation and half suppressed irritation. All I wanted was to stay in the middle, not rise recklessly, not fall into obscurity. And yet, no matter what he did, the people around him kept pulling him into conflict, dragging him higher or pushing him deeper. Still, a small grin tugged at his lips. He had already memorized it. The entire cross-section layout of the sewer maze. Every branching tunnel, every bottleneck, every potential ambush zone, every golem placement, perfectly inferred from archive data of past trials. With that knowledge, this midterm evaluation was solvable, easier than anyone expected. Moments later, Professor Farron wrapped up the briefing, releasing the students and directing them to gather whatever items they needed from the assistant professor. Chaos erupted instantly. Bomb flowers and ignition stones, one student shouted across the field. Denied, the assistant professor barked. His tone was ice. Your fire a tribute. Those would be an unfair advantage. Another student raised his hand frantically. What about a golem controller? Trying to cheat? Also denied. Aster watched the spectacle with dry amusement. Are these really mages or street thugs haggling in a marketplace? Then a familiar voice chimed in. bright, cheerful, impossible to ignore. "Sir, vine seeds, please. 20 should be enough." Damien bounded forward like an excited puppy. The assistant professor blinked at the request. "But your official attribute is still unregistered." Before he could finish, Damien dropped to one knee, mana swirling around his hands. A delicate plant-based spell bloomed instantly from his fingertips, vines twisting together with precise control. Then he looked up with a dazzling smile. "Even without an attribute, I can use plant magic just fine." The assistant professor froze, then nodded, almost dazed. "Okay." In the back, Chimbi stared like his brain had just short-circuited. Not disgust, but raw, painful envy. Damien, who treated life like a game, was preparing with surgical seriousness. Aster saw Chimbi's expression and sighed inwardly. Even Damien is stepping up. Maybe, just maybe, Chimbi might finally break out of his own shell. Before the moment could deepen, an announcement boomed across the field. Starting points are now being assigned. A massive projection rose from the center of the yard, displaying every student's designated entrance. Aster searched the list. Starting point 3. He scanned the others. Damien, 7 Dahlia's group, 5 Chumbi 5. Damien spotted Aster, waving wildly. "Friend, see you inside." Chumbi added a small, hopeful smile. "Let's do well, all 3 of us." But Aster noted something immediately. They had all been scattered. No shared starting zones. He would be entering with 6 total strangers. A familiar unease tugged at him. It felt exactly like his old life, being deployed into hostile territory with a rotating cast of unfamiliar operatives. A battlefield where you couldn't rely on anyone but yourself. Awkward, suspicious, unpredictable. Aster stood still at starting point 3, arms loose at his sides, waiting for the next directive, until a group of students walked toward him. The one in the center stepped forward. "You're Aster, right?" Aster didn't answer. He simply studied him. The boy's stance was stiff with superiority, his expression condescending. His entire presence radiated arrogance. A punchable face, Aster concluded. He definitely wasn't from M3. More like a noble's lapdog who accidentally wandered into the wrong neighborhood. After a moment, the boy placed a hand over his chest. "Dvet," he introduced himself. "I've heard rumors about your skill. I'd like to propose something." Aster's reply was a single cold word. "Speak." Dvet's grin widened. "I'm willing to buy the test bracelets of anyone in our starting zone who fails. 30 gold per piece, excluding yours and mine. That leaves 3 others at point 3. If you eliminate them, you'll earn 90 gold. Aster said nothing, but his mind turned. 30 gold. That's a full month's income for a commoner household. For a single bracelet. These nobles weren't just rich. They were obscenely rich. Dvet continued, his tone dipping into a soft threat. "You may have the protection of a young master, for now. But that won't last. It's time you learn to stand on your own." Aster didn't flinch outwardly. Inwardly, he admitted Dvet wasn't entirely wrong. Was it dishonorable? Cowardly? Cheap? Maybe. But nobles weren't mages in training. They were predators using whatever advantage they had. Wealth, influence, connections. Good for them, Aster thought. Really, efficient little parasites. Out loud he asked, voice flat, "Why 90 gold?" Dvet blinked. "Is that too low?" "Fine, 35 per bracelet. 105 total." Aster shook his head. "The math doesn't add up." He pointed to 3 unknown students. Then at Dvet. Then at the 2 nobles flanking him. 6 people total. At 35 each, that's 210. Now it's correct. Dvet and his entourage froze. Dvet's teeth ground together. Loan shark arithmetic? This filthy lowborn dares to correct me? Where does he get that confidence? He hissed through clenched teeth. 35 isn't enough? Fine. 40. No more. Aster smiled. Then the total becomes 240 gold. Dvet stared at him baffled. Is he insane? No. Now Dvet understood. Aster was trying to bleed him dry under the guise of negotiation. A brute. A rabid dog. Completely unfit for the delicate schemes of noble society. He snapped upright, cloak flaring. Enough. The negotiation is over. Forget what was said. He turned to leave, but Aster's voice stopped him cold. "Where are you going?" Dvet froze. Aster continued, tone smooth as ice. "We can forget about the others, but you still owe me payment for your own bracelets." Dvet whirled around, eyes blazing. "What did you just—" Aster remained perfectly calm, as if explaining basic math to a confused child. "Think of it like a carriage," he said evenly. "If you load cargo and passengers, pay for both, then remove the cargo. The passenger fare is still due, isn't it?" Then he extended his hand, flat, steady, merciless. "Pay up. 120 gold. 40 per head. One of Devet's companions snapped. Fakong burst forward, shouting, I have tolerated much today, but never have I seen a market thug so insolent. A low-born dare. Fakong. Devet's voice cracked like a whip. Fakong froze mid-step. Devet's jaw trembled with suppressed rage as he hissed. Don't make me lose any more face than I already have. He drew in a long, shuddering breath, then reached into his robes and pulled out a pouch heavy with coins. Fine, 120 gold. He spat. I'll pay it. Inside, he repeated his mantra. Endure it. Endure it. The young lady's orders come first. A single trade contract with her could multiply our guild tenfold. Endure it. But as the coins touched Aster's hand, Aster spoke again, so softly it almost sounded polite. Oh, I didn't realize I was standing before someone so distinguished. Devet froze. In that case, Aster continued, smiling lightly, your unit price must increase. Since you're so noble, I'll double your rate. He raised his palm. 160 gold. The pouch strained under Devet's tightening fist. Slowly, very slowly, he placed the remaining coins into Aster's palm. Metal clinked against metal like drops of poison. Then he leaned in, voice a quiet blade. For 160 gold, I'll make your life so miserable you'll wish you had died in that sewer. You may look forward to it. Time passed. The assistant professor reviewed the rules one last time. When the bracelet shield breaks, you are eliminated immediately. The force field activates only against mana-imbued attacks or spells that directly strike the body. Upon failure, you will be teleported outside. There is no injury risk. He glanced nervously at Professor Farron. Professor Farron took a sip of coffee, then gave a single command. Begin. Warp magic erupted beneath every student's feet. Warp complete, one assistant called out, displaying internal video feeds. Commencing scoring. Professor Farron's eyes scanned the floating monitors. Dahlia and Damien, starting point 7, he noted calmly. Then, static. One monitor fizzled, cracked, then went completely dead. Huh, an assistant cried. W, what's happening? Another panicked. The screen's gone dead. Did you not check the magic eye properly? I did, the first assistant insisted. Everything was stable. Professor Farron set his mug down with a quiet clink. Enough. I inspected the eyes myself. Which starting point is that? The assistant swallowed hard. As starting point 3. Inside the warp space, Aster stood alone in a dim, dripping corridor. Water dripped from rusted pipes. The air stank of mold. Mana hummed in the walls like a heartbeat. Aster loosened his ties slowly, and his face twisted, not with fear, but with cold, simmering fury. As the warped shadows coiled around his feet like hungry serpents, Aster finally spoke. His voice was low, venomous, a promise carved in steel. Young masters, a cold smile cut across his face. I'm adding a 320 gold charge for your insolence. Terrence spoke again, his tone unwavering as he delivered the final warning. This would be the last time he repeated it. If anyone's bracelet stopped functioning, that person was immediately out. The glowing red magic circle drawn across the ground represented the force field, a barrier designed to activate the moment magic struck a body directly, or whenever an attack infused with mana made contact. Once that shield shattered, the bracelet would remain on the wearer, while the system instantly teleported them out of the testing grounds, so there was no need to worry about injuries. With the explanation finished, he issued the command for the trial to begin. War complete. Now then, these stairs feel like they're burning into my back, and since time is limited, let's finish this quickly. At that moment, every participant raised their magic circles and aimed them straight at the MC simultaneously. One of them sneered, calling him a smug bastard and wondering how long he planned to keep acting tough. And the instant those words ended, every attack launched together, surging toward him from all sides. So if magic touches me, I'm eliminated and warped out, right? In that case, he suddenly sprang upward, vaulting into the air so that every incoming attack swept beneath him, completely missing their mark. And before the attackers could react, he descended straight toward them, striking while they were still in the middle of casting. His first blow was a kick that smashed into the neck of the closest opponent. Then I'm not getting eliminated that easily. Moving with a style none of them expected, he flowed from one strike to the next, delivering hit after hit in rapid succession. And strangely enough, the sensation almost felt pleasant. Before the third attacker could even finish shaping a fireball, our MC had already smashed him aside. Good. Our young master must be swimming in gold if he can recruit this many people so quickly. When the scuffle ended, our MC stood upright among the defeated group and calmly declared that their insolence and arrogance now amounted to a cost of 320 gold, and from this point forward he would deduct 1 silver for every hit they received. Okay, you wait. Too late. Our MC had already beaten him straight into the ground. Yeah, let's see. That should be around 100 hits, which means 10 gold deducted. Holding back his strength had actually taken some effort, but that restraint ensured nothing ended up broken. After all, he didn't want the attacker and the victim getting mixed up, and obviously he was the victim here. Alright then, 6 bracelets collected. What next? To obtain Parn's personal reward, he still needed recommendations from 3 professors. At the moment, he was short by 2, which meant Parn himself would have to notice him eventually. What kind of show should I put on? He paused to think for a moment. Should I just blow up the Hall of Trails? Snapping the 4 pillars that hold up the gates would be enough. No, absolutely not. If he did that, the entire eastern continent would turn into his enemy, and there was no point overworking himself anyway, so it would be better to simply move on. Speaking of that, I wonder how those guys are holding up. Elsewhere, chaos had already broken out. Voices shouting in disbelief as people protested that this had to be cheating and demanded to know how something like this was even possible, complaining that at this rate everyone was being eliminated and begging, "Young master, please let us pass." At the center of it all stood Damien, laughing like a maniac while controlling the massive golem he had constructed, a towering figure whose entire body was wrapped and covered in thick, twisting vines. How the hell is he controlling a golem using vine seeds? Someone shouted in disbelief as the students scattered in panic, while the massive construct rampaged forward, its attack sending shockwaves that disrupted every spell aimed at it. One student cursed that his magic kept getting blocked by the impact waves, and nearby another kid froze completely, terror locking his body in place as the towering golem slowly lifted its arm and prepared to crush him. Boom! The scene cut back to Chimbi. "Alright, listen up," he shouted from behind a pillar where he had taken cover. "I just want to pass this test, so stop attacking already." His plea only earned a sneer. Someone barked back that he was nothing but a commoner and should hand over the bracelets and sit down quietly. Another student turned to a companion and ordered him to go drag Chimbi back. "Why me?" The other guy protested immediately. "What if you stab me in the back while I'm gone? Like I trust you." The first one snapped. "Did you forget how you backstabbed the guy earlier?" As the two of them started arguing, Chimbi saw his opening. "This is my chance. I can't afford to hesitate right now." Without another glance, he turned and slipped away while the 2 girls behind him continued bickering. His thoughts focused on only one thing. Passing comes first. But as Chimbi ran, something strange happened. His bracelets suddenly began acting oddly. Did a spell hit me without me noticing? So, I'm eliminated after all. He waited for the familiar pull of teleportation that should have followed immediately. But nothing happened. Why am I not teleporting? Before he could make sense of it, a voice suddenly echoed throughout the entire test space. "Greetings, freshmen of the academy." Chimbi stiffened. That voice, it didn't belong to anyone from the academy. "You may not know who we are," the voice continued calmly. "Some of you may suspect. If you do, then you already understand why this is happening." Damien shuddered as he heard it. "This is seriously creepy. We have no demands," the mysterious speaker went on. "Only the price of offering a great deal." Then the voice made its declaration. "Today, every student here will die." Inside the control area, assistant professors had already fallen into chaos as the control system suddenly stopped responding. The magical monitoring eyes went dark one after another while the voice rang out again across the grounds. "There is no turning back. Fall into despair and die." Meanwhile, inside Parn's office, his assistant was panicking, frantically trying to operate the system, but finding every function locked. "What the hell is this?" he shouted. "How do we override the system?" Parn slammed his hand onto the table. "Enough," he barked sharply. "Stop wasting time. Go get the professors. Bring Professor Felina immediately, and contact the headmaster right now." "Yes, sir." As the assistant rushed out, his fury boiled over, and he crushed the table beneath his bare hand. How dare those bastards? Back on the test field, our MC had just finished destroying one of the golems, his expression dark with irritation as several more constructs were already marching toward him from different directions. What the hell kind of bullshit is this? Elsewhere, Aster had been smashing through golems one after another. Nearly 10 minutes had passed since that strange voice echoed across the testing grounds, and although golems were normally slow and heavy constructs, these ones were completely different. They moved quickly, reacted with agility, and worst of all, they seemed to know exactly where he was at every moment as they continued closing in on him. For a gatekeeper golem to charge like this, Aster muttered while watching another one rush forward. Someone definitely tampered with the control system. They must have dragged every single golem out of storage, Aster muttered after observing the battlefield, realizing that the ridiculous number suddenly made sense, and then a crooked smirk spread across his face as another thought followed. But who am I? I'm the #1 troubleshooter. I've fought in every kind of battle imaginable. Mana surged into his hands as 2 spiraling spheres of rotating energy formed and spun violently in his palms. "I don't care who's behind this," he declared with a wild laugh. "I'll wipe every last one of you out." The scene shifted back to Chimbi. "My bracelet should have failed earlier. I should have already been teleported out," he muttered, his body trembling as panic crept through him. "If I just say I'm dead, maybe— no, wait. I'm not dead yet. I'm about to die." His thoughts spiraled until suddenly he noticed movement ahead of him. A survivor. Someone was approaching quickly. It was Aster. The moment Chimbi recognized him, A wave of relief washed over his face, and he almost called out his name, until his eyes moved past Aster and saw the golems charging directly behind him. Aster, it's you, Chinbi, Aster replied quickly, not slowing down for a second. Run! Chinbi screamed at the top of his lungs and immediately bolted, the ground shaking behind them as the golems pursued. Nearby, someone sensed the commotion. I detect someone close by, that person muttered in thought. But it wasn't Damien. At this rate, Chinbi's done for. The observer hesitated only briefly before deciding. Then I'll use plan B. Back on the run, Aster suddenly called out, Chinbi, give me your bracelet. Huh. The golems don't have a very wide detection range, Aster explained while moving. If they're tracking us this precisely, the bracelets must be linked to the control system. They're basically alarm bells. Chinbi froze for a second as the meaning sank in. Then what about you? I'm already marked as a target, Aster answered calmly. If all their attention stays on me, your chances of surviving go way up. He continued without hesitation. While you escape, I'll hold them off. After that, I'll go find Damien. Then, more quietly, he added, besides, you've got a family. The one who can live should live. Chinbi's mind flooded with memories. Son, don't worry about anything. Just focus on studying your magic. Big brother, promise you'll teach me once you graduate. His chest tightened painfully. Damn it, I have to live. With tears gathering in his eyes, Chinbi finally removed the bracelet and handed it to Aster. We have to meet again alive. Yeah, Aster answered firmly. I got it. Chinbi turned and ran. I don't have a choice. I have to live. Behind him, Aster stopped and positioned himself directly between Chinbi and the charging golems, ready to face them alone. As Chinbi kept running, memories continued pouring through his mind. My parents bought me a grimoire instead of food. My little sister had to quit school because of me. The life my family deserved. I have to give it back to them. Chinbi, our proud son, his mother's voice echoed in his thoughts. Proud. He whispered bitterly to himself while slowing down. I'm hesitant, spineless, worthless. Then he stopped completely. Can someone like me really call himself proud while abandoning a friend? His fists trembled as he clenched them tightly. No, I won't let this guilt consume me. Even if I'm pathetic, I won't give up. Chinbi slowly turned back, his expression completely serious now, tears streaming down his face as he raised both hands into the air. I'll use the best spell I've got. A golden magic circle unfolded before his eyes and spread across his hands, glowing brightly as power gathered within it. The one my master entrusted to me. The spell that awakened my magic. Please, please, please work. With that desperate thought, he released it. A massive spear suddenly formed high in the air. Spear of the Earth. Chinbi muttered under his breath. Pretty grand name, right? The weapon carried the overwhelming presence of a cavalry lance, a force capable of piercing straight through anything standing in its path. As it descended, Chinbi remembered the words his master once told him, and he immediately shouted toward Aster. Moo! The spear shot forward in a single devastating strike, tearing straight through the charging golems and smashing them apart in one sweeping blow. Aster's eyes widened. This magic, it didn't just reshape the stone. It changed the stone's very nature. That wasn't a simple spell, and Chinbi shouldn't have been capable of casting magic at that level. But the backlash arrived instantly. Chinbi's strength gave out, and he collapsed forward into Aster's arms. Moments later, he lay weakly on the ground, while Aster quietly looked down at him. My master, Chinbi said faintly after catching his breath. Well, that's what I call him. He's the one who taught me Spear of the Earth. The name sounds flashy, right? It's not that flashy, Aster replied calmly. Oh really? Chinbi sighed. Magic like that doesn't depend on the spell, Aster said. It depends on the one using it. Whether it looks grand or not, that's up to you. Then he casually tossed something over. Quit acting like you're dead. That won't kill you. Aster poured the potion into Chinbi's mouth. The liquid burned fiercely as it went down, making him groan in pain. So, this is what a potion feels like, Chinbi muttered weakly. Aster glanced aside and thought to himself, now what am I supposed to do with this guy? I can't drag him with me, but I can't leave him behind either. Then he paused suddenly. My senses aren't wrong. It's that way, he said, pointing ahead. Keep running in that direction. If you follow the right paths, you'll run into the other students. Huh, then what about you, Aster? At that moment, Aster felt a strange current of mana flowing from somewhere deeper inside the area, a presence that felt both familiar and deeply unsettling. There's something I need to check first, he said quietly. I can't just ignore it. His expression darkened. Whatever it is, I've got a really bad feeling about it. Why does this feel so familiar? The sensation dragged something unpleasant from Declan's memories. This is a demon realm. When Aster finally saw it, he froze in shock. Inside the distorted space floated a single eye. Right, there was a floating eye inside it. No wonder the energy felt so familiar. Demonic energy. Once someone experiences it, they never forget that feeling. And a demonic beast too, Aster murmured as he looked ahead. They had actually recreated those cursed creatures that once terrorized the entire continent centuries ago. They really are experts at doing the worst possible thing. And yet, despite the situation, Aster was smiling like a madman. Frizen. I think Frizen is the mastermind, Aster muttered coldly. his gaze sharpening. That rat-faced bastard. Deep inside the inner control room of the trail's corridor, manic laughter echoed through the chamber, while someone excitedly reported that a demonic beast had appeared and the demon realm was beginning to form. The source of the laughter was revealed. Frizen himself. It worked. It really worked, he exclaimed, barely containing his excitement. That half-finished experiment that only produced demonic energy is finally complete, all thanks to that ancient artifact. He continued eagerly, explaining how the artifact's spatial severing function allowed them to slip inside without spilling a single drop of blood, while the demonic energy spreading through the area granted them control over the entire control room. Not only that, the energy had gone even further, actually manifesting a demon realm. What beautiful success. From the shadows, another man spoke with suspicion. Don't tell me you started all this without even knowing whether it would work. Frizen shrugged without concern. Our contact told us the only requirement was generating demonic energy exactly as you wanted. Then he added with a grin, that professor is already tainted. He'll fall straight into ruin. Standing nearby was a man wearing a mask shaped like a metal grill that covered his face. The method doesn't matter, the masked man said coldly. As long as Zenion Academy is disgraced for protecting that professor. Yes, of course. Just as you command, Your Excellency, hunting dog of the great Vamar family. Frizen replied mockingly. The masked man's tone turned instantly lethal. If you want to keep breathing, don't say our family name with that filthy mouth. Frizen only sneered back at him. For a vassal family of Declan, you sure act high and mighty. He waved dismissively. None of that really matters. Once this contract is finished, the Vamar family promised me my own research facility, so I'll play along with your little orders for now. Then his eyes gleamed with obsession. The real prize is this. I succeeded in creating the demon realm our society has dreamed about for generations. What a thrill. This was the work of the Forbidden Magic Society, Salvatium. When those wrinkled old elders hear about this, Frizen laughed. They'll be drooling. Still grinning, he wondered aloud. How long until we take complete control of the court? Just then, one of the surveillance feeds caught movement. Oh, a student is approaching. Frizen leaned closer to the screen with interest. Oh no, it seems our first test subject has arrived. He chuckled darkly. Test subject. Aren't you curious? What do you think happens when a human body is flooded with that much demonic energy? Most people believe the answer was simple. They either lost their minds or died instantly from contamination. But ancient records say something different. Frizen continued slowly, especially for humans who possess mana or ether. Demonization. In the end, they become nothing but waste. Creatures left with nothing except madness. He stared at the screen and whispered almost eagerly. So tell me, what will you do now? Violence behind you. Demonic beasts ahead. You have nowhere left to run. Wouldn't it be better to charge forward instead? Frizen smiled. Personally, I'd enjoy that. Meanwhile, Aster stood directly in the middle of the corrupted area, surrounded by the creeping influence of the demon realm. His gaze lifted toward the surveillance magic watching him. Wait for me, Frizen. Inside the control room, the masked Vamar agent frowned. Have you seen that boy before? Frizen shook his head. No. What? Then what's wrong with him? The man asked sharply. How does that kid know your name? On the screen, Aster calmly reached into his jacket. Then, without hesitation, he removed the test bracelet. Without giving Frizen time to react or even finish a sentence, Aster moved the instant the thought formed in his mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. His body flashed through the battlefield in a sharp zigzag, striking 5 separate demons in rapid succession. Yet instead of destroying them, he slipped bracelets onto each creature during the same lightning-fast motion. And as he landed, he calmly declared, from now on, it's golems versus demons. Kill each other. Frizen immediately lost control. No. My babies, he cried, panic flooding his voice. But the shock on his face deepened as another realization struck him and his eyes widened in disbelief. What about the boy? How can he be this fast? Aster was already gone. He tore through everything in his path like a bolt of lightning, moving so quickly that the defenders barely processed what was happening before shouting, "Stop him." But it was already too late, because Aster smashed straight through the wall and burst into the control room. It's been a while, Frizen, Aster said calmly as the dust settled. We finally meet. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Chumbi faced Damien. Yes, we finally meet, she said cautiously. So how have you been, Damien? Her words faltered the moment she noticed what he was doing. Damien was casually manipulating the surrounding golems with nothing more than simple movements of his hands. Yeah, Damien replied cheerfully. I was protecting my friends. He pointed them out one by one. Look, Chinbi. Number 1, number 2, number 3. Yeah, that's impressive, Chinbi muttered, still trying to process it all before suddenly turning toward him with suspicion. You, how did you even get here by yourself? The bracelets, Damien answered. Huh, you didn't throw yours away. Everyone else did, but the golems were tracking the bracelets. Before Chinbi could respond, someone nearby scoffed loudly. Don't be ridiculous. This is a test. Why should we trust you and throw them away? Another voice snapped in agreement. You idiot, just admit it. You're trying to collect everyone's bracelets for yourself. Chimbi froze, panic flashing across her face. What? Why would I do that? But the accusation spread quickly through the group, with one of them openly claiming that Chimbi was just trying to gather all the bracelets. Chimbi fired back in frustration. With everything happening right now, you seriously think the bracelets still matter? They're connected to the control system. They're basically tracking devices. And you figured that out all by yourself? The same guy sneered. No, Chimbi replied. Aster told me. The man burst out laughing. Of course he did, says the idiot who got tricked by some vagrant from the black and white zone and threw his bracelet away. Now that you don't want to fail the exam, you're trying to scam us again. He smirked cruelly. Birds of a feather, I guess. Murmurs of doubt spread through the group, and suddenly everyone was looking at Chimbi differently. Even you, someone added mockingly, the one who actually paid attention in class. You still got corrupted by a vagrant. Chimbi's anger finally erupted. Before she could explode at them, Damien spoke up. When I first met Aster, Damien began calmly. I asked him what he had. He paused, recalling the moment. Seriously? Damien had asked back then, and without even hesitating, Aster had answered. I have a friend. That's why I trust my friend. Back in the present, Damien removed the bracelet from his wrist and tossed it away without the slightest concern. I don't need this thing, he said plainly. Take as many as you want. Then he turned toward Chimbi. Let's go. Chimbi stared at him in complete shock. Damien, this isn't like you at all. Who even are you? Meanwhile, back with Aster. Long time no see, friend, Aster said as he faced Frizen. We finally meet again. His gaze hardened. There was even a time when I entered the demon realm just to kill you, but I didn't expect we'd end up meeting like this. You lunatic, Frizen spat angrily. I don't even know what demon realm you're talking about. Frizen immediately turned toward the masked man nearby and barked. Hey, Hound. What are you doing? Weren't you supposed to protect me? So you finally noticed, the masked man replied coldly. This is a contract. I have no choice but to kill you without leaving a trace. He was a member of Vamar, one of the vassal houses serving under Declan, a prestigious bloodline famous for its secret wind magic, a lineage renowned for speed and piercing power comparable to an archer's strike. Yet this man was not raised with the family's pride. He was the one they kept separate, the discarded child turned in their battlefield weapon, the hunting dog they unleashed in war, a man who truly behaved like a hunter's dog on the front lines. Aster stared directly at him before asking a strange question. Why is the Vamar hound sticking to a rat master like that? What? Vamar growled, his voice tightening with anger. Do you even know who we are? Aster didn't answer that. Instead, he repeated the same question, his voice sharper this time. I asked first, why is the Vamar hound serving a rat master? The hound frowned behind a mask, a thought flashing through his mind. Did he go insane because he's facing death? But Aster asked again. The hound finally snapped. You lunatic, stop repeating the same damn thing. He swung the chained weapons in his hands and rushed straight at Aster as glowing magic circles formed around his palms. The blades connected to the chains lifted and hovered for a brief moment before shooting forward like arrows. The Vamar hound, rat bastard. Aster kept muttering something under his breath as the attack continued. That was the last straw. You monster. Vamar roared. I'll tear you apart while you're still alive. Using retrieval magic alongside rotation and speed enhancement, his chain blade spun into a raging storm of metal, a relentless barrage that no ordinary person should have been able to evade. Yet Aster slipped through every strike. You're completely worked up, Aster said calmly while dodging. I've raised dogs before, you know. When you emphasize a sound and repeat it, they get anxious. Exactly like you right now. He even smiled. The hound's eyes widened with fury. That bastard. He's treating me like a dog. Before he could react again, Aster suddenly grabbed the incoming weapons mid-motion and hurled them straight back. Because it's true. The blade smashed directly into the hound's body, and he collapsed, instantly losing consciousness. What are you doing, Hound? Frizen shouted in disbelief. You're getting beaten by some brat. Before he could even finish the sentence, Aster stepped forward and struck the hound with a collision attack, leaving him completely out of commission. Aster then turned his gaze toward Frizen. You're still hiding behind other people. I see, he said. Now it's just the two of us. Frizen sneered, trying to maintain his composure. Acting tough when you're just a blood-soaked brat. From his pocket, he pulled out a strange, purple sphere-shaped object. At that exact moment, Aster bent down, grabbed the hound's axe, and hurled it. The weapon spun through the air and sliced cleanly through Frizen's arm. My arm. My arm. My arm. Frizen screamed in horror. What the hell are you? He cried, stumbling backward. Don't come any closer. If you kill me, Frizen shouted desperately, you won't be able to stop the demon realm. Are you really going to let your friends die inside it? Aster paused. Then Aster smiled. Fine, he said calmly. I'll wait until the demon realm spits everyone back out. Enjoy the show. His gaze locked directly onto Frizen. Because you'll be the next one. So laugh all you want while you still can. Frizen stared at him, stunned. What the hell is this bastard? This wasn't ordinary demonic energy surrounding them. It was a complete demon realm, a place that swallowed people whole. Yet Aster hadn't even flinched when it consumed his own companions. Is he even human? I already told you, Frizen said, forcing his voice to stay steady. I can stop the demon realm in 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, Frizen began again. All your friends. They'll be dead. Aster finished the sentence for him. Frizen froze. Then why? He demanded. Why would you do that? Why? Aster answered without hesitation. The reason is simple. He reached over and casually took the artifact from Frizen. You think you're the only one who can use this artifact? Aster rested his hand on the orb, a faint smile appearing on his face. Ah, this brings back memories. Then, with a single motion, he activated it and reversed the law governing the demon realm. Frizen's eyes widened in disbelief. How can that bastard use it? How could I ever forgive you? Aster continued. You're the one who taught the young master forbidden magic. Forbidden magic? Frizen muttered in confusion. Blood runs thicker than water, Aster went on. The young master survived. Didn't you hear? Declan would have pinned every crime on you and killed you anyway. So I hunted you down myself. I couldn't let Declan have you. He paused briefly. That was the past. Returning to the present moment, Aster continued speaking. I chased you for a long time. So long I lost track of time itself. I always took pride in the fact that I could catch anyone anywhere across the continent. Yet you were the one person I couldn't catch. You were that fast and that cunning. From the black and white zone, to the filthy back alleys of kingdoms, to the underworld of entire empires. I searched everywhere. My hands ended up soaked in blood. He looked straight at Frizen. After all that chasing and chasing and chasing, you chose to run into the demonic realm. Frizen's body trembled. Yes, Aster said quietly, the demonic realm. I almost went insane there. I couldn't find you. The beast kept rushing at me. The demonic energy kept wearing me down, and my body, and even my sanity, were slowly falling apart. He continued, voice steady. When I finally managed to escape the demon realm, a troubleshooter was waiting outside. He had information for me, but he didn't dare step inside. Aster looked down toward Frizen. Do you want to know what he told me? He said you were already dead, caught by Declan's forces, tortured until you confessed everything about the forbidden magic and the artifact. Aster slowly exhaled. At that moment, I felt nothing. Completely empty. I just sat there, staring at the sky. Across from him, Frizen slowly sank down onto the floor. I don't understand what you're saying, he muttered weakly. I was never involved with any young master. Oh, Aster replied calmly. You've lost too much blood. He took out a potion and poured it straight into Frizen's mouth. A potion? The man thought in shock. He's saving me? Aster spoke again, his tone steady. You can't die yet. Listen until the end. Frizen's mind raced wildly. This is my chance. I have to survive. Anyway, Aster continued. While I was sitting there staring at the sky, a bird flew past. He watched the memory in silence. It was free, he said. And compared to that bird, I looked pathetic. My revenge had stopped being about my comrade a long time ago. It had turned into nothing more than emotional venting. So I erased revenge from my mind. Frizen's thoughts sharpened instantly. Now I need to escape. Before he could even move, Aster's fist slammed straight into his face. I finally ran into you today, Aster said coldly. Everything led to this moment. I went through everything you left behind again. The demon realm, the forbidden magic, the artifact, and even the detailed descriptions of how my comrades died. He spoke calmly. I have plenty of time. Aster reached down and picked up the hound's axe. I'll recreate their pain one by one. A faint smile crossed his face. This will be fun. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the lecturers had finally broken through. Hurry, find the students, someone shouted. Don't hold back. Even if you die, save them. A tall, strongly built woman stepped forward with a grim expression. That cursed magic delayed us for 2 hours, she said sharply. I won't let anyone die here. It was Professor Felina. All spells have been dispelled, she announced. Internal magic eyes restored. Then she gave another order. Find survivors first. Do not broadcast anything. The professors immediately spread out across the area. Not long after, several of them suddenly froze when they came across Damien and Shinbi. Damien stood calmly while controlling multiple golems using vines. No deaths, Felina muttered in disbelief. The intruders controlled the gate for 2 hours, and no one died. At that moment, a voice came through the communication line. Professor Perrin, we've entered the control room. Felina immediately turned to the crystal and activated it. The visuals appeared. The moment she saw the scene, her body stiffened. 2 intruders were visible. But one of the scenes was so brutal that even seasoned mages struggled to watch it. Even for me. This is hard to look at, Perrin muttered quietly. Then he added, Hey, if you're going to throw up, do it outside. Felina suddenly remembered something. This student. She pulled out a document. A vagabond from the black and white zone who entered under the Blander family admission. Her eyes scanned the data. Mana exceeds standard values. Error reading. Far beyond student limits. Slowly, she lifted her head. I don't know what he is, she said quietly. But this student needs close monitoring. At that moment, someone arrived behind her. Just call me headmaster, an old man said calmly. I came as fast as I could. You did what you could, Felina replied. You came all the way from the Outer East. The headmaster gave a faint smile. Thanks to you, things ended well. Then he asked quietly, So, Professor Felina, do you think that boy is the one behind all this? Meanwhile, back with Aster. Every mage carries something called a heart demon. It's a nasty presence that appears without warning, scatters the mind, and almost never ends well. In my previous life, I never had one. As a troubleshooter, you simply do whatever you're told. And if your comrades die, you accept it as fate. If I hadn't died to forbidden magic, I probably would never have had a reason to feel this kind of anger. I believe those emotions had already been buried and sealed away. But what burst out inside the coffin of trials was, in a sense, the very seed of a heart demon. This is seriously messed up. It feels like I'm holding a bomb in my arms, something that could explode at any moment. But then again, who am I? A former troubleshooter. There's no situation more familiar to me than uncertainty. And honestly, this level of tension almost feels good in its own way. Today, exactly 1 week after the chaos caused by the Coffin of Trials incident, the atmosphere has finally settled down. With both my body and mind in their best condition, this is the perfect moment to test things. Aster reached into his pocket dimension and pulled out a book. A grimoire. The Secret Art of the Red Flower. Jikwa. It's time to conquer this bastard. The secret arts I learned in my previous life were all non-elemental techniques designed specifically for troubleshooters, which meant this was my first time attempting to learn an elemental secret art like Red Flower. Because of that, even though I've already entered the first stage dozens of times, I'm still checking every detail carefully. The mana circuits themselves aren't very different from Heaven Source art, but once mana flows through the circuits of Red Flower, it transforms into fire mana. So he began forming the image in his mind. I need to picture it clearly. A flame burning by itself. No fuel. Born entirely from mana. A fire that continues burning even without mana. A flame that doesn't require oxygen. Fire held within the heart. Entering fire. Damn, it really is destructive. I just created fire purely from mana. Compared to my usual mana output, this is at least twice as powerful. For now, once is my limit. The repulsion is far too strong compared to non-elemental mana. With this level of instability, I can't even apply the collision formula. That's a shame, but time will fix it. Still, this means I've taken one step closer to that unlucky bastard, yet brilliant mage, Fair Von Declan. Heaven Source Art, enhanced by adding the fire attribute. Now I need a spell that's actually usable. Fire magic usually doesn't rely heavily on compatibility, so even something basic should work for now. At that moment, Aster sensed a strange presence. Whoever it was, they weren't even trying to hide. Aster walked over and opened the door. Rain was pouring down outside. Standing there, soaked by the downpour, was none other than the principal. So Professor Felina was right to be cautious. The principal said calmly, "Your mana sensitivity is impressive, and handling fire mana at that level is no small feat." Aster looked at him. "President, call me principal," the old man corrected. Then his expression sharpened. Mana began flowing rapidly around him. Aster's mind raced. Damn it, what kind of situation is this? What the hell is going on? Why does everyone suddenly feel the urge to interfere the moment they see me? Then another thought surfaced. But who am I? I'm a former troubleshooter. I may snap, but I never bend. With that conviction firm inside him, Aster stood upright, his posture straight and unwavering. "Aren't you going to greet me?" the principal asked. He continued calmly. "I might look like this, but I'm the highest-ranking elder in this academy." Feeling the weight of the pressure in the air, Aster lowered his head and bowed. "Greetings, Mr. Prey." "No, Mr. Principal." He corrected himself with a hint of humor. "Better to bend and break, right?" The principal let out a quiet sigh. "Lower your voice." "Sorry," Aster said quickly. "I was nervous." "No one will hear you anyway," the principal replied. I sealed the surrounding sound. "Quick work, bastard," Aster muttered under his breath before asking, "So what brings you here?" The principal took a seat. "There's something I'm curious about," he said, "though I'm not sure you'll answer honestly." "Sit." The moment the words fell, a crushing force descended. This wasn't killing intent. It was genuine pressure, a form of etiquette between powerhouses, but the binding weight behind it was immense. Aster's body was forced downward until one knee hit the ground while the other leg bent against the floor. Professor Felina spoke from the side. "You're hiding something." The principal followed immediately. "So tell me, what exactly are you hiding?" The pressure intensified, cracks spreading through the ground beneath Aster's legs. This guy, the same one who stuttered during that speech, he's a monster, Aster realized. Still, compared to Declan, he's not quite one. Calming himself, Aster concentrated. Read the mana flow. Match it. Align it. Slowly, the opposing force weakened as the repulsion faded, his interference formula canceling out the pressure. "Since you're here," Aster said evenly, "this must be about the Coffin of Trials, right?" "Yes, I disposed of the rats." "You're not even denying it?" the principal asked. "It's not a secret worth hiding," Aster replied. "Of course, it would be better if it never came out, but it's not something that heavy." The principal stared directly into Aster's eyes. Damn it, just like Farin, Aster thought. Maybe I shouldn't have eaten that wyvern. Then suddenly, the principal burst out laughing. Aster froze. "This guy, he's a lunatic too." "All right," the principal said at last. "I'll ask just one thing. Answer within your limits. That's better than getting beaten up." Aster thought as he sat down. "Understood." The atmosphere shifted instantly. The feeling in the room changed. and instead of a school principal, the man now resembled a battle-hardened war mage. Now then, the principal began, I'll ask first. Before he could finish, Aster interrupted and asked, do you know the wyvern that became Emil? The question left the principal momentarily speechless. Aster blinked. No, please continue. The principal then addressed him as Junior. Aster frowned in confusion. I'm a student, and you're a teacher, and the principal. The principal simply shrugged and said, if you start talking crazy, I'll beat you up. If I say you're the junior and I'm the senior, then that's how it is, because on the battlefield, there are no teachers. Aster didn't fully understand the meaning behind the words, yet he still lowered his head and bowed. Yes, senior. The principal gave a small nod. Good. His gaze suddenly turned sharp, hostility flashing in his eyes, not directed at Aster, but toward the intruders instead. What kind of monster would leave them in that condition? Then he continued, voice steady. Let's continue, Junior. What kind of scum were they that they ended up like that? Aster answered without any change in tone. So what do you intend to do about it? Aster asked. Well, the principal replied coldly. I'll crush them underfoot. His Majesty the Emperor will approve of it, and I'll gather my old comrades once again. Aster paused to think. Old comrades meant the war mages and knights who had once fought beside the principal. Forces that were far from ordinary. It's Declan, Aster said. The principal fell silent for a brief moment before speaking again. Do you know a mage who ended up as a wyvern's meal? No, Aster answered. Neither do I, the principal said. That's why your answer sounds insolent. Perhaps it was you. The words carried the weight of a warning. Damn it, still as sharp as ever, Aster thought. It would have been perfect if everything could have been pinned entirely on Declan. It's Thier, Aster said instead. Thier, the principal repeated. Both of them. One, Aster replied. So only one. No, Aster clarified. One is Vamar. The other is the Magitech engineer Frizen. Do you have material evidence? The principal asked. Aster simply shrugged. Do you want me to chew it up and spoon-feed it to you? There's quite a bit of insolence in the way you speak, the principal remarked flatly. Fine then, how do you know? Aster merely tilted his head, making it clear he had no intention of explaining further. The principal watched him quietly for a moment before giving a small nod. I see. I've already said everything I can, Aster thought. I can't talk about the regression or the grimoire. Even so, he could clearly feel how genuinely furious the principal was. Not because Aster had answered poorly. After a brief pause, the principal spoke again. Junior, do you know a mage who ended up as a goblin's meal? Aster blinked in confusion. Why do I keep sensing insolence? Senility, Aster muttered under his breath, then quickly corrected himself. No, misunderstanding. Don't grin at me with those rotten goblin eyes, the principal warned. Aster immediately shut his eyes. What a boomer. Then the principal abruptly shifted the subject. So you want to build a library as tall as a tower? That's quite a meaningful plan. Leave the top floor empty, and I'll fill an entire wall of shelves for you. Aster thanked him sincerely. As expected, he thought. The world runs on blood ties, regional ties, and academic ties. As for access to the library, the principal continued, I'll grant it, if you do me one favor. Damn it, I knew it. Junior, open your eyes properly, the principal said. You only need one eye to see the world. I'm looking forward to hearing what this favor is, Aster replied. Inwardly, Aster thought the man looked like he might poke his eye out at any moment. The favor can wait, the principal said after a moment. We'll settle it later. He then brought up another matter. That artifact capable of constructing a demonic realm. Dangerous, yes, but also has many practical uses. Spatial severance, in particular, will definitely help with your tower. Agreed, Aster replied. Spatial severance had already blocked even the teleportation circles inside the trial corridor, which meant it would serve perfectly as a defensive measure for the tower later on. The only real issue was Aster's lack of knowledge when it came to Magitech. See Professor Felina, the principal continued. I'll put in a word for you. She's someone you can trust. He paused briefly before adding, Still, even though I've decided not to pry into your identity, convincing her won't be easy, not even for me. After that, he carefully explained how Aster should behave and how he should approach her when the time came. The next day, Aster sat quietly in the cafeteria, reading a book. Hey, my friend, long time no see. Damien suddenly appeared, with Chunbi right beside him, and both of them looked noticeably fuller than before. Aster blinked at the sight. What happened to you two? Why'd you gain so much weight? Before Chunbi could answer, another student approached and called out, Chunbi, want to train magic together later? Yeah, sure, Chunbi replied casually. At the same time, another student walked up to Damien. Thank you so much for what you did in the trial corridor. No problem, Damien answered cheerfully. Chunbi finally spoke up. It's thanks to the bracelet information you told us about back in the trial corridor. Everyone kept saying how grateful they were, and they gave us elixirs, and even their parents stepped in to help our family. Thank you, Aster. Aster slowly closed his book. That's not something you should be thanking me for. I didn't make you do anything. You were the one who convinced them and made it happen. Chunbi nodded. What about Damien? Aster asked. What did he do? He bonded a golem with plant magic and put it to work, Chunbi explained. I think he even named it Cerberus, and he controlled the golem the whole time. Aster was stunned. He's insane. I don't even think he chose the attribute properly. Let's sit down and talk, Chumbi said. It's been a week. We've got a lot to catch up on. But just as they sat down, someone else approached them. I also have quite a lot to discuss. It was Professor Felina. She wasted no time and immediately led Aster straight to her office. You know why I summoned you here? She asked. I doubt it's for counseling, Aster replied. Correct, she said bluntly. I heard everything. Her eyes narrowed slightly. So you're a descendant of an old war mage. And Vamar was the mastermind behind that incident. Utter trash, Aster muttered. All of them. Felina continued without hesitation. Anyone associated with Declan is trash. Generally speaking, that matches what the principal knows, Aster thought. Senior said something as well, she added. Drawing attention to Blander while hiding behind a disguised identity is dangerous. So instead, they settled on a different story. Aster would be presented as the descendant of an old war mage who had wandered across the continent while concealing his true identity, one among many disciples whose master held a deep grudge against Declan and Damar. Since that narrative overlapped neatly with Aster's real circumstances, the explanation fit perfectly. Felina paused for a moment before continuing. There are still plenty of suspicious points, but since the principal personally vouched for you, I'll let it slide for now. Before she could move on, however, a faint blush began forming on Professor Felina's face. Guys, I'm pretty sure she's fallen for our MC, Aster thought. There's no doubt about it, but the age difference might be a problem. Felina brushed her hair back, the faint color still visible on her cheeks. I'll cover everything up for now. At the very least, you don't appear to be a threat to the academy. But before she could continue further, Aster interrupted. Professor, he said calmly. I'm a student, and you're a professor. The age difference. Her face instantly turned bright red. What the? Her eyes flashed crimson as she snapped. What the hell? Power surged out from her body all at once, the sudden burst of mana filling the room. Our MC could only stare at her in silence. She clicked her tongue in irritation. Damn it. Trying to say things that don't suit my nature just makes the words stick in my throat. Then she sighed slightly before adding, but I suppose I should say what needs to be said. Another faint blush crept across her face. Thank you. Thanks to you, we were able to preserve not only the students, but also the trial corridor itself. Aster was completely taken aback, but a moment later he finally understood. I see, Professor. Felina relaxed her arms and gestured impatiently. Go on, spit it out. Aster spoke in a steady voice. You've probably already heard from the headmaster, but my goal is to establish a library that will be open to everyone. If it's not too much trouble, I'd like to ask for your support in the form of your publications, Professor. Felina considered it briefly, then nodded. HM, not bad. Very well, I agree. Good, Aster thought. That makes 3 academic connections now. The principal, the headmaster, and her. Felina then continued. Now then, let's get to the real issue. That ancient artifact capable of creating a demonic realm. Researching its applications will take time, and the risks involved are significant. She paused briefly before adding, still, that isn't the biggest problem. If necessary, we could always destroy the artifact itself. Her expression hardened. The real issue is the one that will latch onto that gauntlet. The forbidden magic cabal, Salvium. Silvertown, Aster muttered. Felina's glare instantly sharpened. Say something stupid like that again, and I'll tear your ear off. She continued coldly. Salvatium, as the name suggests, is a union formed by those who have mastered forbidden magic. They operate separately, Felina explained, but every one of them shares the same objective, recreating the demonic realm. That bastard Frizen, the one who actually managed to pull it off, was definitely connected to them. Her voice dropped lower. Now that he's dead, they'll come after you to reclaim the artifact. And they won't stop easily. They're persistent enough to rival Declan. I don't know what you're hiding, or how powerful you truly are, she continued, her gaze steady. But if Salvium sets its sights on you, you could die. So I'll end up clashing with him sooner or later, Aster thought. No big deal. I'll just chew them up and kill them all. That's all there is to it. He simply nodded. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Felina frowned at his reaction. What's with that look? Without answering, Aster opened a portal and set the artifact on the table in front of her. Felina picked up the gauntlet and examined it carefully. You've got some lofty ambitions, she muttered. Fine, I'll look into it. Just then, an assistant professor rushed into the room. Professor Felina, you're here. The head of House Declan has arrived at the academy. Aster stiffened immediately. The head of House Declan here? Orders began ringing out across the academy at once. Strengthen the defenses. Keep the parents of the injured students under control. Send all academy students back to their dormitories. Soon after, a carriage rolled onto the academy grounds. Waiting before it stood several figures. Professor Pin, Professor Felina, and the small but imposing headmaster himself. The air grew tense the moment the headmaster and Declan locked eyes. So this is the current head of Declan, the headmaster thought. A genius who became an archmage at 30 and rose to lead the entire family. And ever since he took control, the atrocities committed by Declan have only increased. Perhaps those stories were only rumors, but one fact was certain. According to the Academy's founding principles, even royalty had to step down and place their feet on the Academy grounds. Yet this man refused. Instead, He remained seated and personally held the reins as the coachman, trampling the academy's traditions beneath the hooves of his horses. A cunning one. Declan spoke first. Isn't it time? I'm not sure what you mean, head of house. The headmaster replied calmly. I heard the news, Declan said lightly. The trial corridor was seized by some vermin. The headmaster smiled faintly. Look at this guy, staring with that lightning-like gaze. Head of house, the headmaster said. Did you really come all this way just to spout nonsense? Now he's even probing me. Officially, the attacker had never been identified, and only a handful of people knew Declan was involved. So why would he openly appear here now? Declan continued casually. The academy seemed overwhelmed, so I came to offer my assistance. I personally dealt with the vermin from the main house. A portal suddenly opened beside him. From it, a severed head dropped heavily onto the ground. The main line. I took care of both the direct and collateral branches, Declan said. Well, are you satisfied? From a distant rooftop, Aster watched the entire scene unfold. As expected, he took Vimar's head. Typical. Watching from afar, Aster felt a familiar certainty settle in. In my past life, he was the kind of man who would even extend a hand to me. The same man who killed his own blood for the sake of Declan. Still, something about the timing gnawed at him. It's too perfect. Just last night, I mentioned Declan and Vimar to my senior, and today he shows up like this. Is it luck, or is he simply that pathologically meticulous? Aster kept his eyes fixed on the distant figure. Either way, I suppose he is human after all. In his previous life, Declan had felt like an incomprehensible existence, something so far beyond him that it could not even be understood. But now, standing here in this life, the man felt different, still immense, still overwhelming, yet no longer unknowable. Now he feels like a massive mountain standing right in front of me. Aster slowly lifted his hand toward Declan and began spreading his fingers. This life, maybe I can climb all the way up to your neck. Then his fingers curled inward, closing into a tight fist. Several days passed, and the academy became unusually lively. The first public appearance of the Vimar bloodline, when Farn von Declan had shown himself, was already impressive enough, but Farn von Declan took things one step further by openly declaring that he would send a direct descendant of Declan's bloodline to graduate from the academy. In other words, he had just played an extremely powerful card. It was essentially a hostage, something only a prestigious house could afford to place on the table. Whether this move had been coordinated beforehand or not, the Imperial faction responded immediately by announcing that the third princess would also enroll in the academy. That development, however, was still a matter for later. At the earliest, she would enter next semester, or at most sometime the following year. What mattered far more right now was the festival, the Pissnight Festival. Originally, it had been a victory celebration for academy students who had once been mobilized during the Age of War, and now the academy had chosen to treat the trial corridor incident as something worthy of the same recognition. More than that, the event served as the perfect excuse to fully embrace a festive atmosphere. Because it was a victory celebration, alcohol was officially permitted throughout the festival grounds. Only the off-duty mercenaries hired for security seemed to remain sober, most likely because they were still technically on duty. At one corner of the gathering, someone suddenly shouted, and before long a drinking contest erupted between two massive, heavily muscled men. They competed fiercely, chugging drink after drink until one of them finally collapsed on the ground. The other man remained standing, raising his arms and laughing loudly. This guy was nothing special, he declared. Anyone else want to try the next round? Before anyone else could step forward, Damien walked up and slammed a pouch filled with gold coins onto the table. Me, he said. I want to try too. Chimby stared at him in shock. Damien. Before the situation could escalate any further, a voice suddenly echoed across the entire academy. This is an announcement to everyone. The Pissnight Awards ceremony will begin shortly. Those who wish to attend, please gather in front of the Sage Hall. Aster immediately grabbed Damien by the arm. Let's go. Damien pouted in protest, clearly reluctant to leave. If someone did the work, they deserved the reward, Aster thought. Now then, time to collect. When they arrived, they found the headmaster already standing at the front of several benches filled with seated students. After offering a few brief opening remarks, he moved straight to the main point. We will now proceed with the awards. Award recipients, please come to the podium as your names are called. One by one, the names were announced. Dahlia Denai, Damon von Blander, Evelyn D. Plancher, Chimby, Aster. When Damien heard the name Evelyn D. Plancher, daughter of the Gold Rain Trading Company, he looked slightly surprised. Something about her feels off, Aster thought. She didn't stand out in my previous life either. Still, with student testimonies backing it up, I suppose she's being recognized as a contributor. When Chinby stepped forward, his hands trembled as he accepted his reward, a top-grade elixir. No surprise there. Then it was Aster's turn. I offer my deepest thanks for your contribution, Aster, the headmaster said. Aster tilted his head with a mischievous look. Senior, do I have to return a box? It's not even pretty. It's basically trash. If I find it incinerated, the headmaster replied calmly, I'll incinerate you along with it. Damn, this guy really has a comeback for everything, Aster thought with a grin. Then I'll just burn it secretly. With that exchange, the award ceremony came to an end. Afterward, they wandered around the academy grounds, enjoying the festival. Having run nonstop for so long, the chance to finally relax felt well-deserved. That night, fireworks filled the sky, bursting, exploding, spreading colors across the darkness in a display so beautiful it was almost impossible to describe. Aster, Damien, and Chimby stood there staring upward, completely awestruck. It's flashy, Aster thought, but I can't deny it's impressive. Someday, when I build my tower, I'll splurge like this too. He imagined it clearly. The very top probably won't have much of a view, so I'll watch from the highest floor where the ground can't even be seen. I'll hold a festival that lasts an entire week, and even if I can't personally take in every moment, the finale will be the Sage Ascension ceremony. In his mind, the image became vivid. Great Sage Aster, riding a wyvern that ushers in a new era for the continent. A white wyvern would be nice. The next morning, an owl perched quietly on his window. To be honest, the bird somehow resembled the headmaster. No, not this kind of white owl, Aster thought. He opened the letter attached to it and found an invitation from the headmaster, summoning him early in the morning right after the festival. You're diligent senior. Even your familiar looks just like you. Without wasting time, Aster jumped out the window and headed toward their usual meeting place, a deserted building that had once been used by troubleshooters long ago. Forgotten by the academy and left untouched for years, it was the perfect location for secret meetings. Aster pushed the door open. Senior, I'm here. You're early, the headmaster replied. Aster looked around the room, taking in the surroundings before asking, Isn't this basically an office now? I thought the same thing, the headmaster admitted, but tradition left me with no choice. They both sat down. Care for a drink? The headmaster asked. This early, Aster replied, raising a brow. You called me out here for that. I told you before, didn't I? The headmaster said calmly. I had a favor to ask. Ah, that favor, Aster murmured, remembering. The one I traded for library access. It's simple, the headmaster continued. Deliver this letter to an old friend of mine. He handed over the letter. The moment Aster took it, he sensed it immediately, a troublesome smell lingering behind the request. Where am I going? He asked. I asked around and tracked the bastard down, the headmaster explained. He settled in a forest and built quite a place for himself. The Hammer Great Forest. The moment Aster heard the name, his expression darkened. This is going to be a headache. The Hammer Great Forest had been preserved since ancient times, a place overflowing with monsters and priceless magical materials. You want me to find one person in a place like that? Aster asked. It won't be that difficult, the headmaster replied. People live there too. Check a few base camps and you'll find him. Senior, I'm sorry, but... All right. The headmaster cut in suddenly. I almost forgot. I prepared something modest for my hardworking junior. He placed a document on the table. 2 top-grade elixirs, 5 high-grade, and 10 mid-grade. Aster stared at the list in complete silence. And now, the headmaster added casually, What were you about to say? Aster let out a quiet sigh. I'm sorry, but I was about to say I'm running late to retire from the academy. His face made it obvious just how valuable those items were. The price was far too great to refuse. Soon after, Aster stepped out of the hall and left the building. He glanced down at the document in his hands, scanning the contents again, and simply seeing the listed rewards already eased his mind. 3 top-grade elixirs in total, including the one he had received from the Pissnike award ceremony. This life is seriously awesome, Aster thought. Compared to my previous life, it's not even a contest. And that wasn't all. There was also an Iron Workshop artifact crafting voucher, a pass to a luxury workshop where even noble families had to wait in line for access. Why do I even have something like this? But Aster understood something very clearly. Behind any reward that seemed too good to refuse, there was always a professor's hidden agenda. And, just as expected, the headmaster had already said it plainly. I originally intended to call him back to the academy. With the demonic realm incident and all the chaos it caused, I needed his help, the headmaster had said back then. But he claims returning right now would be awkward. Something about unfinished business. So you'll go instead and help him tie up some loose ends. Remembering the expression on the headmaster's face when he said that, Aster felt a wave of doubt rise in his chest. Senior, do you even have conscience? He had even accused the headmaster of employment fraud and squeezed a few extra rewards out of him for it. Though being that blunt had nearly gotten him beaten to death. That's what happens when you're too right, Aster thought. Or when you lay the facts bare in front of someone as powerful as a headmaster. Still, he eventually shrugged it off. All right then, he muttered to himself. Let's see what I can do. Originally, he had planned to use a top-grade elixir simply to increase his mana capacity. But now that he possessed 3 of them, there was no longer any reason to obsess over that particular goal. Instead, his focus shifted to something else entirely. Magic Body. It was a technique he had created by studying the reinforced physiques of knights, whose bodies were strengthened through ether, and adapting that principle into something usable for a mage. In his previous life, that method had allowed him to surpass the natural limits of a mere troubleshooter. It's finally time to overhaul this fragile stick figure body. A mage with the physique of a knight. On top of that, he now had access to collision formulas, interference formulas, and countless techniques he had not even begun exploring. Aster smiled faintly. This time, I can aim even higher than the peak I reached in my previous life. He went to his usual training spot, sat down, and slowly entered meditation. Then he took out one pill from a top-grade elixir and swallowed it. Yellow-colored mana immediately surged around him as he began using his familiar breathing technique. But this time he did something different. Rather than guiding the elixir's mana through the usual circuits, he forced the energy directly into his body, driving it into every joint, muscle fiber, nerve, and ligament. This was the goal. Suddenly, a sharp pain ripped through his entire body. His nerves bulged violently beneath the skin. He had felt this sensation before, and he knew exactly what was causing it. Looking down at his arm, he muttered under his breath, "The firebrand, it's reacting again." The surge nearly shattered his concentration, but another thought quickly followed. If the firebrand activates now, what kind of boost will I get this time? The mere possibility filled him with manic excitement. Still, he forced himself to focus. Stick to the plan. Stay steady. First, circulate the mana throughout the entire body, not just along the mana circuits. Then, push it deeper. Inject it into the muscle fibers themselves. The pain did not fade. It only grew worse. It was pure torture, as if every strand of muscle in his body was being torn apart one by one. Do I really have to suffer this much? In his past life, he had endured pain like this because he had no other choice. But now, unlike before, I'm rich. Should I just stop here? Then Aster clenched his teeth and muttered through the pain. "Ah, you bastard." He clenched his teeth and endured the pain raging through his body, barely holding on as the agony surged from muscle to bone, pushing him right to the edge of giving up. "You son of a," he cursed under his breath. "I haven't even finished reinforcing the muscles yet, and you're already shoving mana into my bones whenever you feel like it." When the grueling session finally ended, Aster collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. The magic body technique had succeeded. No, more than that. It had worked even better than expected. His current mana output still couldn't fully support the physique he had just forged, but even so, with a body like this he would no longer lose to a knight when it came to pure durability. Once the body matured further, and he added proper physical training on top of it, the idea of a mage who could beat knights with his bare fists would no longer be just a dream. "All right," he muttered. "Let's test regeneration." He lightly bit down on his thumb. Blood immediately gushed out. "What the?" He stared at it in confusion. "I barely touched it." Frowning, he examined the wound. "I'm more injured than I expected, but this should heal in about a minute." Then suddenly he froze. What was that just now? The wound was already closing. That regeneration speed was absurd. Troll level. Even in his previous life, his body had never healed this quickly. I gained an unexpected bonus. If he also possessed the Healing Light secret manual he had once received from Hensi, he would practically be on the same level as Damien, the monstrous prodigy of House Ballander. Then something else caught his attention. He slowly knelt down. There was a faint trace of mana lingering nearby. Don't tell me. His gaze fell on a small drop of blood. Is it this drop of blood? The sensation felt strangely familiar. The mana properties inside, they were almost identical to his own. I think I can control it. Curious, he considered a quick experiment. Should I test it with a light spell? He released a small light spell. The moment it formed, it exploded directly in front of his face. Aster blinked. This defies common sense. He had clearly willed the magic to appear, but the anchor of the spell hadn't been himself. It had been the blood. If I increase the blood volume and apply the collision formula, he murmured, thinking it through, this could become a spell on its own. And if it were later combined with the Ballander family's healing technique, along with a multiplication formula, the effects would be insane. He paused for a moment. Should I mention this to Hensi? Then he shook his head. Nah, better not get involved with crazy people if I can help it. Lancensy had already said she would be visiting during the parent-teacher conference before regular classes resumed. He could simply mention it then. Good enough, Aster said, a manic smile spreading across his face. I'll call this black magic. Not long after that, Lancensy arrived. I'm relieved to see you safe, young Master Damien. And you as well, Aster, she said politely. Are there any issues? Damien smiled brightly as always. No, all good. Healthy as ever. You can go now. Lancensy sighed quietly before continuing. The madam asked me to pass along a message. At those words, Damon immediately perked up. What is it regarding the proposal you submitted last time for the creation of a lake and the construction of a statue within the Ballander estate? The formatting was quite professional, regardless of who helped you prepare it. As Lancensy spoke, her gaze shifted briefly toward Aster. Aster understood immediately. So it's about blood, sweat, and tears number 1 and number 2. As for the madam's response, Lancensy continued. Damien's expression brightened instantly, clearly expecting approval. It's rejected. In that moment, Damien's world shattered. However, Lancensy calmly added, there is a condition. Damien froze, barely daring to hope. You must place within the top 16 in the upcoming Academy midterm evaluations. If you succeed, I will have grounds to submit another request on your behalf. Aster saw through the situation immediately. It's Madam's ploy. Damien, however, looked completely devastated. Don't worry too much, young Master Damien, Lancensy said gently. Do you not have good friends right here? I'm sure they will help you. Chimbi's entire expression screamed shock. I want absolutely no part of this. Like hell, Aster thought. Lancency turned toward them. Master Chinbi, she said politely. If you assist young Master Damien this time, the Ballander family will reward you generously. Is that too much to ask? Aster let out a quiet sigh inside his mind. So this is it. The era of patience and suffering has finally arrived. If it weren't for the damned multiplication formula, he would never have agreed to something like this. Understood, Aster said. Damien immediately beamed with excitement. Aster stared at him. Creepy. Yeah, definitely creepy. The next day, Chimbi decided to assess the situation directly. Damien, he asked cautiously, how much of basic magic theory do you actually understand? Damien blinked, genuinely confused. What's basic magic theory? At that exact moment, Chimbi finally understood Damien's true level. Okay, Damien, Chimbi said slowly, forcing himself to remain calm. Can I at least see your notes? Or your textbook? Damien scratched the back of his head before answering. I just bought whatever books were available. There were only a couple. That was the moment both Chimbi and Aster realized the truth. This was hell. Pure, unfiltered hell. You did complete the assignments the professor gave on time, right? Chimbi asked carefully. Yeah, I did, Damien replied without hesitation. Chimbi let out a deep breath. Phew, that's a relief. But that relief didn't last long. When Aster checked the assignments himself, he discovered that the work only covered subject number 2. Blood, sweat, tears. Aster thought bitterly. Damn it. The formulas for propagation are drifting further and further away. The only saving grace was that Damien wasn't bad at general elective subjects like culture and history. As a member of House Ballander, he had probably been privately tutored in those areas since childhood. The real problem was anything related to magic. It's not that I can't teach him, Aster thought grimly. I just don't trust myself not to beat him into a pulp while doing it. Damien noticed the troubled look on Chinbi's face and tilted his head slightly. Is it really that serious? Before Chimbi could answer, someone else spoke up. Hey, it was Farion. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, Farion said casually, but I caught the general idea. You're helping Damien study, right? So, Aster asked cautiously. Well, Farion replied. I think I might be able to help. Damien leaned forward immediately, excitement flashing across his face. Aster raised an eyebrow. You look skeptical, Farion said with a faint smirk. I wasn't planning to show you this, but... He pulled out a document. The moment Chimbi saw it, he froze. As expected, Farion continued calmly. I knew you'd recognize it. It's a collection of the Academy's past exam papers from the last 10 years. Chimbi's eyes widened. And that's not all, Farion added. I've compiled every professor's exam patterns, their preferred question styles, the topics they emphasize. Everything for M1, M2, and M3. He folded his arms and smirked slightly. Is that enough to earn your respect? As Chimbi carefully examined the documents, a small sense of hope finally began creeping into his expression. There's actually a chance, Aster thought. I don't like a single thing about this guy, especially the way he framed Chimbi during the trial corridor incident. But I can't deny it. For the first time since this nightmare began, Chimbi actually looked relieved. Aster felt a sudden urge to smack him for that expression, but he held himself back. However, Farion wasn't finished. There is one condition, he said. Meanwhile, Aster's thoughts drifted somewhere else entirely. Should I hit him anyway, or not? I want your help with interpersonal combat training, Farion continued. After the midterm evaluations, you know how to fight, so you should be capable enough. Aster's eyes lit up instantly. Oh, sure, he said without hesitation. We can do it right now. Follow me to the training hall. Stop, Farion said quickly. Wait, Aster frowned. You're not helping me with combat training. Then who? Aster asked. Someone else, Farion replied. Come with me. They left the academy and walked beyond the city of Hazen. How far are we going? Aster asked. We're almost there, Farion answered. By this point, they were already deep inside the back alleys. Ah, damn it, Aster thought. I really want to punch him. Eventually, they arrived at their destination. A private training ground. Aster glanced around and muttered. Looks like someone's got money to burn. The place was massive and meticulously maintained. Then they saw the person training there. It was none other than Dahlia Denai. Hello, she greeted them calmly. You're here, Aster. Farion turned toward her with visible uncertainty. Dahlia, do we really have to do this? He beat the Dampy family, sure. That's impressive. But is he really worth learning from? No, Dahlia said firmly. I'll say it again. I do not borrow the power of my family. Then she stepped forward and faced Aster directly. I'm asking you, Aster. Aster smiled faintly. I'll take one more thing from this deal before I go. He turned toward Farion. Let me use her. What? I'll use her properly and return her after the exams. Aster continued calmly. I need her to tutor Damien. Farion stared at him in disbelief. Wait, what the hell? Dahlia, you're actually considering this. Then he turned back toward Aster. Get your facts straight. I already paid you with the study materials. Aster replied without hesitation. You paid what you owed, but you still haven't settled the debt for framing Chimbi during the trial of the casket. Farion opened his mouth to protest, but before he could speak, Dahlia answered. Fine. What? Farion shouted. No. More importantly, Why are you deciding my fate? I'm the proud bloodline of the great house Denai. I have free will. Aster looked at him and smiled slyly. Right, Mr. Proud Bloodline. I just happen to need a punching bag. You're sturdier than Hickster. Furion immediately closed his mouth. I'm short on time. Furion muttered a moment later. Midterms are coming up, so I'll be heading out. Aster felt a small sense of relief. This should take a load off Chunbi's mind. Then he turned back to Dahlia. Now then, he said calmly. Since I received my payment, shall I do my job? You wanted me to teach you interpersonal combat, right? At the same time, in a restaurant elsewhere, a quiet meeting was taking place. Please give me another chance, the man said. There's no turning back now. Are you sure you're okay with this? The woman asked as she took a bite of her meal. You might be pushing yourself too hard. He simply stared at her. After the trial of the casket incident, customer complaints have been loud, he said finally. A certain someone made sure I couldn't obtain a single bracelet. He paused briefly. I have no excuses. The woman thought for a moment before speaking again. I heard a rumor, she said calmly. They say the midterm exam questions will be finalized by next week. His eyes widened. Surely, you're not asking me to steal the exam papers. Oh my, she replied with a faint smile. Did I say that? You're saying very dangerous things. She leaned slightly closer. I merely shared my concerns, and my hope that you might assist my business. Then she slid a small piece of paper across the table. If you want to complete this task more efficiently, you may want to visit this place. They say there's someone there who excels at all kinds of work. She smiled softly. Well then, hurry up and eat. Meanwhile, Aster stood in the training ground, gazing at the training puppet in front of him. Me training Dahlia like this. If this were my past life, I would have beaten the daylight out of her for spouting such nonsense. That was how deep the bad blood between them had once run. He still remembered it clearly. Her voice, her threat. I'll bury you right here today. If it weren't for her reinforcements back then, I would have killed her a dozen times over. The memory lingered clearly in Aster's mind. Later, when Dahlia rose to become the representative mage of House Denai, their paths simply stopped crossing, leaving that old hostility buried under time and circumstance. But setting their history aside and looking at the situation purely from a calculation of gains and losses, raising Dahlia now was still profitable. For reasons he never fully understood, Dahlia had eventually become someone who kept the Declan family in check. Should I pull that timeline forward a little? And besides, if I don't do it now, I'll never get another chance to beautifully beat the crap out of her. Aster called out across the training ground. Dahlia, what do you think is the most critical factor in interpersonal combat? She answered in a flat tone. I don't know. I just want to learn the moves you used against Hickster. Aster looked at her skeptically. You want me to seriously teach you my style? You need to find a method that actually suits you. Then he continued. Imagine a Class 8 mage fighting a Class 10 mage. Who wins? Class 8, she replied. No, Aster said immediately. Wrong. Whoever smashes the other guy's head first wins. Then he added casually, it's called the first to strike rule. Without warning, Aster blasted a small energy ball straight at Dahlia's face. Time passed as the training continued. Eventually, Dahlia paused and checked the time. Is it already this late? Aster watched her quietly. If I keep beating her properly like this, she'll grow up just fine. Then another thought crossed his mind. I wonder what Damien is up to. When Aster glanced toward the distance, he noticed someone nearby, a noble. It was the same man who had argued with Aster before the event, and the same man who had been having dinner with the red-haired woman the other night. The noble frowned internally. Damn it. Now she wants me to steal exam papers too. If I could, I'd wash my hands of this whole thing. But they won't let me walk away. Gold. No. Evelyn, she has enough power to crush me. Then his thinking shifted. No, look at it differently. This is a golden opportunity. What Evelyn would gain through this mistress was a connection to the nobility. And if he completed this job perfectly, he himself could become part of that connection. Last time I failed because of that damn gutter rat. But this time will be different. As the noble entered a building, Aster quietly followed behind him. I don't know what kind of shady plan he's brewing, but is this really the place? From the outside, it looked like nothing more than a normal tea house. Inside, the bartender spoke politely. What would you like to order? Please give me the dragonhorn tea, the noble said. Make it steaming hot, but frozen. Certainly, the bartender replied calmly. Please wait a moment. The noble thought to himself. This must be the place Evelyn mentioned. Saying that code phrase in a normal shop would have been humiliating. Thank God. The noble muttered as the bartender placed the tea in front of him. You seem a little flustered by the atmosphere, the bartender said casually while setting the cup down. Many people are surprised when they hear the word shadow broker. They usually imagine some hidden, covert hideout. He gestured around the shop. But as you can see, who would ever suspect that a place like this is actually the front for a black market? Then he continued smoothly. So tell me, how did a young customer like you manage to find your way here? I came to acquire exam papers for the Academy's first-year basic class, the noble replied. Academic exam papers, the bartender murmured thoughtfully. He flipped through a ledger resting beside him. It just so happens that someone wants to sell them. Which department? He asked. The magic department. The bartender scanned the page. Magic department, ah yes. We arranged to meet the seller next week. Would you like to meet them together? He wants to memorize my face, the noble thought immediately. Verifying the seller and inspecting the goods is basic merchant practice. the bartender said calmly. We should go. There was no turning back now. Very well, the bartender continued. I'll give you the time and location. Listen carefully and do not write it down. The location was spoken quietly, never written, never repeated. Meanwhile, from a distance, Aster watched everything unfold. Well, load of crap, he muttered. A seller conveniently appeared, and a buyer just happened to arrive at the same time. The entire situation smelled suspicious. They hadn't even discussed the price yet. Well, Aster whispered to himself, I'll verify it personally. He opened his subspace and pulled out a mask along with a set of robes. Perfect timing, he said with a smirk. I've got some Declan robes that should come in handy. Then his grin widened. Shall we rob the guy with the most money first? As the noble left the tea house, Aster quietly followed behind him. Once this job is done, I need to leave Hazen, he thought. Now that exam papers were involved, remaining here had become too dangerous. Where should I go next? Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind the counter. Not accepting customers. The bartender froze. When did he get here? No. Is that a Declan Red Jade? The Red Jade were one of House Declan's elite mage units. Drop the act, Aster said calmly. Dragahorn tea. Skip the code words. Yes, the bartender replied stiffly. What are you looking for? A special item. A special bag, Aster answered. The bartender stiffened. A special bag? Don't tell me. Is he talking about Callahan's bag that disappeared after his death? Why would he be asking about that? We've never seen such an item, the bartender said carefully. Is that so? Aster replied calmly. Then his gaze sharpened. Then what were you discussing with that boy earlier? The bartender began to panic. Sir, how am I supposed to deal with this? He tried to explain, but Aster suddenly slammed his hand onto the table. Quiet. The gears turning in your head are too loud. The bartender realized it instantly. This isn't an ordinary Declan mage. His composure collapsed, and he immediately began talking. I'll tell you the truth about the boy. It has nothing to do with Declan. Aster listened without interrupting. You'd better not hide a single thing, he said coldly. Before the bartender could continue, Aster added, Let's talk while we walk to the warehouse. What? The bartender blurted. Why? Aster's aura flared slightly. Shouldn't I inspect the warehouse personally? He said calmly. Or are you hiding something? The bartender swallowed hard. What the hell is he trying to do? He hesitated before speaking again. Sir, is this really necessary? If you're innocent, nothing will happen, Aster replied. I swear it on the name of Declan. Then he added quietly, as long as your confession has nothing to do with Declan, it will remain a secret forever. The bartender paused for a moment, then finally spoke. The job was commissioned by Evelyn, the daughter of the gold merchant group. I'm just a middleman who was paid to arrange the deal. I don't know the exact details, he continued, but I suspect she's trying to create a black market for grades within the academy. Aster frowned inwardly. Evelyn. Rumors about her were already widespread throughout the academy. Exemplary conduct, harmonious social relationships, a model student admired by everyone. And someone like her was secretly building a scheme like this behind the scenes. It made Aster feel strangely jealous. Some people are stuck doing tutoring work they never asked for, while others are making easy money. Still lost in thought, they soon arrived at their destination. Here it is, the bartender said as he opened the door. Aster looked inside and raised an eyebrow. That's a lot of goods. He scanned the interior briefly before adding, It doesn't look problematic to me, but the family needs to verify it just in case. The bartender stiffened. That's a bit much. Prepare 2 subspace pockets, Aster ordered. We'll confiscate these suspicious items. The bartender's face turned pale. Damn it, you bandit scumbag. Meanwhile, back with Damien and the others. No, Damien, Chimby said slowly. You can leave out this formula. Damien was currently drawing magic symbols. See, my answer works too, he insisted. Watch. Chimby grabbed his own head in disbelief. No. How on earth are you doing that? Can you actually maintain the spell without the stabilization formula? He simply couldn't understand it. Damien protested again. I told you, it works without it. No, it shouldn't work without it, Chimby insisted. Furion, who was watching the entire scene unfold, felt a single thought forming in his mind. This place is hell. Damien was definitely a genius. But he was the kind of genius who completely rejected common sense. No, this felt less like a genius breaking rules and more like common sense itself being denied. By every calculation, the spell Damien created should have been impossible. Yet he manifested it effortlessly. Don't tell me. Furion suddenly thought. Is Aster corrupting Dahlia too? Just then, Dahlia walked in. Oh, Dahlia, you're here, Furion said. But the moment he saw her face, he stopped mid-sentence. Her face was bruised. Furion's expression darkened instantly. Aster, you delinquent bastard, he muttered under his breath. And just like that, a week passed. Throughout that time, Furion and Chimby worked together, carefully reviewing Damien's answers. Furion, how were the sections you graded? Chimby asked. Every answer in my section was correct, Furion replied. Same here, Chimby added. Damien's eyes lit up. Really? I got them all right. Yes, Chimby confirmed. You did. Damien clenched his fists tightly. Yes, now I can finally make blood, sweat, and tears. Furion blinked. What is blood, sweat, and tears? After a moment, he decided it was better not to ask. Honestly, Damien continued cheerfully. I never would have survived this week without it. Even if these were basic questions. This is huge. Then he smiled proudly. I fulfill my duty. Furion watched him silently. You're doing your part too, right, Aster? He muttered quietly. Meanwhile, Aster stood on a rooftop, observing someone from above. Then he frowned. Huh, why do my ears feel like they're burning? He paused. Is someone bad-mouthing me? Looking down, he spotted the nervous-looking noble, Devi, who was currently delivering the exam papers nearby. Aster felt a strong urge to beat him to a pulp. For our MC, there was always a simple solution. Just beat their asses and straighten them out. Aster had wanted to intervene the moment Devi met the seller, but he forced himself to wait. He would have loved nothing more than to crush Evelyn and Devi right now. But that wasn't the plan. There are definitely going to be people buying those exam papers. Aster pulled out a crystal ball and began recording everything. Inside the building, Devi spoke. For the major magic courses of the first-year basic classes, he said, and 2 electives as well. It also includes the practical exam subjects and the evaluation criteria. He handed over the documents. Evelyn glanced at the person standing beside her. Check it. The man examined the papers carefully. The paper quality, the manufacturing efficiency, and the embedded mana pattern. It's definitely from the academy, he concluded. Looks like you bought the real deal, Evelyn said calmly. Devi started to say something, but Evelyn interrupted him smoothly. We'll continue providing you with opportunities, Devi, and the Fingrove Merchant Group will receive our support as well. She smiled pleasantly. Of course, we'll make sure everyone knows this happened thanks to you. Inside, Devi nearly burst with excitement. Now the family won't be able to ignore me anymore. We'll contact you again after reviewing everything closely, Evelyn continued. From now on, you'll handle distributing the exam papers to our clients. Yes, ma'am, Devi replied. After he left, Evelyn's smile turned cold. What a fool. Then she turned to the man beside her. Is everything proceeding smoothly? Yes, he replied. In a few days, every incident connected to the young lady will instead be attributed to Devi and the Finrove Merchant Group. Good, Evelyn replied calmly. Make sure there are no mistakes. That's the only reason we're using that idiot. I'll keep that in mind, the man answered. Let's dine together today, Evelyn added. Yes, ma'am. Watching everything from the window outside, Aster clicked his tongue. Wow, I knew she was a bad apple, but she's rotten to the core. He let out a quiet sigh. Let's see, is there a good way to handle this? He thought carefully. I need to ruin this game of hers and straighten her out so she never tries something like this again. Aster looked down at the crystal recordings in his hand. Using them now would be a waste. He was used to solving problems by smashing them head-on, but this situation required something more delicate. Then suddenly, an idea struck him. He pulled out a pen. I've got it. A way to guide her onto the right path. He began drafting an official-looking document, carefully reproducing the exact format. My skills haven't gotten rusty yet, he muttered while writing. I used to forge handwriting all the time back then. He chuckled softly. Never thought I'd use that skill like this again. Once he finished, Aster looked at the document with satisfaction and stood up. Evelyn, you're already good. Then he snorted, as if this one thing will magically turn her into a good person. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Dahlia remembered Aster's words. Strike first to win. In other words, she needed a spell with the fastest possible activation speed, something that could be cast almost unconsciously. She began forming a magic circle. Even a genius dies if their head gets smashed. Inside the classroom, the exam session had ended. All right, everyone, the instructor announced. Pins down and hands on your heads. You there in the back, collect the exam papers and bring them to the front. The students began gathering their papers and passing them forward. Hey, what theory did you base your answer to question 3 on? One student asked. The pen and paper theory, the green-haired student replied confidently. Stop messing around, the other student said. A long-haired student frowned. Wait, I thought you weren't studying. Did you secretly read the book? The green-haired student scoffed. Please, you can pass this term just by staying awake during class. You guys should try paying attention for once, like me. Meanwhile, another student quietly wondered to himself, is Damien actually a genius, or has he been secretly getting private tutoring behind our backs? Elsewhere, Evelyn reviewed her progress. Transaction number 1 is a success, she thought. Demon Van Haramir, the eldest son of the Haramir Viscountcy, a family that controlled the kingdom's primary grain reserves. Securing priority bidding rights to those grain fields through this exam leak had been a masterstroke. I currently have 4 deals running simultaneously, she calculated calmly, and the other 3 will pay out just as well. If this isn't a winning trade, I don't know what is. And this was only the beginning. Suddenly, the classroom door opened. Several staff members entered, escorting Devi and another student, one of Evelyn's clients, from outside. They walked straight toward Deminin von Harimir. One of the staff members said, Please come with us. Deminin blinked in shock. Me? Yes, Mr. Deminin. The staff member replied with a stern expression. Follow me. The headmaster is waiting. Evelyn froze. What does this mean? What's going on? The following morning, an announcement echoed across the academy. Attention! Attention all first-year students in the basic class. Please assemble in the grand hall immediately for an emergency briefing. Students gathered quickly. Hey, is this some kind of sudden assembly? One student whispered. You hear anything? Yeah. Another replied quietly. Word is there was a massive cheating scandal this time. For real? People actually cheated. Who was it? Evelyn's heart pounded violently. It can't be me. I was meticulous. I didn't leave a single trace. Was it DV? No. He's a bit dull, but he's not reckless enough to get caught. Then who? A voice suddenly echoed from the stage. All right, everyone settle down. I see the rumors have already begun circulating. Allow me to clarify the situation for those who are still unaware. Several students were caught engaging in academic dishonesty during the first-year midterms. Regrettably, such a disgraceful incident has occurred within these walls. The students immediately began murmuring. So it's true. Man, someone's finished. Evelyn stood frozen, unable to react. The primary culprit has been identified as DV, along with 4 accomplices. All 5 students will be expelled effective immediately. The academy will also pursue full financial restitution. Gasps spread across the hall. Furthermore, the announcer continued, I am proud to say this plot was not uncovered by faculty, but by a student with an unshakable sense of justice. We are gathered here today to recognize this student's exemplary courage. A brief pause followed. Evelyn D. Plancher, please step forward. She was completely stunned. It was Evelyn. I knew it. Way to go, Evelyn. She exposed them. I'm not, she tried to protest. I really didn't. But the cheers had already drowned her out. No need to be modest, Evelyn, someone said from the crowd. You earned the right to be proud. What is really going on? She thought desperately. I'm not stupid enough to get caught in my own cheating ring. We shall now begin the commendation ceremony, the announcer declared. Behind the scene, Aster quietly watched everything unfold. The applause, the flawless setup. Don't let your path grow crooked, he thought calmly. Stay on the righteous road and live with a noble heart. Aster had now become the righteous troubleshooter, the benevolent judge who corrected the wicked and guided them back onto the proper path. 1 week later, a shout echoed through the academy courtyard. Yo, the rankings are posted. Chunbi and Damien rushed toward the board. What's the board? Damien asked. Chunbi ignored him and began scanning the list. 18th place. Damon von Blander. Damien's eyes immediately filled with tears. Chunbi froze in disbelief. Then an assistant professor nearby coughed awkwardly. Ah, that's the wrong sheet. He removed it and replaced it with the correct one. They looked again. 16th place. Damon von Blander. Both of them lit up instantly. Finally, after everything they had gone through, now I can finally claim my reward, Aster thought. The multiplication formula. I went through hell to get this. Chunbi turned toward him excitedly and called out his name. Maybe I really do have a knack for teaching, Chunbi thought. After graduation, maybe I'll stay for advanced classes and apply for a TA position. Aster stared at him. Shut up. Then he paused. Crap, did I say that out loud again? You do realize a teaching assistant was involved in the cheating ring, right? Aster continued. Didn't you know the guy was so broke he sold exam keys just to survive? That's how miserable a TA's life can be. Chunbi blinked. I heard it takes maybe 3 or 4 years to become an assistant professor. Who told you that? Professor Pham asked from the side. Is your heart really set on teaching? Chunbi hesitated. It seems fulfilling in its own way. Do you think I'm not suited for it? Meanwhile, Damien was happily celebrating nearby. Aster crossed his arms. If you really want to teach, there's one way. Become an archmage, someone so powerful that no one can question you. Then you can teach as ruthlessly. He coughed lightly. I mean, as strictly as you taught that idiot, Damien. Chunbi's eyes widened. Might as well dream big, Aster continued. Using your talent just to become a TA after everything you did for Damien would be a waste. Chunbi, you should become an archmage. A faint grin appeared on Aster's face. That way, you can repay me for saving your life. With interest. That night, inside a dim bar, a man entered and sat across from another. You finally showed up, the seated man said. Still hanging around in damp holes, I see. Kellogg, the newcomer replied. Kellogg snorted. Says the man who spends his life digging in the dirt. After the brief exchange of sarcasm, the newcomer leaned forward. I need your help. With what? Kellogg asked. Sneaking into the academy, or something. No. Ancient ruins have been unearthed in the Hamlon Great Forest. Kellogg slowly smiled. Good grief. This is going to be a massive pain in the neck. A few days later, Aster accompanied Lancency to collect his reward. He had specifically requested the multiplication array. Lancency nodded calmly. That won't be a problem at all. While the deepest secrets of the Blander family remain strictly protected, certain high-level circuits are permitted to circulate within academic circles, and Lancency assured them that one of the household's most prestigious arrays would be granted. Hearing this, Chunbi was caught off guard. A high-grade circuit as a reward was far beyond what he had expected, and the level of generosity from the Blander family felt almost unbelievable. Yet it was also precisely the kind of opportunity they had hoped for when coming here. After addressing that matter, Lancency turned his attention directly to Chunbi and spoke with polite seriousness. Mr. Chunbi, forgive my bluntness, but we took the liberty of examining your background. Are you aware of the difficulties your family is currently facing? Chunbi paused briefly before answering. Ah, yes. Although he admitted the situation had begun improving recently, Lancensy calmly explained that the Blander family possessed the means to resolve those problems entirely, and he continued by adding that they were also willing to provide a far more suitable living environment for Chunbi's family, should he desire it. Aster stood quietly nearby, observing the exchange without interrupting. Chunbi considered the offer for a moment before speaking again. I appreciate the offer, but I'll have to decline. Lancensy blinked in surprise. Mr. Chunbi, please don't misunderstand. This isn't meant as charity or a tip. That's not the issue, Chunbi replied gently. I'd simply prefer to remain Damien's friend without any strings attached. As he said this, his gaze shifted toward Damien. Lancensy looked briefly surprised, then a faint smile formed on his face. Watching the entire exchange unfold, Aster suddenly felt strangely out of place, and an awkward thought crossed his mind. Why do I feel like I'm the only scumbag here? Chunbi spoke again after a short pause. If it's alright, could I request something else instead? Of course, Lancensy answered immediately. Anything at all. If the opportunity ever comes, Chunbi said, I would like to study magic under the Blander household. I want to broaden my horizons. Lancensy asked once more, making sure he understood correctly. Are you certain that is truly all you require? That would be enough. With that simple answer, the discussion regarding the reward finally came to an end. Later on, Damien's mother questioned her butler about what had occurred. Are you saying Damien's friend truly made such a request? Indeed, ma'am, the butler confirmed. A warm smile appeared on her face as she reflected on it. It seems Damien has managed to find himself a genuine companion. Since that boy has proven to be such an effective tutor for my son, the least we can do is give him the support necessary to devote himself fully to his craft. Then she issued her command. Effective immediately, House Blander will formally declare itself the primary sponsor of student Chunbi. When Chunbi eventually received the official document, he was completely stunned. What? For a moment, he could not find a single word to say, and so the entire chaotic situation finally settled, ending in a result that left everyone, well, almost everyone, satisfied. As the weeks passed, noticeable changes began taking place throughout the academy. Inside Aster's classroom, their professor stood before the students and made a formal announcement. From this point forward, the academy will initiate the combat readiness protocol. As many of you already know, the general education program for first-year basic classes is now officially suspended. All coursework will shift entirely toward practical combat, training, and interpersonal battle exercises. She paused. The professor finished her announcement, then added one final condition. However, attendance will be strictly voluntary. A student immediately raised her hand. Excuse me, Professor, when you say voluntary, I mean exactly that. The professor answered without hesitation. You may participate in these drills if you choose, or you may pursue your own training path instead. Students are also free to return to their family estates and continue their education through private instruction. She continued explaining that those who decided to remain at the academy would not be training alone, because the facilities would soon be reinforced by a large deployment of active-duty Imperial combat mages. Aster sat silently while listening to the announcement, yet something about the entire situation bothered him. Something isn't right. The academy wouldn't suddenly rewrite the entire combat schedule without reason. The professors are clearly hiding something. A change this drastic wouldn't originate from the faculty alone. This order must have come from the very top. Later that day, an owl delivered a letter addressed to him from the headmaster, requesting that Aster meet him at their usual location at 8 o'clock. What exactly is going on? Aster wondered. When he finally arrived at the abandoned warehouse, he stopped in shock as he looked around. I miss a few days, and the whole place already looks different. The headmaster had erected a concealment barrier around the entire structure, effectively transforming the old dump into something resembling a secure sanctuary. Well, Aster muttered to himself while surveying the space. There should be plenty of room. Time to test the multiplication array. With a single drop of his own blood, he activated the sequence. It worked. The droplets split apart into several tiny red beads that floated motionlessly in the air. These divided beads were pulling in surrounding ambient mana, carefully recreating the original magical signature of the blood, though the output remained somewhat low. Before Aster could continue examining the result, the headmaster suddenly appeared nearby. What the hell are you cooking up now? Aster calmly turned toward him. You're looking healthy. The headmaster frowned while studying the floating beads. I can feel your mana vibrating inside those things. Don't tell me you can channel any spell you want through them. Without making a big show of it, Aster demonstrated. One bead instantly transformed into a fireball, while another unfolded into a golden magic circle. Something like that. The headmaster's eyes widened in disbelief. That's absurdly versatile. Wait a second. Are you storing raw mana in them and using them as remote casting points? What about range? Give me the maximum effective distance. No, forget that. Can you mass deploy these? Aster smiled slightly. I'll give you the full breakdown later. But first, I need a small favor. The headmaster narrowed his eyes. You've got some nerve asking me to act as your practice dummy. Perfect, Aster thought. The ultimate high-tier sandbag. Ready? Don't forget to brace yourself. The headmaster let out a dismissive snort. You could struggle for 100 years and still wouldn't touch a single hair on my head. Stop wasting time and get on with it. Aster compressed his mana to its absolute limit. The moment the headmaster sensed the change, his expression shifted instantly. Hey wait, you crazy brat. Too late. Aster released the attack. Explosion. A massive blast erupted, shaking the entire area. Collision protocol. Red orb. When the smoke finally began to clear, the result became visible. Aster tilted his head slightly as he looked at the aftermath. The yield was a little underwhelming. Through the drifting smoke, the headmaster stepped forward, clearly furious. All right, start talking. Where did you actually come from? His glare sharpened as he studied Aster. I already knew your mana was unusually refined for someone your age. Exceptional, even, but this goes far beyond talent. It doesn't make any sense. Aster simply shrugged. I'm just your average everyday student. What were you expecting? Some ancient archdemon trapped in a kid's body. The headmaster scoffed. Kid, your idea of average is seriously twisted. Should I crack your skull open and see if there's a manual inside? The logic behind that spell is completely alien. Then his eyes shifted as he suddenly noticed something missing. Wait, where did those red beads go? Aster casually raised his hand and answered by showing his middle finger. Oh, those. Right here. That response immediately earned him a beating. Not long afterward, the two of them were sitting nearby, and the swelling bumps on Aster's head were impossible to miss. He had definitely earned them. After a moment, Aster spoke. So, what was so urgent that you called me out here? The headmaster's expression gradually turned serious. It's about the Great Forest incident. Before we go any further, take a look at this. He produced a crystal and activated it, allowing the recorded scene to unfold inside. Aster watched the image carefully. What the? The Hamlin Great Forest was an immense jungle preserved since ancient times, a wilderness overflowing with countless monsters. Yet despite the danger, humanity, remarkably adaptable as always, had continued to survive within its depths. And among those who lived and worked there were mercenaries skilled enough to operate inside the enormous forest, warriors considered the elite among elites. At that moment, Aster watched those very mercenaries trembling with fear, and the sight itself said everything, because the enemies standing before them were undead, yet not the ordinary kind. The headmaster pointed out that Aster had already witnessed the difference himself, explaining that typical undead wandered by following the faint memories left behind in their decaying flesh. But these creatures were not like that. Aster finished the explanation in his own words, describing them as undead that moved through the strength of the soul itself, naturally occurring undead. Hearing this, Aster wondered aloud if that meant ancient ruins were hidden somewhere within the Great Forest, ruins where such monsters had once been sealed away. The headmaster responded with a quiet nod and revealed the creature's name. Deathros, a monstrosity considered the most impure among all impure beings. As long as the death row sealed within those ancient ruins remained dormant, it would not pose a threat. But the moment the seal was broken, wraiths would begin crawling out without end. His tone grew heavy as he admitted the situation had become extremely urgent. Unfortunately, none of his disciples were able to leave immediately, and the earliest they could depart would still be 2 days from now. He then calmly asked Aster what he planned to do, adding that even if Aster chose not to go, he would not take back the reward that had already been promised, and would instead treat it as a gift for a younger junior. Even if Aster decided to go, before the headmaster could finish speaking, Aster cut him off. Aster asked if that meant there was nothing further the headmaster could offer, and that he would not be pressured into the choice. The headmaster confirmed that the decision belonged entirely to Aster's own will, explaining that something like this should never be determined by material rewards, especially when Aster's life would be on the line, and he urged him to think carefully. To the headmaster's surprise, Aster answered immediately that they should go. The headmaster was visibly startled, but Aster calmly continued, pointing out that the headmaster was obviously worried about his friend and would not change his decision even if it meant risking his life. Aster then explained that although he might seem careless at times, he was not the kind of person who would try to bargain when another person's life was involved. Hearing those words, the headmaster felt genuinely moved. Meanwhile, Aster was lost in his own thoughts. Even if the headmaster had tried to stop him, he felt certain he would have moved anyway. His gaze dropped toward his chest, where the mana circles faintly shimmered beneath his clothing, the light almost seeming to guide him, as though they were quietly insisting that the thing he had been searching for lay somewhere ahead. Letting out a quiet sigh, Aster muttered that he could not afford to sit around wasting time. The headmaster then placed several items into his hands. The first was a warp gate ticket that would allow Aster to use the gate immediately without waiting in line, and the second was a robe artifact infused with protective magic. Seeing this, Aster asked what the headmaster would have left for himself after giving away so much, but the headmaster dismissed the concern and told him to stop talking nonsense, explaining that trying to prepare only after something had already happened was always too late. Then he handed over one more object and told Aster to take that as well. Puzzled, Aster asked what it was, and the headmaster revealed a mask, explaining that it was called the token of the new moon. For a brief moment, Aster misheard the name as April, since the pronunciation sounded similar in Korean, which created a short burst of confusion. prompting the headmaster to joke that he could pierce Aster's ears if he needed help hearing properly. After the brief humor, he explained the real reason for giving it to him. Since Aster would likely conceal his identity with perception-blocking magic or by wearing a mask, there was a risk of misunderstanding. If he appeared in front of the headmaster's friend while disguised, the man might strike first without bothering to ask questions, but carrying this token would prevent that situation. The headmaster then added that he would arrange matters so Aster's duel and final exam results would still be officially acknowledged under his authority. After saying that, he asked what Aster planned to do regarding the Blando family, and Aster calmly answered that he would take care of that issue himself. The next day, Chunbi and Damien discovered a note that Aster had left behind. In the message, he wrote that he had gone away to train and asked them not to search for him. Chunbi stared at the note in shock, while beside her Damien's eyes sparkled with excitement. And inspired by Aster's message, he suddenly declared that he also wanted to leave and train outside. The scene then shifted to Green Town, a city located beside the Hummel Great Forest, where chaos had already taken hold as people rushed to gather supplies and flee as quickly as possible. Workers shouted for cargo to be loaded faster, while complaining about the sudden monster wave that had appeared after decades of quiet. Many people cursed the imperial authorities, accusing them of doing nothing except collecting taxes while standing far away as disasters unfolded. Inside a nearby bar, a young mage sat alone in the corner, quietly thinking about what he should do. His mind returned to something his master had once told him, that an old friend would come to help, because the two of them shared a debt between them. Even if that friend did not appear personally, he would surely send capable people in his place. And because of that, the young mage had been instructed to greet them himself when they arrived. While he remained lost in those thoughts, someone suddenly approached and asked whether he had finally made his decision. The man had sounded confident earlier, but now he immediately began tearing up in fear as he begged for his life, complaining that going back into the Hummel Great Forest was practically the same as being sent to his death. Oberon answered calmly, reminding the man that their contract only required travel between the 4th base camp and Greentown. He had already paid 4 times the normal price as a hazard bonus, and even provided an advance payment. Yet now the man was suddenly asking to cancel the agreement. The man forced a sympathetic smile and apologized, saying he understood that the mage must also be in a difficult situation. Still, he asked how he was supposed to find another Pathfinder at this point, and insisted that he also needed to survive, especially with rumors spreading that a monster wave could appear at any moment. Noticing the troubled look on the mage's face, the man allowed himself a faint smirk, convinced he had nearly persuaded him. In his mind, traveling between the 4th base camp and Greentown was incredibly dangerous, and he had no intention of risking his life there. Since he planned to leave anyway, he figured it would be smarter to travel with a skilled mage, earn some extra money along the way, and afterward disappear somewhere in the countryside to live comfortably like a landlord. At that moment, a hand suddenly slammed down onto the table. Startled, both men turned to look. Oberon immediately asked who the newcomer was, but the masked figure ignored the question and instead asked the mage for his name. The young man introduced himself as Oberon. The stranger then asked whether Oberon's master was Lihim. Oberon confirmed that it was true, and hearing that, the masked figure remarked that he had found the right person before casually telling Oberon to address him as senior. Meanwhile, the cowardly guide suddenly brightened with relief, believing that the reinforcements Oberon had mentioned had finally arrived, and he quickly pulled out the map of the great forest he possessed and offered it to them. The man explained that while he did not possess the courage to risk his life, the map he carried was as precious to him as his own life, and now that Oberon had finally gained support, it would be better if they simply continued without him. After politely thanking the mage and wishing him good luck, the man turned and began walking away. At that moment, Aster's voice cut through the air, suddenly cold as he ordered the man to stop. He warned him not to play any tricks and told him to return to the table and sit down. The man froze where he stood. Aster calmly announced that he would give him 1 second, and if he failed to sit down within that time, he would kill him himself. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy with killing intent as the silent countdown began. Confused and unsettled, the man asked what he meant, but in the very next instant Aster rushed forward and drove a brutal punch into him, sending him crashing violently onto the ground. Aster did not stop there. He continued striking him again and again, unleashing blow after blow without mercy. As the beating continued, the man desperately tried to understand what he had done wrong. Aster coldly asked whether he had failed to comprehend the warning and remarked that the time had already expired. Even after saying that, he still did not stop. He kept kicking the man mercilessly, treating him like nothing more than a punching bag while Oberon watched the entire scene unfold in stunned silence. As Oberon observed the overwhelming presence radiating from Aster, a realization slowly took shape in his mind. If this was the person his master had sent, then perhaps defeating the terrifying Death Rose might truly be possible. Deep in the heart of the forest, a man worked in silence as he continued digging into the earth, until a voice suddenly called out and addressed him as Mole, prompting him to turn his head at once and calmly acknowledge the newcomer's presence. Covered in sweat, the man loosened his waistcoat and complained that the heat was unbearable. saying it felt as though he were being roasted alive, before shifting his gaze toward the section Solion had excavated and asking for an update on the situation. Solion answered calmly that seeing it personally would explain far more than words ever could. Beneath the ground lay a hidden facility, and at the center of that underground chamber stood a massive stone emanating a dark crimson aura that spread ominously through the entire space. The instant the man saw it, he questioned whether the seal still had not fully broken, then immediately asked what had happened with the unsealing spell. Solion explained that the spell itself had worked properly, but for some reason the seal appeared to require more time before it could completely give way. Hearing that answer, the man muttered in annoyance that the delay was far slower than he had expected and extremely irritating, though inwardly he found the entire situation strange. The heavy aura of death filling the area made it obvious the seal was weakening. Yet despite the unsealing spell already being activated, whatever had been imprisoned inside still showed no sign of awakening. Solion then asked whether he did not have work he should be doing elsewhere, and the man casually replied before suddenly recalling the ancient war mage, remarking that the old mage was probably searching for Deathros as well. Solion explained that he personally needed to stay behind in order to continuously maintain the unsealing spell, then asked whether the man could truly deal with a war mage alone. The man scoffed immediately, his expression twisting into something sinister as he clarified that this was not simply a confrontation to him, but a hunt. He reminded Solion of how many ancient war mage heads he had already stored inside his subspace, believing that no matter how monstrous a person became, nobody could ever completely abandon their own bloodline. Meanwhile, deeper within the forest, Aster and Oberon continued moving forward with Rayleigh leading the way after being beaten mercilessly. As they traveled through the woods, Oberon quietly reflected on how everything had somehow managed to work out in the end, considering that only a short while earlier he had been desperately trying to figure out how to save their guide while also finding the route back using nothing but a map. His attention soon shifted toward Aster, and judging from his height, Oberon estimated that Aster was around the same age as him. Even so, the gap between them felt enormous to Oberon. Aster handled every problem effortlessly without showing even the slightest strain, and on top of that, he had already obtained the title of New Moon, something that alone made him seem extraordinary in Oberon's eyes. Aster suddenly called out to Rayleigh and asked whether he wanted a hand over the large backpack, so some of the supplies could be stored inside his subspace, since the load looked far too heavy. Rayleigh turned back toward him, his face still battered from a beating, yet he managed to smile politely as he refused the offer, explaining that the bag contained emergency supplies he might need at a moment's notice, so it was safer to keep it close at hand. Hearing that response, Aster let out an inward sigh and immediately concluded that Rayleigh was still searching for an excuse to loot Oberon's belongings, though for the moment they were still trapped inside the Hammer and Great Forest. Without warning, the entire forest trembled violently. Rayleigh instantly shouted at the mages to stay alert because something was approaching them at incredible speed, and only a moment later, a horde of Hammer Orcs mounted on wolves came charging toward them with terrifying momentum. Panic spread across Rayleigh's face as he could not understand how the creatures had reached that area when they were nowhere near the second base camp. Oberon clenched his teeth and tensed immediately, stunned by how unbelievably fast the monsters were as he thought desperately about how he could block them somehow. Then something unusual caught his attention when he looked upward and saw countless red rubies suspended throughout the air. At the same time, Aster began channeling mana and, just before launching his spell, called out to Oberon and ordered him to raise a shield immediately. A mana circle formed from Aster's outstretched hand the instant he unleashed the attack, and the floating rubies shot toward the charging orc riders at terrifying speed, causing one of the orcs to widen his eyes in shock as the attack closed in on him. Moments later, an enormous explosion tore through the forest. The shockwave alone was so overwhelming that everyone instinctively shielded themselves while Aster's magic detonated with immense force. And when the smoke finally dispersed, the orc riders had been completely wiped out. Left speechless by the scale of destruction, Rayleigh awkwardly asked Aster whether he might reconsider letting him store some equipment inside the subspace after all. Aster immediately refused and bluntly told him to carry it himself instead. As more time passed, the group continued advancing deeper into the forest, while monsters repeatedly attacked them along the way. At one point, a goblin rushed straight toward the group, only for Aster to kill it instantly without any effort at all. Afterward, Aster muttered irritably that the non-stop attacks were becoming a nuisance, while internally questioning whether all this chaos might somehow be connected to Deathros. Aster could hardly believe what he was seeing. The goblins had somehow become 7-foot-tall muscular monsters, and for a brief instant, he even thought he was staring at Hickster himself. Rayleigh then asked whether he could inspect the goblin corpse more carefully, and after Aster gave permission, he crouched down to examine the body before confirming that the creature resembled the same goblins living near the second base camp. According to the guides, those creatures were known as Kenny goblins. What truly concerned him, however, was the fact that they had traveled all the way to that area. After hearing that, Aster concluded there were only two possible explanations. Either the goblins had begun expanding their territory, or they were fleeing from something far more dangerous. Rayleigh agreed immediately that the second explanation was much more likely. Pointing toward the goblin's claws, he noted that they were covered in dirt and bark, while the soles of its feet had been completely torn apart, signs that clearly showed the creatures had been running from something. Because of that, Rayleigh suggested taking a detour through a safer route, explaining that Kinney goblins normally hunted in groups and occupied a fairly high position within the forest food chain. Aster quietly remarked that if something capable of terrifying monsters like those goblins existed nearby, then the danger was unquestionably serious. Rayleigh let out a nervous laugh and clarified that he was not questioning the mage's strength in any way, but simply believed it was wiser to avoid unknown variables whenever possible. Aster fully agreed with that reasoning, stating that unforeseen dangers were always the deadliest kind. He then turned toward Oberon and asked whether he was fine with the decision, and Oberon silently nodded in agreement. As they resumed their journey, Aster briefly closed his eyes and reflected on Rayleigh's abilities, realizing that the guide's navigation skills were astonishingly precise. Even with his own wide-range sensing active, Aster could feel interference filling the surrounding area. Yet despite that, Rayleigh still managed to guide them through the most optimal routes while avoiding nearly all of it. At that moment, Aster admitted to himself that Rayleigh was far more capable than he had originally assumed, and because of that realization, he decided he could trust him to lead the way for the time being. Eventually, night descended over the forest, and while they continued forward, Rayleigh informed them that they were close to their destination. According to him, once they crossed the nearby swamp, they would finally reach the first base camp. Before attempting the crossing, Rayleigh instructed the others to rest while he went ahead to scout the area. Meanwhile, Aster and Oberon built a bonfire and quietly sat beside the flames. As Aster watched Oberon sitting by the fire, he could clearly sense the anxiety weighing on him, though he could not really blame him, since choosing the safer route had already delayed their journey by an entire day. Oberon finally spoke and told Aster that they truly did not have time to keep wasting like this. Letting out a heavy sigh, he explained that a monster wave would probably begin soon, and they should have already found and eliminated Deathros long before the situation ever reached this point. In his eyes, the entire disaster was his fault. Aster bluntly answered that it was indeed mostly Oberon's responsibility. At the same time, however, he inwardly cursed the sudden flood of guilt and irritably wondered whether he somehow looked like a therapist to him. Oberon continued blaming himself, insisting that if he had simply trained harder, then Deathros would never have grown into such a dangerous threat. But before he could finish speaking, the entire forest suddenly trembled violently once again. At that moment, Rayleigh burst into the clearing and frantically shouted that they needed to run immediately. Terror covered his face as he demanded to know why that creature was all the way out there, before anxiously revealing that the ruler of the swamp was approaching and urgently ordering them to escape. Rayleigh explained that deep within the Hammergreat Forest existed a nightmarish region known as the Depths, and the ruler of the swamp was one of the primeval creatures that had originally emerged from that place. Apparently, nobody truly knew why the ruler of the swamp had ever left the depths and settled within the forest wetlands instead. Rayleigh bitterly complained about the horrible timing of the creature's appearance, adding that it had not surfaced from the Swamp of Death for centuries. Aster then asked whether they could simply avoid the monster altogether and cross the wetlands using another route instead. Even if the creature considered the entire swamp its territory, the wetlands themselves were massive, so Aster believed there should still be enough room to move around it somehow. Rayleigh immediately rejected the idea as impossible, explaining that the ruler of the swamp was absurdly persistent, and the moment anyone stepped into the water, the creature would instantly catch their scent and pursue them relentlessly to the ends of the earth. Oberon then asked how much longer the journey would become if they completely changed course. Rayleigh explained that bypassing the wetlands was not as simple as traveling around the edge, because they would need to make a massive detour, which was exactly why earlier guides had worked so hard to establish a direct route through the swamp in the first place. According to his estimate, changing routes would add at least 10 extra days to their journey, and possibly even an entire month. If that happened, they would most likely have to abandon both the first and second base camps entirely and travel straight toward the third camp instead. Hearing that, Oberon was visibly shocked. Aster quietly watched him grow increasingly nervous before eventually stating that it was fine. Rayleigh immediately asked whether he should start preparing for the new route, but Aster stepped in at once and firmly refused, decisively declaring that they would go directly through the wetlands instead. His words stunned everyone present, and Rayleigh nervously tried to explain once again that the ruler of the swamp was an ancient species, a monster that had devoured countless soldiers, knights, and mages throughout history. Aster calmly rose to his feet and stated that there seemed to be a misunderstanding. Confused, Rayleigh asked what he meant and admitted that Aster had nearly terrified him because he thought he intended to recklessly force their way through the swamp. Aster clarified that they were not simply crossing the wetlands. Instead, he calmly declared that they were going to hunt the ruler of the swamp itself. Hearing that, Rayleigh forced out an awkward smile while inwardly cursing the entire situation. Oberon hesitantly spoke, explaining that if Aster was only making this choice because of him, then there was no reason to push things that far, admitting he was already thankful enough that Aster had come all the way there to help him, and to Oberon, taking such an enormous risk simply was not necessary. Aster immediately cut him off, bluntly telling him to stop talking nonsense, because when something had to be done, a person just did it. He then asked whether Oberon planned to keep hesitating like this once death rows finally appeared, pressing even harder by asking what Oberon would do if the day came when he had to kill both death rows and his own master at the same time. Oberon tried to answer, yet no words came out. Letting out a heavy sigh, Aster turned away and firmly declared that the decision was already settled. The next day, they would hunt the ruler of the swamp and continue onward afterward. Oberon silently reflected on Aster's belief that true necessity left no room for hesitation, and after a long stretch of silence, he abruptly rose to his feet and announced that he believed he could still help them after all. Aster immediately questioned whether Oberon had originally planned not to help in the first place. Oberon explained that his talent had not completely awakened yet, though he was certain it would still be useful. He revealed that his ability was a gift called Overclock, an ability capable of temporarily forcing a target's hidden potential to its absolute limit. The moment Aster heard that explanation, his interest was instantly captured, and he demanded that Oberon explain the ability in greater detail. The following morning, Oberon sat alone while circulating mana through his body, taking a deep breath and focusing intensely as a massive amount of mana gathered around him. Suddenly noticing Aster approaching, he casually remarked that Aster was already awake and working hard so early in the morning, commenting that diligence was important while dragging Rayleigh behind him, with the poor guide already looking bruised and utterly exhausted. Aster mockingly replied that this kind of discipline was especially important when dealing with idiots who try to turn themselves into wyvern food first thing in the morning. Then, looking toward Rayleigh, Aster casually asked which tree he liked the most. Completely bewildered, Rayleigh could only ask what Aster meant. Aster calmly explained that the next time Rayleigh tried to run away, he planned to tie him to a tree so the wyverns could have themselves an easy meal. Aster even encouraged Rayleigh to pick his favorite tree in advance, and at those words, Rayleigh visibly trembled before hurriedly swearing that he would never try to run away again. Sometime later, after breakfast was finished, Aster stretched his wrists while inwardly noting that his condition had reached its absolute peak after such a satisfying meal. And to him, the only thing that mattered now was whether Oberon had fully prepared himself. Turning toward him, Aster directly asked if he was ready, and Oberon calmly nodded in confirmation. Meanwhile, standing behind them, Rayleigh admitted with a terrified look that he was completely unprepared. Aster immediately ordered him to stand even farther away from the battlefield, causing Rayleigh to instantly straighten his posture, enthusiastically raise one arm, and loudly declare that he understood perfectly. Aster then instructed Oberon to get ready as well before finally announcing that it was time to begin. Not long afterward, the group moved toward the swamp, and once they arrived, Aster stood alone within the wetlands while the others stayed safely far behind him. As he observed the dark, murky swamp, Aster reflected on the stories claiming that the instant someone entered the creature's territory, it could pinpoint them with deadly accuracy. Without the slightest hesitation, Aster drew a blade and sliced open his hand, letting a single drop of blood fall into the swamp below. Instantly, the surrounding water began to surge violently as enormous waves spread outward, and the entire swamp churned with unnatural force. Then, just as abruptly, everything fell into an eerie silence, and a horrifying presence descended over the entire area. Rayleigh and Oberon froze in complete shock while Aster casually called out toward the unseen monster, inviting it to come greet its guests. Though after a brief pause, he corrected himself and mockingly told it to come get beaten by its guests instead. In the very next moment, the swamp water exploded upward as a gigantic ancient species emerged directly in front of Aster. He immediately glanced back at Oberon and gave the signal, prompting Oberon to thrust his hand forward while golden mana illuminated the area around him. Activating his gift, he invoked Overclock, and a massive surge of mana instantly wrapped itself around Aster's body. The moment the power took effect, Aster internally felt an overwhelming sense of freedom, something he had not experienced in an incredibly long time. Suddenly, the ancient species lashed out at Aster with tremendous force, causing water to erupt throughout the swamp as the impact shook the entire area. Watching from behind, Rayleigh panicked and shouted in horror, convinced that the attack had crushed Aster. However, the creature suddenly lifted its gaze and realized that Aster was no longer standing beneath it. Instead, he hovered high above the battlefield while multiple mana circles formed around him at the same time. Feeling the immense power surging through his body, Aster quietly reflected on Overclock and admitted to himself that, thanks to Oberon's ability, he had finally succeeded in pushing far beyond his own limits. Aster recalled his conversation with Oberon from the previous night when they discussed the Overclock technique. Oberon had admitted that he did not completely understand the true principles behind the ability, explaining that people claimed it unlocked a person's latent potential, though even he struggled to properly define what that actually meant. He carefully warned Aster that Overclock only remained effective for 5 minutes before becoming dangerous afterward, which meant the battle had to end quickly. Back in the present, Aster confidently faced the creature and unleashed multiple mana circles toward the ancient species, grimly remarking that he might as well enjoy those 5 minutes while they lasted. He then drew out immense power and activated Mindscape Crimson Flame Phase 2 before invoking Incarnate Flame, instantly engulfing the monster in blazing fire. Even surrounded by swamp water, the flames burned with unnatural ferocity. Watching from a distance, Rayleigh stared in stunned disbelief, questioning what kind of magic could create flames capable of burning in the middle of a swamp, while anxiously wondering whether Aster was truly about to defeat the creature. To his surprise, the ancient species endured the inferno, and Aster immediately noticed that the monster was deliberately bracing itself. Rayleigh suddenly shouted for Aster to be careful, because the creature was about to roar and disperse the surrounding mana. In the very next instant, the monster released a deafening shriek, and Aster immediately realized that it had used the roar to destabilize the ambient mana across the entire swamp, exactly what one would expect from the ruler of the swamp. At that moment, Rayleigh shouted again, warning Aster not to stare into the creature's eyes for too long, because a person's internal mana would freeze solid within 3 seconds. Aster instantly snapped his head toward him in fury and cursed him for only revealing something that important now. Internally, Rayleigh flinched and admitted to himself that he simply could not believe the scene unfolding before him. At that moment, Rayleigh remembered a conversation he once had with the chief during his childhood. The chief had explained that subjugating the ruler of the swamp was nearly impossible because its shriek disrupted mana. Its gaze froze a person's internal energy, and the thick hide concealed beneath its bipedal fur was durable enough to repel even a knight's ether. In simple terms, the chief had told him that the smartest strategy was to never step foot inside the swamp of death. Reflecting on that now, Rayleigh realized that because the creature was such a nightmare, all he had ever thought about was escaping. He had convinced himself that placing his own survival above the lives of other mages was the only sensible decision. However, as Rayleigh watched Aster stand completely unshaken before the terror that had haunted generations of guides, something inside him slowly began to change. He realized this mage was different, and for the first time, he genuinely believed that Aster was someone worthy of trust. Just then, Aster suddenly called out to him, sharply pointing in his direction while declaring that the two of them were going to have a conversation later. Rayleigh quickly responded that they should focus on surviving first. Aster turned his attention back toward the monster while reflecting that if Rayleigh's information was accurate, then maintaining eye contact with the creature for longer than 3 seconds was impossible. In that case, he decided he would eliminate the nuisance first. Without hesitation, he sliced open his palm and allowed blood to scatter around him. Then, moving with terrifying speed, Aster lunged straight toward the monster. The creature swung a massive claw at him, but Aster effortlessly twisted through the air and slipped past the attack. At the height of his leap, he flung droplets of blood directly into the creature's eye, instantly disrupting its vision. The monster roared in agony and clutched at its injured eye. Moments later, the creature reopened its eye only to find Aster already charging directly toward it, his fist crackling with lightning-infused mana. In the next instant, Aster drove the punch straight into the wounded eye while activating Collision Protocol, unleashing a violent shockwave throughout the creature's entire body. Calmly observing the outcome, Aster remarked that the monster was surprisingly durable. Enraged, the creature lashed out again and tried to crush him between its enormous hands. Yet Aster casually commented that it was simply too slow. Releasing a tremendous burst of force, he counterattacked and made the monster scream in pain. Aster then decided to finish the battle once and for all. Gathering energy between both palms, he calmly admitted that the creature had at least managed to entertain him, so he would repay the favor with something special. Channeling immense mana, Aster closed the distance and positioned himself directly in front of the creature's open mouth. Without any hesitation, he thrust both hands inside and activated Explosive Annihilation. The instant the attack connected perfectly, the monster's body began swelling grotesquely as a blinding white light pulsed from deep within its core. Rayleigh could do nothing but stare in horror while the glow intensified further and further until the creature finally exploded. After the shockwave eventually faded and silence returned to the swamp, Aster lazily floated atop the murky water, exhausted yet completely unharmed, quietly gazing toward the sky while his thoughts drifted far beyond the battlefield. Even so, Aster knew in his heart that it still was not enough, because to him, defeating a monster could never truly count as a real measure of that power. His thoughts drifted to Pahiran, and he found himself wondering what expression Pahiran would have shown if he had seen his power back when they first crossed paths in that lifetime, before fatigue had worn him down and weakened him. Aster acknowledged that the difference between them at that time had been immense, which meant Pahiran probably could have stopped the attack entirely. Yet despite that, Aster was convinced of one thing above all else. Pahiran would not have been smiling. His mind then turned toward the spell itself and the nature hidden within it. Explosive Annihilation was a brutal eruption of destruction, a detonation so overwhelming that even the strongest reinforced force fields would be torn apart by it, and he had chosen that name because nothing ever remained in its path except ash. From the shoreline, Rayleigh and Oberon rushed toward him while shouting his name. while at the same moment Aster silently wondered when their paths would cross again in the future. Meanwhile, beneath the forest canopy, the black crow remained perfectly still, its crimson eyes staring straight ahead as if it had watched the entire battle unfold from beginning to end. The one acting as the spy was none other than Pahiran, silently observing everything from the darkness as a scoff slipped from his mouth and a trace of dark amusement crossed his face. In disbelief, he remarked that Aster had actually gone after the ancient species he had deliberately left there as bait, and what astonished him even more was that Aster had managed to kill it through sheer hand-to-hand combat, while tearing out both of the creature's eyes. Pahiran called Aster a rare breed of lunatic while carefully examining everything he had witnessed, questioning whether Aster could truly be considered a mage when the destructive force behind his attacks far surpassed the amount of mana he used. Yet at the same time, Aster did not resemble a martial artist either. Though he casually shrugged and admitted that the ruler of the swamp was not beyond his own ability to kill, Aster's performance had sincerely caught him off guard. Then, without warning, his hands started trembling, and as a grin slowly spread across his face, Pahiran realized with genuine shock that he had actually experienced fear. A burst of manic laughter suddenly echoed through the forest while a dark magical aura exploded from his body, and he declared that the sensation was utterly exhilarating. He reflected that an ancient war mage might have been a worthwhile trophy, but Aster was something entirely different, someone he wanted to hunt so badly that the desire was nearly driving him insane. The next moment, he abruptly halted after a realization struck him. What he was feeling was not simply the excitement of a hunter pursuing prey. Instead, Aster felt like another hunter entirely, someone just like him, a kindred spirit capable of understanding the true ecstasy found within the hunt itself. An eerie expression formed across his face as he wondered what kind of hunter he appeared to be from Aster's perspective, questioning which one of them truly stood as the greater predator. With a chilling smile, he quietly vowed that he would prepare a welcome Aster would never forget. Later that afternoon, Aster groaned as he slowly regained consciousness, sitting up sluggishly while clutching his head and asking how long he had been out. Seeing that he was finally awake, Oberon told him that only 2 or 3 hours had passed. Aster muttered that his head still felt like it was spinning, and Oberon explained that the sensation was merely the after effects of overclocking. Since Aster had not maintained it for long, the strain would not become too serious, although he would probably feel that way for the remainder of the day. Aster thought about how completely drained he felt as he looked down at his trembling hands, realizing that without the others there to help him, he likely would have sunk beneath the swamp water and drowned. He then asked where Rayleigh had disappeared to, but before Oberon could respond, Rayleigh suddenly came stumbling out from the bushes with a nervous laugh, quickly insisting that he was not planning to run away anymore. Aster immediately demanded to know where he had been, and Rayleigh awkwardly admitted that he had hidden because he thought Aster was going to beat him up. He then explained that he had actually returned to examine the ruler of the swamp's corpse, and when Aster questioned why, Rayleigh answered that he was hoping to find something valuable enough to sell. A moment later, Rayleigh curiously asked Aster what he intended to do with the creature's carcass. After a brief pause, Aster let out a sigh and casually told him to take it as payment for saving his life, even offering to lend him a spatial pouch as well. Rayleigh's face instantly brightened with excitement as he gratefully accepted, while Aster quietly reflected that he still had Callahan's spare spatial pouch in his possession. He then tossed the pouch over to Rayleigh, the same one he had previously taken from the black market dealer. Catching it eagerly, Rayleigh declared that Aster was a true lifesaver, and while he celebrated excitedly, Oberon hesitantly questioned whether it was really acceptable to give away the ruler of the swamp's carcass when it was essentially priceless. Aster simply asked what use he would even have for it, adding that the guy deserved some kind of hazard pay after risking his life for them. At those words, Oberon's expression immediately turned reverent as he said he expected nothing less from Aster. He explained that he had always been taught greed only obstructed one's training while corrupting a righteous heart, and in his eyes, Aster had completely risen above material desire while still retaining the compassion to look after others. Internally, however, Aster dismissed every bit of that as complete nonsense. He knew the real truth. The ruler of the swamp possessed fur and hide capable of repelling even ether itself, meaning armor or robes made from those materials could be sold for an unimaginable fortune. However, his attention soon shifted toward Rayleigh, who was currently chopping apart the corpse with nothing more than a flimsy, skinning knife. Aster recalled that monster byproducts sometimes lost their special properties after death, and judging by how carelessly the corpse was already being butchered apart, the entire carcass had effectively become worthless anyway. Oberon then asked what they planned to do next, explaining that although they had fallen somewhat behind schedule, they still had enough time to remain there and rest for another day. Aster immediately questioned whether they really needed another day of rest at all. After everything they had just endured, all he wanted was to keep moving forward. Later that night, the group continued traveling through the dense forest until they suddenly stopped. Rayleigh announced that they had finally reached the first base camp, where a fortified gate stood hidden beneath the darkness. Oberon asked whether the camp normally kept all its lights out like that, and Rayleigh explained that fires were rarely lit around dusk because they could attract monsters. Pointing ahead, he suggested that they should first find the campkeeper and secure a place to stay. Aster then asked what a campkeeper actually was, and Rayleigh explained that the camp was run by a mercenary company that demanded a portion of the monster byproducts collected by any mercenary staying there. According to him, they were basically local lords, though he bluntly described them as nothing more than glorified extortionists. Without warning, a firm voice suddenly echoed from the shadows, sharply repeating Rayleigh's words back to him. Terror instantly spread across Rayleigh's face as the voice remarked that it had certainly been a long time since they last met, and that he seemed to have become much bolder since then. Rayleigh turned in shock just as an old man confidently appeared on top of the gate, and the moment he recognized him, he completely panicked. Equally stunned, Oberon revealed that the man was Fiction, the chief in charge of the first base camp and leader of the mercenary company known as Aviat. A moment later, the chief gracefully jumped down from the gate and landed before them with surprising agility before walking straight up to Aster and extending a hand for a handshake, while Aster himself remained perfectly still. Fiction asked whether Aster even knew how to shake someone's hand. The instant they finally clasped hands, Aster crushed Fiction's hand with overwhelming force. Fiction gasped in pain and demanded to know what he thought he was doing, while Aster innocently asked whether that was not the correct way to greet someone. Fiction muttered that Aster was a complete psychopath and complained that he was far too old to deal with childish dominance contests. While nearby, Oberon watched in horror and internally thought he was fairly certain he had just heard a bone crack. Aster casually shifted the conversation and asked why Fiction had personally come out to meet them. Fiction's expression immediately turned serious as he lowered his head slightly and explained that he had business with Aster. Rumors had already spread that Aster's group was heading toward the fourth base camp, and he wanted to know whether those rumors were true. Oberon was instantly stunned and demanded to know how Fiction had even learned about that. The chief explained that he had previously overheard a certain loudmouth Pathfinder discussing it, and he also happened to hear about that same Pathfinder's absurd scheme to scam an unsuspecting mage. The moment those words reached him, Rayleigh's face immediately turned pale. Fiction, however, casually waved the matter aside before finally revealing the real reason he had approached them. He asked that Aster's group allow him and his men to accompany them to the fourth base camp. Through the communication network shared between the camp chiefs, he already possessed a rough understanding of the situation developing there. According to Fiction, if the fourth base camp were to collapse, then eventually the first base camp would also be placed in danger, which was why they intended to participate in the battle themselves. Aster quietly thought over the proposal for a brief moment and internally admitted that it was not a bad offer, since having additional manpower could always become useful. In the end, he simply agreed. However, before the discussion could conclude, Oberon suddenly stepped forward and sharply objected. Aster immediately turned toward him with visible irritation, wondering what kind of nonsense he was talking about now. Rayleigh asked Oberon why he was rejecting the proposal, and Oberon calmly explained that the region around the fourth base camp had already turned into a land of death, admitting that the situation there had become far worse than even the chief had expected. The chief quietly considered those words as his expression slowly darkened, then stated that, in other words, Oberon was warning them not to go searching for their own graves, and Oberon calmly confirmed that was exactly what he meant. The chief instantly lost his temper as a crushing aura burst out from him, and he furiously called Oberon an arrogant mage before demanding to know who had given him the right to make decisions for others when he himself had survived until now with nothing but his sword. Fiction admitted that he might look like nothing more than a miserable swordsman, yet both he and the members of his squad still had people and principles they were determined to protect no matter what. Rayleigh immediately panicked as the chief continued pressing Oberon, sternly asking what right he had to decide such matters for others, then angrily questioning why it was acceptable for them to defend their own home while denying everyone else the right to protect theirs as well. Oberon stood frozen in shock, but the chief turned away in disappointment and admitted that, because he was Lihim's disciple, he had expected far more from him, only to hear nothing but nonsense instead, leaving him completely disappointed. He then told Oberon that he would arrange a place for them to stay and instructed everyone to get some rest. Oberon remained silent and stood motionless, while Aster stepped forward complaining about the mosquitoes, adding that he was still drenched from the swamp and intended to wash up first. Rayleigh quickly followed behind him and said he would also take his leave. As Aster walked away, he glanced back at Oberon and remarked that he truly was a fool. Later that night, after finishing his bath and feeling much lighter, Aster stepped out of his camp and noticed that everyone else had already gone to sleep, so he decided to privately visit the chief in his office. The moment he entered, the chief was surprised by the late visit and immediately asked what had brought him there at that hour. Aster calmly answered that it was nothing important and that he simply wanted to talk. Fiction immediately berated him, saying that despite looking so young, he was surprisingly brazen, and Aster casually responded by asking Fiction how old he was. Fiction answered that he would be turning 50 the following year. Aster immediately shocked Fiction by claiming that he had already been 50 the year before, but Fiction refused to believe such nonsense and irritably told him to leave if he had only come there to spout absurdities. Aster calmly explained that he was fairly certain Fiction intended to head for the 4th base camp regardless of Oberon's objections, and since he had already made up his mind, they would be better off traveling together instead. According to Aster, there was no reason for Fiction to concern himself with Oberon's warnings, and he admitted that the situation would be far more manageable if they moved as a single group. Hearing that, Fiction looked genuinely surprised because he had assumed Oberon was the leader of their party. But Aster casually informed him that Oberon was nothing more than a figurehead, while he himself was completely different from him. Aster bluntly added that, unlike Oberon, he actually behaved according to his age. The real reason Aster wanted Fiction and his men to accompany them was because he had carefully judged the aura Fiction released earlier when he snapped at Oberon, and from that brief display alone, Aster could tell he possessed immense experience, the kind of strength rarely found among knights. Fiction quickly realized that Aster was essentially planning to use his mercenaries as meat shields, yet instead of denying it, Aster openly admitted the accusation and stated that this was no time to reject assistance, especially when even dragging cowards along still would not be enough. Fiction then asked whether he should consider this arrangement a commission, and Aster sternly replied that he was already offering him exactly what he wanted before questioning what more he was still trying to squeeze out of him. Fiction then revealed that what he truly wanted was an escape route, explaining that only the older mercenaries would head toward the 4th base camp, while he intended to evacuate the younger members out of the Hamlin Great Forest. Aster admitted that he found it admirable that Fiction was willing to sacrifice himself for the younger members of his group. The chief commented that he was simply desperate at that point, then explained that securing an escape route required Rayleigh the Pathfinder because, although Rayleigh's personality was terrible, he was still the finest guide in the Great Forest. Fiction even stated that he was willing to exchange his own guide in return for him. Aster appeared surprised and immediately questioned why the chief was worrying about the matter so much. Fiction then brought up the ruler of the swamp within the wetlands, explaining that their own guide lacked the ability to safely navigate around that region. Aster calmly reassured him that if the problem involved the ruler of the swamp, then there was absolutely nothing to worry about, leaving Fiction visibly confused by the confidence in his response. Aster then asked how Fiction thought they had managed to reach the 1st base camp in the first place, pointing out that if they had actually gone around the swamp, they would have ended up at the 3rd base camp instead. Hearing that, Fiction became stunned and immediately questioned whether the ruler of the swamp had somehow retreated, but Aster casually informed him that he had personally sent the monster to the afterlife, a revelation that completely shocked the chief. The following morning, the mercenaries began preparing for departure while the younger members made ready to return home. Aster stepped forward and calmly observed them before asking Fiction whether he had finished verifying everything. Fiction confirmed that he had, but unable to suppress his curiosity any longer, he demanded to know who Aster truly was. Aster coldly answered that he was simply his employer before asking whether Fiction still had not made his decision. Fiction replied that he had already decided, though he requested that Aster ensure the younger mercenaries escaped safely, just as promised, and Aster assured him that they would. Fiction then asked what exactly Aster wanted from them, and Aster turned away before bluntly answering that, just as he had already said, he wanted men willing to serve as meat shields. He added that their role would be to escort them to the 4th base camp. Aster further explained that once everything was over, the chief and his mercenaries would be free to do whatever they wanted afterward. Fiction silently accepted the arrangement, and Aster casually told him to stop speaking so formally, stating that he might only be 2 years older, but both of them were already getting old, so it no longer mattered. Fiction could only stare at him in complete disbelief at such arrogance, because Aster looked far younger, making it impossible to believe he was truly only 2 years older than him. At the same time, however, he began questioning what Aster really was, because after taking down the ruler of the swamp, it made far more sense that he was an ancient mage who had consumed an elixir to restore his youth. Not long afterward, one of Fiction's mercenaries arrived and reported that all preparations were complete and every scout had already returned. Fiction fell silent for a brief moment, then immediately ordered his men to stop packing up the camp, finish whatever they were doing, and gather everyone together. His expression turned serious as he remarked that they could not keep their client waiting any longer. Once everyone had gathered, the chief informed his men that it was finally time to depart. He explained that half of them, specifically the experienced mercenaries, would venture deep into the Great Forest while the younger members would head toward the outskirts. Firmly motivating his men, he instructed them to protect the name of Abiot and declare that they must defend the name of those who were both their family and their masters. The younger mercenaries immediately began volunteering and arguing over who would go, but the experienced mercenaries watching them regarded them as complete fools. Seeing how heated they had become, the chief sharply ordered them to shut their mouths, then turned toward the younger members and stated that their discipline had completely fallen apart. He declared that he had no intention of listening to any arguments from them, urged them to leave immediately, instructed them to wait outside for orders, and threatened that he would personally beat every one of them to death himself. Even with Fiction insisting they leave, the younger mercenaries clearly had no desire to go. From behind the group, Aster silently watched the entire scene unfold as old memories briefly surfaced in his mind, causing him to quietly curse under his breath. Not long afterward, Rayleigh approached Aster and asked whether it was true that the Abiot mercenaries would be accompanying them. Aster confirmed it and questioned whether Rayleigh had not been listening earlier. Rayleigh awkwardly laughed and admitted that he considered it an extremely positive development because, although someone like Oberon might not think much of it, the Abiot mercenaries were special monster hunters who had protected the base camp for nearly 200 years. Hearing that, Aster realized they were essentially men who knew exactly how to survive and how to win. Rayleigh further explained that while he doubted any monster could truly stand in Aster's way, he still believed the mercenaries would be incredibly useful. Aster quietly hoped that would prove true, then casually asked Rayleigh why he was not packing. Rayleigh assured him that he was completely prepared and had already packed everything. But Aster casually teased him by remarking that none of it would matter once they started heading toward their deaths. Rayleigh was instantly startled and immediately panicked, yelling for Aster not to jinx him, then quickly adding that he had already stored everything inside the subspace pouch Aster had given him. Aster responded that it certainly made running away much more convenient for him. Rayleigh firmly stated that he had no intention of escaping and instead asked Aster to take him in once everything was over, openly admitting that while he was not particularly talented in most areas, he handled chores well and learned incredibly fast. Aster quickly realized that Rayleigh was staking his own life on this decision, and as he thought it over, he concluded that there was no lifeline more dependable than the one a person grasped with their own hands. Rayleigh's choices were simple: either die at the hands of the Deculant family, or become tied to the Forbidden Magic Association. And perhaps this truly was the kind of gamble where enormous risk came with enormous reward. In the end, Aster casually accepted and told Rayleigh that he would first watch how capable he actually was. Rayleigh immediately bowed with respect, thanked him sincerely, and promised to give everything he had, though he still made it clear that he would never go so far as to sell his soul. Soon after, the chief approached Aster and informed him that all preparations were complete. Aster looked mildly surprised and questioned how they had managed to finish so quickly, but Fiction replied that there was no reason to waste time on lengthy farewells. Before leaving, however, he asked Aster if he could convince someone for him. Aster immediately asked who it was, and simply told him to bring the person over. The chief explained that the man was not there and was currently stationed at the second base camp. He wanted Aster to travel there personally and persuade Halleck, the chief of the second base camp, to lend them his support, and if that failed, he at least hoped to borrow Halleck's vice captain, because although the man had terrible manners, he was still an exceptional strategist. Meanwhile, at the second base camp, Plen quietly stood outside when Chief Halleck arrived and immediately asked about the current situation. Plen informed him that all preparations for departure toward the fourth base camp had already been completed, and that the only thing left was clearing out the remaining facilities before asking for further orders. Halleck simply instructed him to leave everything behind exactly as it was, adding that even if goblins eventually occupied the area, they could always take it back later. Hearing that, Plen fell silent and visibly stiffened as the thought crossed his mind that reclaiming the camp would only matter if they survived long enough to return alive. Halleck then drifted into reflection, admitting that lately everything had begun to feel meaningless to him. He confessed that after climbing to the position of chief, he once believed he had finally gained everything he ever wanted, then added that Plen could not yet understand that feeling because he had never stood at the very top before. Hearing those words, Plen frowned. Halleck casually told his vice chief that he hoped to die soon so the position could pass down to him, causing Plen to immediately snap at him and tell him to stop making such twisted jokes so lightly while demanding to know why he was suddenly acting nothing like himself. The chief merely answered that perhaps he was behaving this way because the time for his death had finally come. Those words stunned Plen, and he slowly realized that Halleck intended to join the Abiot mercenaries. Halleck replied that he did not know if they would actually travel together, but it appeared they were at least moving toward the same destination. The vice chief immediately shouted at him, asking if he had completely lost his mind, then furiously reminded him that Deathros was a monster capable of devouring the entire great forest before it had even fully awakened. Completely unable to understand his reasoning, Plen demanded to know why a bunch of lowly mercenaries would willingly throw themselves into a place like that, insisting that Halleck had never been that sort of man. Halleck calmly asked what kind of man Plen truly thought he was, and the vice chief answered honestly, describing him as someone who endlessly pursued profit and huge rewards, nothing more than a greedy opportunist. In response, Halleck explained that ordinary mercenaries were not the only ones heading there, because an ancient war mage had appeared, and every capable mage had gathered as well. Even after hearing that, Plen still argued that the danger outweighed any possible reward and questioned whether everyone there besides the ancient war mage was not just a collection of nobodies. He begged Halleck to pay attention to the direction things were heading, then revealed that 3 full carriage loads of men were already preparing to desert right that moment, before pleading with him once more to abandon the idea of going to the fourth base camp. Halleck calmly pointed out that his vice chief was obviously terrified of dying, and Plen openly admitted that it was true because he had absolutely no desire to die. Then Halleck shocked him by suddenly declaring that Plen should become the next chief instead. Plen muttered in confusion as Halleck continued, telling him that he should at least sit in the chief's chair once in his life. He explained that there was no reason to keep carrying the mercenary group's name anymore, and that Plin should simply live however he wanted while taking whatever benefits he could for himself. The vice chief stood frozen in disbelief while Halig casually asked whether that would satisfy him, then added that if Plin wanted, he could even leave him with a souvenir blade through the stomach. From that moment onward, Halig officially declared Plin the new chief of the second base camp. He then brought up the victim of mercenaries and explained that no matter what name Plin eventually decided to use for himself, the second base camp would continue to exist. Before he could say anything more, however, a voice suddenly interrupted from nearby, commenting that it really was a touching farewell, though unfortunately, it was a pity. What should have been a proper goodbye instantly turned horrific when a strange arm suddenly burst through Halig's chest from behind. Blood sprayed violently into the air as the attacker coldly remarked that it was still far too early for farewells. An eerie expression spread across the enemy's face as he manically declared that he had every intention of sending all of them straight to hell. Plin screamed in shock at the sight and immediately drew his blade before charging forward. But even in his final moments, Halig gathered the last of his strength and kicked him far away from the danger to protect him. The newly appointed chief could not understand why Halig would do something like that, as he helplessly watched his former leader die at the enemy's hands. With his final words, Halig urged him to survive, and still grinning, he reminded Plin that he was now the chief. Soon afterward, Plin was violently blasted backward as an explosion erupted and blue mana spread across the surrounding area. While elsewhere, Aster quietly examined the surroundings with his own mana before scoffing and remarking that there were certainly a lot of rats nearby. An ogre suddenly stormed into the camp, sending the men into a panic as they shouted for reinforcements to gather and bring the monster down, and in response, the chain squad was immediately called forward to take control of the situation. Aster watched everything carefully, quietly thinking that trolls and ogres had already become common threats, and the farther they pushed into the great forest, the more terrifying and real the monsters started to feel. Within moments, the chain squad managed to restrain the massive ogre, forcing the creature to whine in pain as the disposal squad quickly stepped in right after them. Working together without hesitation, they aimed their weapons at the restrained monster and finished it off with little difficulty. As Aster observed the squads more closely, he realized just how experienced they truly were, because every member was clearly a veteran whose abilities far exceeded what he had originally expected. The chief then told Aster to excuse them if they seemed a little clumsy, explaining that it had been a long time since they had operated like this, and they were still trying to regain their former sharpness. Curious, Aster asked what he meant by regaining their edge. The chief explained that the older members usually worked with the chains, while the disposal squad had always been made up of younger teammates, though despite that difference, they still would not fall behind schedule. As Aster continued thinking about it, he remembered Rayleigh once mentioning that the chains were forged from, or found deep within the forest. Yet even knowing that, he still found their strength, teamwork, and coordination incredibly impressive. At that moment, Oberon approached the chief and hesitantly called out to him, looking visibly downcast as he gathered the courage to sincerely apologize for what had happened the previous day. However, Oberon was completely stunned when the chief apologized as well, gently telling him not to dwell too heavily on the incident, because nobody could remain perfect forever, and what truly mattered was learning from mistakes and continuing to move forward. Oberon quietly agreed, and the chief then told him to go back and help the others since everyone was getting older and their bodies were no longer as strong as before. Though surprised by the sudden instruction, Oberon immediately accepted it. Suddenly, someone urgently called for the chief to come over and see what they had found. They had discovered a man named Plin lying there unconscious, and the chief recognized him immediately. When Aster asked if he knew the man, the chief explained that Plin was the vice captain of the second base camp. Then, after seeing the bruises covering his face and the terrible state he was in, he concluded that something horrific must have happened there. Aster calmly watched the situation unfold and thought that none of this should have been surprising, since those rats had already been tracking them for quite a long time, and there was an even greater chance that they had interfered with the second base camp before the group ever arrived there. Without wasting another moment, Aster ordered everyone to move immediately and declared that he would lead from the front from then on. During their advance, the group encountered Troll, causing the chief to grow concerned as he warned the men that they needed to crush its head with a single decisive strike. Before anyone else even had time to react, Aster instantly killed the troll himself with mana. Not long afterward, a drake-like creature suddenly appeared in their path, and while Rayleigh urgently warned the group about it, Aster effortlessly killed that creature as well. Because he was in such a hurry, he continued eliminating every enemy almost the moment they appeared, never giving any of them the opportunity to resist. As the group kept moving forward, Rayleigh informed everyone that a dangerous field of poisonous herbs lay ahead, and that they would normally need to travel around it. But Aster simply burned the entire poisonous area away in a single instant. Rayleigh became confused and wondered what had suddenly come over Aster, while the chief began questioning whether he was overthinking things because everything had become unnaturally easy. He then instructed Rayleigh to stay close beside him at the front, while keeping a careful watch on their surroundings. Several days later, Rayleigh announced that they were finally approaching the second base camp, and the moment Aster heard those words, he immediately rushed ahead toward the camp without the slightest hesitation. The chief quickly ordered the others to maintain their pace, and everyone hurried after Aster. As they neared the camp, a horrible smell drifted through the air in front of them. The chief looked ahead anxiously, then suddenly widened his eyes in shock as he questioned the source of the smell. Moments later, everyone froze in horror when they saw the terrifying scene waiting before them. Aster stood at the center of it all, and beneath him spread a pool of blood, while Oberon anxiously wondered what had happened. Aster then turned toward the still unconscious Plen and, without warning, harshly slammed his hand across the man's face. Shocked, Oberon shouted at him to stop hitting the man so hard, but Aster struck him again, forcibly dragging Plen out of unconsciousness. At that exact moment, Plen finally regained awareness and weakly asked where he was while questioning who the man standing before him was. Aster immediately demanded to know what had happened at the second base camp, and Plen completely blanked out. However, the moment his memories suddenly came flooding back, Plen desperately asked if that truly was the second base camp, and as he stared at the scene before him, his eyes widened in absolute horror. The camp was already burning, surrounded by destruction and ruin everywhere he looked. The chief then questioned Aster, asking why he could sometimes be so cruel, because he believed Aster never should have forced Plen awake in the middle of such a horrifying massacre. Aster replied that Plen needed to see the end of his comrades with his own eyes. The chief answered that he was not sure whether that had truly been the right decision, but Aster turned toward him and explained that while it may have appeared harsh for the moment, it was still better than allowing those emotions to stay buried forever. The chief quietly stared at Aster and felt as though there was a strange emptiness hidden behind that youthful face, almost as if he had already lost countless comrades in the past. Even so, he realized those thoughts were irrelevant for now. Finally, the chief stated that it was time for Aster to properly explain what was happening. He asked whether all of this was connected to the man in the black robe that Plen had mentioned, and whether it also had something to do with the rats Aster had been hunting. Aster calmly revealed that everything was indeed connected, and that all of them were monsters. Later that night, Aster received the invitation and willingly chose to play along. Smirking to himself, he cursed them and firmly believed that he was destined to kill the anti-mage. Meanwhile, the chief stood completely alone while silently looking up at the dark sky overhead, all while replaying the words Aster had spoken to him earlier. Aster had warned him that if he failed to return by the next morning, the group would need to leave without him, and he would eventually catch up to them later on his own. As the chief reflected on those words, he felt that Aster was a complete mystery whose thoughts and actions could never truly be understood. At the same time, Aster rapidly ran toward a certain location with a calm, yet dangerous expression across his face. During the journey, his thoughts turned toward Salvatium, the forbidden magic association, and he remembered that their history with him stretched far back into his previous life. They had been the ones who handed Priesen that artifact during the time he had been fleeing, and now, after all this time, they still had the audacity to send him an invitation as though nothing had ever happened between them. Because the organization had continued operating from the shadows for such a long time, Aster realized their persistence had gone far beyond anything ordinary people could imagine, and as he rapidly lunged forward while debris scattered behind him, he continued thinking to himself and decided that it was finally time to properly teach them a lesson. As he moved deeper through the forest beneath the heavy rain, he suddenly came to a stop when a crow appeared directly in front of him without warning. Aster quietly thought that it felt like the perfect kind of day to beat someone down without hesitation. The crow cawed loudly with its bloodshot eye glaring forward, while somewhere nearby, the enemy grinned with obvious murderous intent in his eyes as a crimson aura flowed around him. Sitting atop a cliff, the man reflected on Aster's words and remarked that Aster truly was prey worth hunting. Soon afterward, he gathered dark crimson energy into his hand and stated that everything was prepared and that it was finally time to begin. Sitting beneath the raging lightning, he released an overwhelming and terrifying aura as countless sinister shadows and skulls emerged around him. And then he remarked that Aster had been right because it truly was a beautiful day. Standing beneath the pouring rain, Aster carefully examined his surroundings when he suddenly sensed multiple enemies closing in around him. Calmly, he stated that he should actually feel honored, since having a familiar guide him while also clearing away all the monsters had made the journey unbelievably easy. Not long after, a crimson aura flashed before his eyes as a surge of dark crimson energy violently descended toward him, while dark creatures formed mana circles to support it. They declared that whoever killed the 13 sinners would eventually inherit the burden of all their sins, that 10,000 plagues and 10,000 nightmares would descend at once, because such was the terrifying weight carried by the sins of the 13. As the enemy finally emerged from hiding and descended before him, he stated that it was an honor to finally meet the hunter and expressed his hope that Aster appreciated everything prepared for him. Aster responded that he absolutely loved it. The moment the opponent tried to attack, Aster immediately countered without wasting a second and launched himself directly at the enemy before him. With a single blood bullet, he instantly wiped out every monster surrounding the battlefield. The enemy calmly watched the massacre unfold and replied with amusement that Aster had used quite an interesting spell, but then he violently slammed his staff against the ground and declared that Aster should scream in suffering as dark green mana erupted from the staff and swallowed the surroundings. Immediately afterward, the enemy activated the dark power known as the Sins of the 13 and cast another dangerous spell directly at Aster, gathering crimson energy into his hand before clenching his fist and brutally crushing it. Through that twisted power, he awakened a loyal servant born from the depths of death itself. The creature that emerged was the Death Knight Master Knight, radiating a terrifying crimson aura as it silently waited for commands. The enemy instantly ordered the knight to kill Aster, but only moments later, he hurriedly changed the command and instead instructed it to bring Aster back alive. The Death Knight immediately charged forward and unleashed a devastating strike, causing a violent explosion to erupt across the battlefield. The moment the enemy witnessed the overwhelming force behind the attack, he instantly cursed at his servant and repeated the order not to kill Aster. Realizing the danger because the knight showed no sign of stopping, he quickly rushed forward in an attempt to prevent his servant from going too far, but at that exact moment, he abruptly froze and stared ahead in complete shock. Aster had risen back to his feet and was blocking the enormous sword using nothing but his bare hands. Even the Death Knight itself appeared stunned as Aster stood confidently before it. The enemy was left utterly speechless by the impossible sight. In disbelief, he anxiously questioned it, because the Sins of the 13 was far from ordinary magic. It was a horribly distorted power that existed beyond normal understanding. Aster should have been reduced to a broken and miserable wreck after enduring such power. Yet instead, he remained standing there completely unharmed as though nothing had happened at all. The enemy then shifted his attention toward the Death Knight itself. Although the knight could not wield the full strength it once possessed, the body used to create it had originally belonged to a master knight who stood at the absolute peak of power, and it had been forged from the remains of a truly heinous warrior. Even with all of that terrifying strength, Aster and the Death Knight were now fighting on completely equal footing as Aster continued launching relentless attacks against it. The enemy watched in deep shock and cursed under his breath, realizing that if things continued like this, his precious masterpiece would eventually be destroyed completely. Driven by that fear, he immediately cast the curse of binding together with the curse of slowness directly on Aster. As the dark spell activated, chains wrapped around Aster, and in that exact moment, the Death Knight finally succeeded in landing a direct hit against him. The instant the strike connected and blood burst across the battlefield, the enemy felt a surge of satisfaction after the Death Knight landed a devastating critical hit, cursing Aster in the same breath because, from his perspective, Aster had focused so completely on the knight that he failed to notice the cursed spells approaching him, and the enemy confidently assumed Aster would soon become nothing more than another addition to his collection. Then everything changed as an overwhelming wave of blue energy exploded across the battlefield and tore through everything in its path. The force of the blast shook the entire area violently, knocking the enemy to the ground as he struggled to breathe, but a second later his eyes widened in horror when he realized both of his legs had been cut off, and his screams of agony echoed through the thick smoke surrounding him. From within the destruction, Aster commented that the enemy's Death Knight was truly exceptional before identifying the man as a forbidden mage, and as he stepped out through the smoke, he removed his mask, revealed his face, and coldly declared that it was time to finish their conversation. He immediately laid down 3 strict rules for the discussion, beginning with the first. The enemy was to keep watching his eyes, though Aster added that he would personally prefer it if the man kept staring at his feet instead. The forbidden mage glared at him in frustration, cursed him openly, and refused to comply, only for Aster to drive his fingers directly into the man's eyes, making him scream in pain while Aster calmly warned him to stay polite during their conversation. Aster then moved to the second rule, stating that there would be no tricks or concealed attacks, while recalling how the last person he spared to try to strike him with a sneak attack afterward. Finally, he explained the third rule, declaring that every answer he received had to be completely honest. Once the rules were established, Aster asked whether the forbidden mage had come alone, and he also questioned why the man had targeted him specifically when death row was supposed to be the real objective. The enemy answered simply, saying it had only been a hunt. After that, Aster lifted his shirt and revealed the strange mark carved into his chest, asking the forbidden mage if he had ever seen anything like it before, while reflecting internally that forbidden mages used dark magic that directly opposed the natural order of the world, making it possible that this man might know something important about the stigma engraved on his body. The enemy replied that he could no longer see properly because Aster had already ruined his eyes, but Aster casually pointed out that the man had still been covering his eyes earlier, so he assumed they were functioning well enough, all while carefully weighing the dangers posed by forbidden mages. Because forbidden mages were infamous for tampering with corpses and wielding unnatural powers, Aster believed it was safer to conceal as much information as possible. He then demanded to know Salvatium's true objective and ordered the enemy to reveal everything he knew, but before a single meaningful answer could leave the man's mouth, the forbidden mage suddenly began choking and died on the spot. Aster instantly understood that some kind of curse or restriction had been placed on him beforehand, and he realized it was fortunate he had already obtained the information he needed earlier. Otherwise, the entire situation could have ended disastrously. Even so, the encounter itself had already placed a massive burden on his body, causing him to spit out blood. As he reflected on the battle, Aster remembered the enemy mentioning the sin of the 13, and he felt grateful that the stigma engraved on his body had reacted against the activation of the curse because he had nearly lost his life simply trying to capture the forbidden mage alive. Not long afterward, Aster turned his attention toward the defeated Death Knight and began wondering what he should do with it. While searching the surrounding area for whoever had been controlling the creature, he eventually found a bracelet that had been used to command it. The moment he placed the bracelet on himself, the Death Knight rose once more and stood awaiting orders. Aster instructed the giant knight to come closer, and as the massive armored figure approached him, he realized just how enormous it truly was before ordering it to lower itself to his eye level. Afterward, Aster calmly told the knight that he was finally free and could now leave this world behind to rest eternally. The knight immediately felt genuine relief and happiness at finally obtaining freedom, as the invisible chains binding him shattered completely, and, for the first time in ages, he was released from his suffering. Aster congratulated him and casually remarked that they should now part ways. But the knight responded by saying that Aster looked like nothing more than a young brat despite having such a sharp and foul mouth. Aster stared at him in disbelief because he had just freed the old knight from imprisonment and could not understand what he was doing when he was supposed to move on to the afterlife. The knight then explained that although Aster had granted him freedom, the final decision about remaining in this world still belonged to him alone. Irritated, Aster told him to stay behind and enjoy that freedom because he himself was leaving, only for the knight to calmly declare that he intended to follow Aster instead. Aster found the entire situation absurd beyond belief. He had already experienced countless impossible and insane events, yet somehow this moment felt even more unreasonable than all of them combined. The knight continued pointing out that Aster was still young despite having such an unusually foul mouth, which only irritated Aster further as he replied that he had already lived long enough. The knight immediately answered with pride, saying that even before his death, he had already lived several times longer than Aster ever had. Aster responded that death did not care about age, but the knight casually replied that since he had already crossed over to the other side once, Aster should probably consider him a veteran when it came to death itself. At that moment, Aster realized he was completely stuck with him now. The next morning, Aster formally introduced himself to the knight before asking about his life and background, believing that a master knight like him must originally have belonged to some prestigious noble house. The knight answered that even if his family had once possessed prestige, it had most likely already fallen by now, and he then mentioned that, during his lifetime, the year had been 137 according to the imperial calendar. Aster quickly interrupted and said he did not need an entire history lecture, but after hearing the date, he immediately understood that the knight truly came from a distant era of the past. The knight then asked what the current year was, and Aster answered that it was now the year 374. The knight instantly asked about House Lordal and whether House Delamphy still remained, but just as Aster was about to answer, he suddenly stopped himself and instead referred to the knight as Mr. Tin Can. The insult offended the knight immediately, causing him to draw his sword in annoyance. Internally, Aster called him a typical brainless swordsman and even felt tempted to hit him back himself, though he restrained that urge, not because he feared a master knight who had regained his senses and sanity, but for other reasons he chose not to reveal. Eventually, Aster asked for the knight's name properly, and the knight replied that this was how Aster should have spoken from the start, adding that the children of the current era possessed even fewer manners than the people from his own time. For some reason, hearing that reminded Aster of his own senior. Meanwhile, the knight slowly tried to remember his identity before finally introducing himself as Von Lemons, the master knight of House Lemons. The moment Aster heard that name, he froze in complete disbelief and shock, wondering if the man standing before him truly was that infamous lunatic recorded in history. The knight demanded to know what Aster was talking about, but Aster remained completely lost in thought as the realization settled in that the man standing before him was one of the greatest lunatics ever recorded in history itself, the Kingslayer. Once Aster fully understood the knight's true identity, he slowly removed his mask, formed a faint smirk across his face, and immediately proposed that the two of them work together. Shine von Lemons had once stood as a master knight, and history remembered him as both a Kingslayer and a traitor, though throughout his life he carried countless other titles as well. He had been called a once-in-a-generation genius, a warrior born by nature itself, a supreme master of the sword, and a master of every other weapon he touched. In the end, however, he was also remembered as the tragic genius who lost his sanity after the fall of House Lemons. Aster carefully considered how valuable a genius who reached the rank of Master Knight at only 18 years old could become, especially while keeping both Death Row and the Golden Mages in mind. To him, Shine looked like the ideal tool for strengthening his forces, but also the perfect ally to stand beside him. Aster then asked whether Shine would work together with him, and the knight calmly questioned what kind of work he meant. Aster explained that the black mage who had awakened him from eternal rest and treated him as nothing more than a puppet was still alive, then asked whether the knight desired revenge against that man. The instant those words were spoken, the knight's aura surged violently, and Aster could immediately feel the tension filling the air. Strangely, to Aster, that pressure felt as comforting and satisfying as a warm bowl of soup. The knight instantly demanded to know whether that man was truly still alive before asking who the person they fought earlier had been. Aster explained that the man from before was merely a low-ranking and insignificant lackey, then deliberately provoked the knight further by stating that the black mage likely did not even remember him because, in that man's eyes, the knight had been nothing more than a disposable tool. Aster added that the black mage had openly mocked him as well, claiming the knight was too weak to even serve as a proper tool. The moment he heard that, the knight erupted in fury and declared that he would rip the enemy apart piece by piece. Aster gave a faint smile and calmly replied that even if the knight wanted to kill him, locating the man would not be easy. Still burning with anger, the knight observed that Aster spoke as though he already knew where the enemy was hiding. Aster admitted that he didn't know, and he also revealed that he had personal business with that same man as well, though he had no intention of handing over such information for free. Instead, he proposed that the two of them make a deal and work together. The knight answered that the entire arrangement felt suspiciously close to manipulation, but despite that, he accepted the proposal anyway. He had already decided to travel with Aster for the time being, and while accompanying him, he intended to personally track down the black mage as well. As the two shook hands, Aster answered with a bright smile, saying he genuinely believed that would happen. Once that was settled, Aster suggested they head back and reunite with the others. By the time they returned to the base camp, everyone had been waiting for Aster to come back, and the chief immediately looked relieved the moment he saw him arrive safely before his expression abruptly changed after noticing the knight standing behind him, causing him to question what exactly was going on. The chief stepped forward at once, trying to overwhelm the knight by asserting his authority, but Aster stopped him and told him to quit pressuring the knight, then asked him to gather Oberon, Rayleigh, and Plen as well, if possible, because there was something important he needed to discuss with everyone. Not long after, the entire group assembled inside the camp, and Aster first asked whether everyone was safe and if they had managed to get proper rest during the night. Rayleigh immediately scoffed at the question and complained that he had been working non-stop while somebody else wandered around freely without a care. But before he could keep rambling, the others quickly cut him off and stopped him from saying anything further. Aster thought to himself that Rayleigh was a mercenary who had witnessed plenty of filth in his life and had become partly soaked in venom because of it. He then looked toward Plen and asked whether he was still upset about being hit earlier, adding that Plen should stop glaring at him like that unless he wanted to burn a hole straight through his face. After that, Aster finally explained why he had disappeared the previous day, carefully recounting the entire story to everyone gathered there. The chief was left stunned after learning that the hooded figure was actually a Death Knight who had once reached the rank of Master Knight. Aster casually referred to the knight as a tin can, instantly irritating him and making him curse back in annoyance. The knight then pulled off his hood, allowing everyone present to finally confirm that the man before them truly was the Death Knight. They had already sensed something strange about him, but none of them had imagined he was actually a Death Knight. Oberon then called out to Aster in alarm, saying that a Death Knight was a cursed monster and demanding to know why he had brought something like that among them. In response, Aster asked what exactly Oberon was trying to say, questioning whether they planned to cut off the knight's head simply because he was a cursed monster, only for the knight to calmly reply that even cutting off his head would not kill him. As their eyes met, Oberon's displeasure was obvious, and Aster calmly called out to him before asking whether he truly believed he could fight better than the knight, prompting the knight to immediately declare that he would crush Oberon completely. Aster explained that the knight had once reached the level of a Master Knight during his previous life, reminding everyone that this single cursed monster possessed value equal to countless mercenaries combined. The knight then stepped toward Oberon and, after receiving permission to speak, introduced himself as a loyal knight of the Emperor. He admitted that he had become a cursed monster, yet insisted that his heart had never changed, then asked whether any of them could possibly understand the agony of a soul forced into undeath. Even now, he said, he continued to suffer, because despite no longer having flesh, it still felt as though endless flames were constantly devouring his existence. Yet through all of that torment, he remained the Emperor's proud sword. Hearing those words and feeling the knight's overwhelming presence, Oberon stood there in complete shock. However, the knight continued by saying that the black mage had mocked and desecrated his very loyalty, then asked whether they could understand the pain carried by a knight whose devotion had been violated in such a way. Revenge had become the sole reason for his undead existence, and tearing the black mage apart was now the only purpose driving him forward. He then declared that if they still could not trust him, Oberon was free to cut him down using the sword he himself handed over, and he swore upon his lord's honor that he would willingly accept death at Oberon's hands if it came to that. Oberon fell silent as tears slowly ran down his face, admitting that he was unworthy and realizing he had understood nothing about the knight's suffering while acknowledging how narrow-minded he had been. The The knight then turned toward Aster and proudly boasted about the outcome. Aster silently watched the dramatic exchange unfold before him, even feeling his core tremble from the sheer intensity filling the scene. The so-called sword of the Emperor standing before him was most likely the very blade that had once severed the Emperor's head, and Aster believed that only someone possessing such overwhelming resolve and grit could ever accomplish the act of killing an emperor. Later that night, Aster stepped outside the camp where the group had gathered, and the chief stated that he would leave to make his preparations. Aster agreed while quietly reflecting that he had intentionally concealed the details regarding the Golden Mages and Salvatium. However, everyone now understood that an entirely new enemy existed. From that moment onward, none of them would have the luxury of an easy schedule anymore, and each person would have to keep moving forward while clinging to their own convictions. Some fought simply to survive, some pursued justice, others endured everything for the sake of their families, while some continued onward driven by revenge. Aster himself also kept thinking deeply about the reason he continued walking this path. Yet in the middle of those thoughts, the knight suddenly walked over and told him to stop blocking the way and move aside. Aster released a long breath, then steadied his expression with firm determination as he prepared himself for the journey waiting ahead.